respond. That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 1903.
Any objection?
Yeah, Your Honor, we believe the first part of the that umbrella guy's tweet should be unredacted for context.
Oh.
I have no idea what I was replying to.
It's hearsay. It's rank hearsay, and context
Your Honor,
is not necessary.
You don't approach. Make that redaction. With that redaction, any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
1903 will be in evidence with.
Reached out to the umbrella guy in this text, this Twitter, right?
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
And in fact, the umbrella guy is Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talked to the umbrella guy.
Did you what? Talk to the umbrella guy?
Yeah, were you aware of that?
I honestly sound like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where we tested, 4 days after that, you tweeted.
I did.
Objection relevance.
I don't know. So that was the context of that is he.
I didn't ask you for the context.
I apologize.
Okay. But you texted something that had swear words in it. Would you agree about Elon Musk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your recollections here.
Yes.
45 minutes to an hour. Your recollection is that Mr. Depp actually drove there?
Yes.
What type of car was he driving?
An old one that was a convertible.
An old convertible?
I'm not a car guy, so I couldn't express the model.
All right, and your recollection was this was May of 2013?
Yes.
Do you recall when in May?
Late.
Of course.
Okay. Now, you said that you spent a total of 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Is that correct?
After mostly Mr. Depp, but that's after the tour and after they were checked in throughout the course of the night.
Okay. And you don't recall any of the people that were there other than Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard, correct?
I don't recall any of their names.
Do you remember how many of them were female?
I believe it was predominantly female.
Do you remember how many males were there?
I don't, outside of the security guard.
Do you remember what any of the other people looked like?
They honestly just seemed like youngish hipsters, like, for lack of a better term. I know that previously a couple of them had stayed at Hicksville Trailer Palace. That's how they knew about the program.
Okay. So you don't recall seeing how much anybody had to drink that night, correct?
I did not witness.
And do you recall the use of drugs at all?
I did not witness that.
Were you sitting at any point with these people at the campfire?
I was not.
And when you said that that you saw Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was yelling at Mr. Depp, where were they?
She pulled him for a chat, and it was off towards their trailer, like a little bit off towards the dirt.
How many feet were there between the campfire and their trailer?
The campfire and their trailer,
Yes.
approximately 75.
Okay. So where in that 75 feet did Ms. Heard pull Mr. Depp and yell at him and he cowered?
20
Okay. 20
from the campfire.
From the
trailer.
campfire.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Heard, pulled him 20 feet over, yelled at him, and he cowered.
Yo!
That's what I witnessed.
Let's fucking go, dude!
I went inside the house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire
Yes!
or they returned to their trailer.
I do not.
Okay. And do you know whether there were any disagreements or physical
Okay.
communications,
So that's
anything
20.
of that nature?
How much FCR do I have now?
campfire?
I do not.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp did anything to anybody else at the campfire?
95.
I didn't see anything.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Depp grabbed anybody's wrist and asked them if they knew how many pounds of pressure it took to break their wrists?
I wasn't there the whole time.
Okay. Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went last to their trailer? Everybody else went before them?
The rest of the people, I think about half of them had already gone to bed, and they went.
One
they went again. It
frickin'
was all around the same time at the end of the
blind.
night. The rest kind of scattered. There might have been a couple of people that went right after them or right before, but it was all around the same time.
Okay, so your recollection is that when Amber and Johnny Depp went back to their trailer, that dissipated. Everybody then left at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how far away was your house that you were staying in from the trailer that Amber and Johnny Depp were staying in?
I'd say it was about 75 feet away.
Okay. And the next time that you saw or heard anything was when you went there in the morning and saw the broken sconce. Is that
Yes, I
correct?
didn't hear anything after
Nice.
I went to bed.
Okay. And that's the extent of your knowledge.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Knight, how did you get involved in this trial?
I got a text from one of our old employees who I then talked to for
Objection,
years.
hearsay.
Don't tell us what the text said, just how did you
Okay,
get involved?
I got a text from. I got a.
It's still hearsay. You're under objection.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Knight.
I was asked if it was.
No.
I'll
Objection,
sustain that.
hearsay.
Apologize.
What did you?
I got a
What did
text.
you receive a text?
Yes.
From
and
whom?
From a former employee.
And how long had it been since you had heard from this former employee?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you contact Mr. Depp or any of his attorneys?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I did not.
How did you get in touch with Mr. Depp's attorneys?
They got in touch with me.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Go on, Mr. Knight.
They reached out to me.
It's okay.
I don't have an objection.
Thank you.
You can talk.
Next question.
And how do you feel about participating in this trial?
Objection, relevance.
It's extremely relevant considering that they accused him of being. Thank you.
How do I feel about it? I'm happy to tell what I saw, and that's the extent of it. I really don't care outside of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Nothing
All
further.
right. Assumes witness not subject to recall. Is that correct? All right, sir, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness. Or is it going to be a deposition?
Apologies, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Okay,
Thank you.
Dr.
Calls
Shaw.
Dr. Shaw.
Okay, Dr. Shaw. sir. All right, yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Richard John Shaw.
Dr. Shaw, can you please describe your educational background?
I'm a psychiatrist. I went to medical school at the University of London in England. I went straight after high school.
What is it?
That's actually the system in the British medical system. I did 2 years of preclinical training and then 3 years of clinical work with patients. Following that, I moved to New Zealand to do an internship. It was an internship with neurology, medicine, surgery, and psychiatry. I spent 3 years in New Zealand and I did a year of psychiatry residency training. Excuse me.
So annoying. Stone skin bitch.
Excuse me. Following that, I moved here to the United States for the first time and did a residency in adult psychiatry at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, which is in New York. That was 4 years of training in the Bronx. And I also did some subspecialty training in family therapy, couples and family therapy in my 4th year. And after that, I moved to California, and I've worked at Stanford. I studied at Stanford. I did a fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I've been at Stanford pretty much since then.
Dr. Shaw, what is your current position?
I'm a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry at Stanford. I also run what's called the Psychiatry Consult Service at the Children's Hospital at Stanford.
What, if any, professional certifications have you received?
I have what's called board certification in adult and gender psychiatry. I obtained that from the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in 1991. And then I obtained subspecialty board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry in 1993.
Are you a member of any professional organizations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I'm also a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
How long have you been practicing psychiatry?
If you include my training in psychiatry residency in the U.S., that would be since 1985.
Is that approximately 35 years?
Yeah, I think so.
What percentage of your practice involves treating patients?
Approximately 3/4 of my time is working with patients. I work in the pediatric hospital, treating a combination of mainly children and adolescents with severe medical conditions, but also working with parents of children who have severe medical conditions. I also consult to the pediatric emergency room and we evaluate patients who show up with suicide attempts and other serious situations.
What does the remaining quarter of your practice entail?
Well, as a professor, I have to do a number of academic activities. So I do research, I do a lot of teaching, I give lectures, I supervise residents, medical students, and fellows in psychiatry. I do some administrative work. So it's a pretty diverse, varied day and week.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your research and academic work?
A lot of my research has involved looking at the issue of trauma and PTSD in parents who have medically fragile children. A lot of these parents are naturally really affected by their child's illness and develop trauma symptoms. So I've developed some interventions to try to help parents, provide support and treatment to reduce their symptoms of trauma.
Have you published articles or books in your area of expertise?
Yes, I have. I've published approximately 70 or probably closer to 80 peer-reviewed manuscripts in different scientific journals. I've also published a number of book chapters on various topics, approximately 30, and I have published 3 textbooks, one of which has gone into a second edition on topics that are related to my area of expertise. And one of them actually is about the treatment of PTSD in parents of premature infants.
Have you published a book through the APA?
Actually, all of those books were published through the
I'm a Zark.
APA, the American Psychiatric Association. They have a publishing house, and that's been my publishing company.
What is the APA?
The APA, the American Psychiatric Association, not to be confused with the American Psychological Association, is a professional organization that represents psychiatrists in the U.S. The last time I looked at this, I think there's about 37 or 38,000 members. And the APA has many different roles. One of it is advocacy in psychiatry in the U.S., but it also has an important role in terms of education. So they host an annual scientific meeting every year in which psychiatrists will present their research. It publishes a number of journals in the field, and from time, fairly frequently it publishes guidelines for professional practice, or about ethical guidelines that they hope that the members will follow as part of their practice.
What ways are you involved with the APA?
Well, I mentioned my publishing. I also present at the scientific meetings. I last presented in 2021 in COVID, was virtually, but on the topic of group therapy for parents with trauma symptoms. I follow the APA and their various guidelines. I think it's a really influential and important institution.
Going back to your credentials, what, if any, professional awards have you received?
I've been given several teaching awards at Stanford University, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry that I mentioned honored me with an award for service to my specialty several years ago. I don't remember exactly when.
Have you given any public presentations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, that's part of our work as an academic psychiatrist, is to lecture, to give presentations. So I present fairly frequently at annual scientific meetings, as I mentioned. I've been invited to give grand round presentations at different medical centers, including University of Pennsylvania and Harvard. So that's just part of our role is to try to educate our colleagues about our work.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of psychiatry before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
I would estimate, in terms of deposition and trial testimony, approximately 50 times in the past 15, 20 years.
What type of cases did you testify as an expert in?
They're pretty varied. So some of them have been medical malpractice. I've also done a number of cases evaluating victims who've been subject to physical or sexual assault or trauma.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
My role in this case was to give my opinions about the testimony and opinions of Dr. Spiegel, whom you heard from yesterday morning.
And what work have you done to form your opinion?
I was present yesterday in court listening to his testimony. I have viewed his depositions. He had 2 depositions earlier this year, and I watched those depositions. I've also read a lot of deposition testimony. For example, testimony by Mr. Depp psychiatrist, Dr. Blaustein, by his physician, Dr. Kipper, and nurse Debbie Lloyd. I've reviewed depositions by many of the therapists involved in this case, including Dr. Banks, the relationship consultant, Dr. Cohen, who was Ms. Heard's therapist, and I think Dr. Anderson, who I think provided some couples therapy.
All right, we back.
I've also reviewed the medical records of Dr. Kipper and Dr. Blaustein, and some various email communications. I think a lot of the information that has been talked about here.
Foul demons and beasts.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert in the field of psychiatry.
Any objection?
We approach.
Okay.
Yes, my stamina. Oh, it's over here. Oh, I can say it. The den of evil. The den.
Foes here.
There are many foes here.
All right. So any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so he'll be moved as an expert. Thank you.
Dr. Shaw, you testified that you observed Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
Yes, that's correct.
And to reorient the jury, can you please generally describe the main areas in which Dr. Spiegel testified?
Yes, he.
Objection, Your Honor. They heard what he testified to. What's his thing
All right.
Foundation to reorient them.
That's okay. We can move forward.
Okay. Do you have an opinion of Dr. Spiegel's testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
I have a couple of primary opinions. The first is that my opinion is that he violated the ethical principles that are outlined in the Goldwater Rule when he gave his opinions about Mr. Depp, specifically with relationship to personality traits and his cognitive abilities. My second primary opinion would be that that Dr. Spiegel's opinions were unreliable.
Dr. Spiegel was a
He had
fucking
insufficient
weirdo.
information.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. You don't approach.
Yeah.
So annoying that they just revive them. What are we waiting for here? Let's go.
The
Nice.
rogues are safe. for the moment. Good day.
All right.
You have. The Order welcomes you.
These maces and aren't why does the frickin' map look like that? Okay, auto map is tab. Okay. There we go.
Dr. Shaw, you mentioned the Goldwater Rule. What led up to the publication of the Goldwater Rule?
The Goldwater Rule came about in response to an incident that occurred during the 1964 presidential election when Senator Barry Goldwater was running as a Republican candidate. And there was a magazine called Fact Magazine that started a campaign to discredit Senator Goldwater. And they obtained a mailing list from the AMA and sent out a single survey questionnaire to about 12,000 psychiatrists in the US, asking if they felt that Senator Goldwater was fit to run for office. And about 2,000 psychiatrists responded, 1,000 of whom expressed very negative opinions about Senator Goldwater and made comments such as, for example, he was a megalomaniac, he was a paranoid schizophrenic, that he had narcissistic personality disorder. And as a result of that, he was replaced as a candidate and then went on to sue Fact Magazine for defamation of character. And he was successful in that lawsuit. And in response to this incident, the American Psychiatric Association, that I think was really concerned about how psychiatry was being represented and statements psychiatrists were making about someone they had never met or evaluated, issued the Goldwater Rule. And the main premise of the Goldwater Rule was that it was improper for a psychiatrist to render a professional opinion about a public figure unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
What justifications did the APA provide, other than the ones you mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater Rule?
They wanted to make sure that psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized. They wanted to ensure that individuals weren't defamed by statements made by a psychiatrist that weren't backed up by medical evidence. And they also wanted to preserve the integrity of the psychiatric profession, since I think the public in general, when a psychiatrist speaks out publicly and expresses an opinion, a psychiatric opinion, people generally like to take that seriously, and the APA wanted to make sure that those opinions were credible.
All right, toggle, run, walk.
Have there been any updates to the Goldwater Rule?
Yeah, since 1973, which was when the Goldwater Rule first came out, there have been a number of revisions and publications by the APA. They're called Annotations in Psychiatry, in which the Goldwater Rule has been better defined and expanded to some degree. So, for example, in 2017, in this publication, the APA reasserted that it was not ethical to
All right, cool.
psychiatric or professional opinion about someone who had not been evaluated personally by that psychiatrist.
Just can't do anything because of faster rate recovery.
Unethical to provide an evaluation without obtaining consent from that individual. They also sort of really kind of defined what a professional opinion is, and how they define it is that an opinion that a psychiatrist expresses about someone's speech, behavior, or any characteristic about that person, if that opinion is made using the expertise, experience, and knowledge inherent in the practice of psychiatry, that is considered a professional opinion. So it might include making a diagnosis or not making a diagnosis. And the other, I think, a couple of important things about that 2017.
There's one bug that just keeps screwing with me, so I'll be right back.
Specified that if a psychiatrist is to give an opinion about someone, about the diagnosis or personality characteristics, whatever, that they have to follow an appropriate methodology. They have to do an evaluation that follows the standard practice of a psychiatrist here in the US. And if they don't do that, they are considered to be, affecting the integrity of both the psychiatrist and the psychiatric profession. And this revision of the Goldwater Rule definitely received a lot of support. The president of the APA at the time stated that breaking the Goldwater Rule was irresponsible, stigmatizing, and definitely unethical. So that was a very strong statement from the president of the APA.
What other medical organizations have weighed in on this issue?
Yeah, the number of organizations have their own sort of version of the Goldwater Rule. The American Medical Association, that represents physicians in the US, has an annual meeting, and they have what's called a Council of Ethical and Judicial Affairs, and they had a meeting in 2017 in Honolulu, and they came up with their own statement about the issue of whether physicians can provide opinions without directly evaluating somebody. And their opinion was that physicians should refrain from giving a psychiatric diagnosis about any public figure, including celebrities and people in the media.
Are there exceptions to the Goldwater Rule?
There are exceptions, yeah. And I think Dr. Spiegel had a lot to say about this yesterday when he was saying that if you couldn't express an opinion without evaluating someone, it sort of made the whole specialty of or role of experts in the court sort of null and void. But there are exceptions and situations in which an expert can give testimony in court. So one good example would be if there was a medical malpractice case, or if there was a case that involved a patient who'd committed suicide and the courts wanted to find out whether the psychiatrist had followed appropriate practice. The expert can review medical records and can give an opinion based on those records, provided those records have sufficient information, for example, about the diagnoses, about the treatment, about how the patient was responding or not responding to treatment.
Did you form an opinion about whether Dr. Spiegel complied with the Goldwater rule?
Well, my opinion is that he did not. He expressed a number of professional opinions about Mr. Depp that we heard about yesterday. And again, he did so without an evaluation, without consent. He did not follow the guidelines of the APA in the 2017 revision, where it was considered important that there be sufficient information obtained by that expert to give an opinion. So I would definitely feel that his conduct, unfortunately, did violate the Goldwater rule.
Oh,
And
cool.
specifically, what opinions of that Dr. Spiegel gave yesterday do you feel violated the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, I think that there were sort of two primary ones. The first that you heard about was that Dr. Spiegel had professional opinions about Mr. Depp's personality. And he talked a lot about how he believed that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. So, and he also, talked a lot about narcissistic personality disorder. So, narcissistic personality disorder is a diagnosis in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's called the DSM-5 for short. It's a diagnostic manual published by the APA.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we break for a moment?
Okay.
See if somebody else wants to play it too.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw, please continue.
Sure. So I was just talking about narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-5. So the diagnostic criteria for that.
Let's get this
I'm not going to remember every word about this, but essentially it's
waypoint.
a pattern of grandiosity, a need for admiration, a lack of empathy that's demonstrated by that person since young adulthood. And the DSM-5 has 9 specific criteria, and for someone to meet the diagnosis, you have to meet 5 of those criteria. And so when, as a psychiatrist, we're trying to make a diagnosis of any personality disorder or any diagnosis in general, the normal professional guidelines would dictate that we would do a very careful diagnostic interview. And there are actually interviews specifically written to assess personality disorders. It's also possible to have the individual fill out questionnaires. There's something called the Narcissistic Personality Inventory. This is a 40-item checklist that taps into various components of narcissistic personality disorder. And it's also possible to get psychological testing, like the MMPI that I think you heard about in reference to one of the other experts here. So with all of this information, including collateral information from family members, work colleagues, information of that sort, it is possible to come up with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder.
Why is it doing that?
So in the case of Dr. Spiegel, he had none of this information, even though he came out and stated with what he described as a degree of medical certainty that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. And if you remember somewhat towards the end of his testimony yesterday, he was asked to, since he couldn't provide any documentation for medical records about narcissistic personality disorder or narcissistic personality traits, he was asked about what
how are you? Right.
is referred to a lot in his testimony as record evidence. So information that he obtained from depositions, from text messages, from emails, whatever. And so he was asked to give, I think, 5 examples of record evidence that would make it seem like Mr. Depp met criteria for narcissistic personality traits. And I'll just mention a couple of them, just to illustrate. My opinion is that testimony did not really hold together. So he stated, for example, that one of the criteria for narcissism is narcissistic personality disorder is a sense of entitlement. And the example Dr. Spiegel gave is that he believed that Ms. Heard married him for his money.
Won't show me, of course.
Really, sense of entitlement is from a psychiatry perspective, that's very different from a belief that someone wanted you for your money. A second example that was given was that he was asked to give an example of how Mr. Depp had shown that he was envious of others, which is another criterion for narcissistic personality disorder. And the example that Dr. Spiegel gave is that Mr. Depp was jealous of Ms. Heard because he believed she was having an affair with Mr. Franco. Now, if we look at these two terms as a psychiatrist, there's a big difference between being envious and being jealous. As a psychiatrist, when I think about envy, I think about somebody wants something that someone else has and it makes them feel bad.
I think this is going on.
He's giving his opinion as to how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule with respect to his testimony about narcissistic personality traits.
He did, but now sustained objection. Next question.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned 2 major examples.
Nice.
What was the second one?
The second one was confusing being envious with being jealous.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Shaw. I mean, you mentioned 2 major examples of ways Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule. What is the second?
Oh, sure. So the other big category had to do with Dr. Spiegel's evaluation of Mr. Depp's cognitive abilities. And his general opinion was that Mr. Depp had deficits in his memory, in his attention, in his processing speed.
Nice.
That he had word-finding difficulties. Again, Dr. Spiegel did not evaluate Mr. Depp, and the information that he relied upon, there were two pieces of information. The first was that he watched a very long deposition that Mr. Depp gave the day after I think he had flown back from London to the East Coast. And he made observations about Mr. Depp's behavior in that deposition, and felt that he could opine or give an opinion about processing speed and other cognitive aspects. He also made reference to something you heard about yesterday, this thing called the mini mental status examination. This is a brief screen for
A rush? Hell yeah.
memory and cognitive functioning that is often done.
Who says no to that?
And, he testified that Dr. Blaustein had administered the mini mental status examination. And although, from the records, all we know is that...
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Dr. Shaw, without going into Dr. Blaustein's record, what information does a mini mental exam provide?
Objection, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his estimation.
Overruled as to that limited question.
Yeah, so the mini mental status is it's a series of about 10 or 11 questions and tasks that someone completes, and you get a score out of 30. What Dr. Spiegel testified was that Mr. Depp could not recall 3 words after 5 minutes, and he used that as an example of Mr. Depp having cognitive deficits that he specifically attributed to Mr. Depp's alcohol and substance abuse.
So cold and damp.
And he really did not have sufficient information. I liken a mini
Let
mental
the
status
gate be
exam.
open.
It's like taking someone's temperature. If it's
Objection,
elevated,
Your Honor. I think it's going beyond.
No. Sustain the objection.
Your presence.
Now it's probably a good time for a break.
Okay, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you had a break, but we didn't. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
I don't know how I was able to
Please
see your room. Because LA can only see LA games.
Good day.
Really? What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
All right, you're excused for the 15 minutes too, sir, doctor. Okay, we'll come back at 4:17 then? Finish the day? Okay.
Greetings.
It is good to know that the sun shines once again. I've heard that you...
The what? The what?
Good day.
What's the weapon got? Shoot. I think I gave it away. Shoot.
of foul sorcerers.
Have to talk to somebody again, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
I have failed. Diablo has freed his accursed...
Good day.
You have done.
Let's go.
Greetings. My ship is yours. Greetings.
I can't carry anymore.
Good to see you.
This.
You have.
Interesting.
Greetings.
Maybe now the world will have peace. Eternal suffering would be too great for you, Diablo.
It's good to see you, mortal. My name is Zero. I'm what's known as that boy. Come on, skip. Skip!
The time has come to cleanse my homeland. The siege is broken.
Yeet! Appreciate it. You the man. Gonna go do that right now, actually. Shoot. I gotta frickin' walk all the way. Son of a bitch. Oh, do I gotta fix one thing though, actually? So far away. Well, this trial should be coming back any minute now, so that's good. God.
Finally, welcome.
It's so annoying fighting as a barbarian. Leveling is going to be really obnoxious. Not looking forward to it. Where's this frickin' tree? Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me right now?
You be seated. All right, your next question.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw, is the Goldwater rule limited to diagnoses?
It's not. It's includes all professional opinions.
Do you agree with Dr. Spiegel that the Goldwater rule doesn't apply to expert witnesses?
I don't agree.
How could Dr. Spiegel express an opinion without violating the Goldwater rule?
This has actually been a topic that's been written and published about, so it is possible for someone to give testimony about a matter without interviewing someone. And there's certain sort of ways that it should be framed. So, for example, when Dr. Spiegel was testifying about the report that Mr. Depp was unable to recall these 3 objects, what he could have done is said that I have not personally examined Mr. Depp, so I can't speculate about his cognitive state or ability to function cognitively. However, it is possible that someone who's not able to recall 3 objects could have issues related to substance use, which was what his opinion was. However, what he should have done in expressing his opinion is then have followed up to say that
Just
in order to
002.
establish whether these were relevant and significant cognitive deficits, Mr. Depp should have had psychological testing to establish the nature of these deficits. And he should also have added that there are other potential explanations for these findings. So, for example, it's possible that Mr. Depp...
Objection, Your Honor. He's going past the designation.
I think he's just opining as to, or is responding to Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
No, he's opining as to what Dr. Spiegel could have said, but it's past the, whether he, about the
All right,
Goldwater rule.
if we can move on.
Okay. Who's qualified to give an opinion about cognitive deficits and processing speed?
It would have to be someone who could conduct the type of neuropsychological testing that I was mentioning. You can't establish the presence of cognitive deficits without
Objection,
a
Your
battery
Honor.
of tests.
Objection, again, this is beyond the cold water.
Overruled.
You can't establish cognitive deficits without appropriate neuropsychological testing. And that can only be done by a psychologist or neuropsychologist. So a psychiatrist like Dr. Spiegel would be giving an opinion outside of his area of expertise if he gave an opinion about cognitive deficits that required psychological testing to be further evaluated.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday testified about the practice of forensic psychiatry. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is a specialty of psychiatry that relates to matters on the intersection between psychiatry and the law. So, for example, what we're doing today is forensic psychiatry, where a psychiatrist comes into court and gives an opinion about a matter to help the court come to an opinion.
Are there professional standards that govern the practice of forensic psychiatry?
Yes, there are.
And what organizations have issued those standards?
One of the primary organizations that has issued guidelines about the practice of forensic psychiatry is called the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. This is an organization that represents forensic psychiatrists. And it has published guidelines about what constitutes an ethical and sound practice of doing a forensic assessment and providing a psychiatric opinion. So this guideline, I think, was published in 2015, actually contains many elements that are consistent with the Goldwater Rule. So, for example, it states that for a forensic assessment to be done, there has to be informed consent, and there should be a very thorough, comprehensive evaluation that would include reviewing past records, past psychiatric history. It would include doing what's called a mental status examination, which is a careful evaluation of someone's mood, cognition, things of that nature. And the guidelines do state that it is reasonable or permitted to provide an opinion without an evaluation, but if you're going to do that, there's some things that you have to really make clear in your opinion when you express that opinion. And the first is that you have to acknowledge the limitations of your opinion and not, like Dr. Spiegel, say that his opinion was held with a degree of medical certainty. You have to explain what's missing, what data you did not have that you were not able to rely upon in coming to that opinion. You also have to talk about what additional information you would need to come to that opinion. And even though these guidelines say it's permissible to do this, the text is still, I think, not fully in support of psychiatrists doing this. So their statements are that opinions rendered without a proper database, which is what we as psychiatrists rely upon to make diagnoses and give opinions, professional opinions, is questionable and not generally recommended.
Did you form an opinion about Dr. Spiegel's testimony with respect to these practice guidelines?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that he did not follow those guidelines. So, for example, he did not have consent. He did not do even a basic evaluation of Mr. Depp. When he gave his opinions, as I just mentioned, he said they were opinions that he had to a degree of medical certainty, and he did not make any statements about what other additional information he would have wanted to make that opinion. So, for example, when asked about should neuropsychological testing be performed, he said most patients don't have access to that, which is actually not at all true. And every medical school has neuropsychologists that can do testing. So I think that was an unfortunate statement. So So I think those are the primary ways in which the Goldwater Rule was violated, and the practice guidelines were not adhered to.
Dr. Shaw, yesterday Dr. Spiegel was talking about correlation and causation. What is the difference between correlation and causation?
Objections? It's not in his designation.
It is. We can approach and I can show you.
All right.
Yes.
Let's go, baby.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw.
Yes, so the difference between a correlation and causation, correlation is a statistical analysis of a relationship between two different factors. So in Dr. Spiegel's testimony, he talked about there being a correlation between opinions he had about Mr. Depp, his narcissistic personality traits, his substance abuse, things of that nature. So a correlation doesn't say anything about whether or not these factors caused the behavior he was discussing. Perhaps one of the easiest ways I could describe this difference between correlation and causation is if we look at the issue of measles, if you bear with me. So there's a correlation between being young and catching measles. Now we know that measles is not caused by being young. Measles is caused by a virus. But young children have not been exposed to the virus, they don't have the immunity, so they have a higher rate of measles. So the difference statistically is, well, the difference is between causation and correlation is illustrated by that example. So another way I might put this is if we had 100 people in a room, just bringing it back to the issue of IPV that Dr. Spiegel was testifying about. Let's say we had 70 people who had all the risk factors for IPV and 30 people who had no risk factors for IPV. So what can we say about those 70 people? We can't say that any single one of those people has perpetrated IPV, even though they may have all the risk factors. And if we look at the 30 people who have no risk factors, we also can't say whether or not they have perpetrated IPV.
Get him.
So the actual presence of risk factors for IPV that Dr. Spiegel was talking about, they say absolutely nothing about what happened in this case.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Good afternoon.
You're not offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's psychology, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified a lot about the Goldwater Rule. You know of no case where an expert has been excluded from testifying based on the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases. It's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And you, before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater Rule before, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never written an article on the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I have not.
Okay.
I see what he did there.
And you agree that you've testified that there are exceptions to the Goldwater Rule about having to interview the subject, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Spiegel requested to meet with Mr. Depp twice, but Mr. Depp declined, correct?
I'm aware of that.
And Dr. Spiegel stated in his designation and at trial yesterday that he did not meet with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 1904? Dr. Shaw, have you seen the opinions of the Ethics Committee on the Principles of Medical Ethics?
Yes.
And if you could turn to 79 of the PDF, it's actually, thank you. You see where it's highlighted here?
Yes.
And it says psychiatrists have also argued that the Goldwater rule is not sound because psychiatrists sometimes have to render
Objection, hearsay.
without conducting an examination of an individual. Examples occur in particular in certain forensic cases and consultative roles. This objection attempts to subsume the rule.
Yeah, we smacking that booty. Go.
This objection misses,
Go.
however, is that the rendering of expertise and/or an opinion in these contexts is permissible because there is a court authorization for the examination or an opinion without examination. And this work is conducted within an evaluative framework, including parameters for how and where the information may be used or disseminated. You see that?
I do, yes.
And this court authorized Dr. Spiegel to testify in this case, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect?
Dr. Shaw, Mr. Nadelhoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Hurd's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in the testimony, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can either have a seat or you can leave. Thank you.
It's locked.
Your next witness?
It's over here. Oh, say it. Get him. Thank you. No matter what character I am, I feel like I'm dealing the most damage. Maybe these people are just bad.
Please state your name and address for the record. Jennifer Howell, Los Angeles, California. And what is your current occupation? I run the Art of Elysium, CEO of the Art of Elysium. Let me just go back. You know, you indicated that we lived with you from January 2015 to moved out of my house April 2016. And I'm sorry, did you say you were 100% certain of that? Ms. Hall, could you answer my question? Yes, she did go back to Amber and Johnny's at different points, but she was still living with me during that time. The question I asked, because you were talking at the same time Ms. Vasquez was giving an objection, was I believe that you said you were 100% certain of those dates. Is that correct?
Same with me.
All right.
Oh, you previously testified that you were the CEO for Art of Elysium. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you still currently in that position?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been the CEO for Art of Elysium?
I am the founder of the organization, so we did our first workshop in August of 1997, filed the legal paperwork in February of 98 to set up a 501c3, so I guess since the beginning of the charity.
Ms. Howell, when did you first meet Amber Heard?
At the Pineapple Express premiere is where I met she and her sister Whitney.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
I believe it was around 2008. I'm sure that could be pulled. It was the LA premiere. I think there was probably multiple premieres, but it was the Los Angeles premiere of Pineapple Express.
Was Ms. Heard there with Mr. Depp?
No, this was long before. I was a guest of James Franco, and Amber was in the movie. And so I met she and her sister at to be specific, at the after party of the premiere.
Did Miss Enriquez end up working for Art of Elysium at some point?
Yes, she did.
What year did Miss Enriquez begin working with Art of Elysium?
I believe it was in 2014. I don't have those documents right in front of me. I believe it was leading into the year Amber was receiving the award.
And what was Miss Enriquez's position at Art of Elysium?
Art salon manager, director.
Does Miss Enriquez still work for Art of Elysium?
No.
When did that end?
2015, I believe.
Each time you saw Mr. Depp, did you ever see him doing any illicit, illegal drugs?
Never.
Did you ever see him consuming excessive amounts of alcohol?
Objection. Never.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever show you photographs of depicting injuries on her face or body?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that Mr. Depp was abusive towards her?
No.
Mr. Depp paying your legal fees, Ms. Howell, for this deposition and the testimony you've provided in the UK action?
He is not.
Who is?
Myself.
Do you feel any particular sense of loyalty towards Mr. Depp?
None at all.
Do you feel any sense of loyalty towards Ms. Heard?
None at all.
Ms. Howell, do you recognize this check as the check that the Art of Elysium received on behalf of Ms. Heard for a donation, an anonymous donation of $250,000?
Yes. Yes.
I believe you testified previously that you understood that the anonymous donor was Elon Musk. Is that true?
Yes.
If I could please have Exhibit 4 brought up. JH 22 through 29.
What for?
Do you recognize this document, Ms. Howell? And if you need to scroll through the 8 pages, feel free.
3 to 10, 6 to 11, no.
Can you scroll down? Yeah, I recognize that.
And what is this?
That is an email, I believe, I sent to Whitney.
Scrolling up to the first page of this attachment, who is Marcel?
Parasol?
Sure, Carousel.
He is one of my oldest friends in Los Angeles who has served as a board member of the Art of Elysium and is one of my biggest confidants here in LA, kind of for the course of my career.
That chunks. That's Lowell.
I'm going down to the third page of this exhibit. Thank you. This is an email, Ms. Howell, that you sent to Whitney Henriquez on or about Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 11:02 a.m.
It is.
This is a true and accurate copy of an email exchange that you sent to Ms. Henriquez?
Yes, I believe I'm the one who gave that. Yes, it is.
And then did you forward this email exchange and the attachments to Marcel Parasol?
Yeah, I asked him to keep it for me.
Why did you send this email and letter to Ms. Henriquez?
Because I've struggled very much with what to do in a situation that I love someone who I know is doing something very wrong, and I know that they're doing
What the fuck
it
is going on?
because they're trying to protect their sister, and I'm trying to protect her, and I'm just trying to get her to wake up and do the right thing, and just tell the truth. It's the only thing that can help everybody involved in this case.
Ms. Howell, do you recall submitting a witness statement in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, they basically just called to verify the witness statement that was submitted previously.
And do you recognize this document
Fuck.
to be the witness statement and the declaration that you submitted in the UK? And if you want to scroll down to look at it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And at the first page, do you see a date on this document?
January 13th, 2021.
And is this document a true and accurate copy of the declaration that you submitted in the UK proceeding on or about January 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And are all the statements in your UK declaration accurate and true?
I mean, yes, I signed it, yes.
All right, let's pull up what I believe was Depp Exhibit 9. It's been marked as Depp Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9.
So, Ms. Howell, earlier you were shown this document. Scrolling to the end of it.
Can you go? Okay.
There.
Mm-hmm.
Did Mr. Waldman assist you in drafting this email?
Absolutely not.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about drafting this email?
About writing an email? No. I did that on my own accord.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about contacting the ACLU?
I do not recall having a conversation with him about that.
And Ms. Howell, you testified earlier that you received a check from Fidelity Charitable in January of 2018. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said the date, but yes, I received an anonymous donation from that check that was submitted. Whatever it's on there, I just don't know the date off the top of my head.
And you testified that there was a letter sent along with that that said that it was in honor of Amber Heard?
Yes. Richard, I was guaranteed 20 minutes with him after being attacked for 3.5 hours by your side the last time. So I am going to stick by what I was told before entering this and what your side agreed to.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Candy Davidson
Damn.
Goldbron, who is the corporate designee of the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
All right, and that's by deposition, is that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Goldbron, is it your understanding that you're here to testify today on behalf of the Children's Hospital?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Why does this lady have a mask on?
2018.
Bro, I can't. I can't with these fucking
Have
people.
any payments been made by Miss Heard
God.
to the Children's Hospital?
All these people.
In connection with the $3.5 million pledge, aside from the original $100,000 check from Mr. White in August of 2016?
Yes, there was a payment, a gift on January 9th of 2018.
And what amount is that gift that you're referring to?
$250,000.
Okay, and was that gift made by Miss Heard or on Miss Heard's behalf?
By Miss Heard.
Okay, and what are you basing that statement on?
By the check that we received from Fidelity. Fidelity charity that came to Children's Hospital.
What is this document?
The letter to Mr. White from myself inquiring about further installments on the pledge that had not been fulfilled.
And why did you write this to Mr. White on June 14th, 2019?
I was trying to figure out if there were any other payments coming from Mr. White to fulfill the pledge, because Children's Hospital Los Angeles had not received any other correspondence from him.
And what is this document?
It is a letter to Ms. Gottlieb from myself on behalf of Children's Hospital Los Angeles, inquiring about additional gifts.
Where is this? God.
This letter appears to be directed to Miss Amber Heard, care of Jody Gottlieb. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who's Jody Gottlieb?
In the Children's Hospital Los Angeles record, Jody Gottlieb was our contact for Miss Amber Heard.
Ms. Goldbron, why did you send this letter to Ms. Heard and Ms. Gottlieb?
I was trying to see if the pledge was going to be fulfilled or not.
In your experience, is it common practice for anonymous donors, when making donations, to, in one paragraph, state that they wish to remain anonymous, and in the very next paragraph, identify themselves?
Yes,
That is common?
it is common for donors to want to remain anonymous publicly, but allow the charity to know who they are.
Between June 2018 and the date on which you sent the letters to Ms. Heard and Mr. White in June of 2019, were any additional funds received from Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay, so as of June 2018, a total of $250,000 had been received, as far as the Children's Hospital is concerned, from Ms. Heard. And that was the same amount that had been donated a year later in June of 2019. Is that accurate?
Correct.
As of the date of this deposition, March 30th, 2021, how much in total has Ms. Heard donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250.
For this particular gift? I mean, in her lifetime?
From 2016 to present.
$250,000.
Oh, so just one payment?
Yes. Goldbrun, you recall we were speaking about this letter a few minutes ago?
Correct.
All right, and this was a letter that you sent to Ms. Hurd, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever get a response to this letter?
No.
As of October of 2018, how much money had Ms. Hurd directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
As of March 30th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sorry, I just realized. You said October 2018?
Correct.
$250,000.
As of March 30th, 2019, how much money had Ms. Hurd directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
What is your understanding of the length of time over which Ms. Hurd pledged the gift of $3.5 million to Children's Hospital?
There was no date arrangement with Ms. Hurd to have this pledge paid off in a particular time.
If Ms. Hurd were to pay this, the rest of the $3.5 million in 2 years or 5 years, would Children's Hospital welcome that?
CHLA welcomes every and any donation.
What kind of question is that?
Has Amber Heard's pledge of the $3.5 million to Children's Hospital expired, to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of, no. It has not expired.
All right, thank you. Your next witness, or?
Your Honor, I think we've concluded our witnesses for today. We will have more live witnesses tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, that'll be the end of your day for today. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss the case with anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., okay? Thank you. All right. You want to have a seat for just a moment because we do have a few proffers that are going to be done. Just for the record, we talked about
Let's
it
go,
earlier.
baby.
Charge the 30 minutes extra
Nice.
time for today to the plaintiff's team so we can stay on time.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And I believe, Mr. Rodenborn, you had some proffers you wanted to do for testimony.
We did,
for
Your
the,
Honor,
for the record.
testimony in a few exhibits. Mr. Nadelhoff is actually.
Okay, Mr. Nadelhoff, if you want to proffer testimony for the record as to testimony that the court has sustained objections.
I think you do Tristil 15, right?
Your Honor, it's a box here, so I just
All right, that's fine. You can stay there as long as you stay close to the microphone. I appreciate it.
And Your Honor, what I will do is I'll explain what we're proffering the evidence for, and then we have copies,
Good.
which I'll provide to you. We'll provide them to you electronically, or I don't have another copy for you right now, but we'll provide.
That's
them
fine. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, for Laurel Anderson, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Laurel Anderson, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp. Dr. Anderson testified in the therapy session. Ms. Hurd reported to her that she was slapped by Mr. Depp, that he hit her in the head, had her hair pulled by Mr. Depp, kicked her in the leg, and that Mr. Depp gave Ms. Hurd bruises. Ms. Hurd also reported that Mr. Depp was the first to initiate any violence. Ms. Hurd also reported that she hid in the bathroom to protect herself from Mr. Depp. Ms. Hurd also reported to Dr. Anderson that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her on May 21st, 2016, hit her, and held her hair. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that she was a victim to Mr. Depp's abuse. The testimony is contained in Dr. Anderson's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit A. The court also excluded records of Dr. Anderson from Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's therapy sessions and a treatment summary, which are Exhibits B and C. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Anderson's testimony as described in medical records, stating that they were hearsay and that they did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the grounds of the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. For Dr. Kipper, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. David Kipper, Mr. Depp's physician. Dr. Kipper testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns of Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, that Mr. Depp tried to fight and push Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island, and that she found lots of cocaine in February 2016. Dr. Kipper also testified he told Mr. Depp to, quote, bury the dragon, which referred to the bad feelings that Mr. Depp has inside him. This testimony is contained in Dr. Kipper's deposition transcript, which is...
What is this guy reading?
Dr. Kipper also testified about an email he wrote explaining Mr. Depp's detox treatment. In the email,
that was weird.
Dr. Kipper wrote to Mr. Depp's sister that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger, romanticized the drug culture, and had no patience if his needs were not met. This email is Exhibit C. Exhibit E. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Kipper's testimony and the email stating it was hearsay, that it did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay.
Well, this is awesome. I don't even have to click them.
Deborah Lloyd.
How did I not realize this?
2022, the defendant
Nice!
designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Deborah
I can just
Lloyd,
hold right click,
Mr.
baby.
Depp's nurse. Ms. Lloyd testified
Yeah.
Ms. Heard voiced concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, and that Mr. Depp worked himself up into a rage and was trying to fight Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island. This testimony is contained in Ms. Lloyd's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit F. Also, Ms. Lloyd kept nursing notes on these issues that she testified to, which is Exhibit G. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Lloyd's testimony and portions of the nursing notes stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes were hearsay. Aaron Borum-Filati. On March 31st and April 1st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Ms. Filati, Ms. Heard's, and Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Filati testified that Ms. Heard reported to her on December 16th, 2015, that Mr. Depp headbutted Ms. Heard in the forehead. This also was contained in Ms. Filati's nursing notes, which is Exhibit H. Ms. Filati further testified that Ms. Heard reported being freaked out after the December 2015 incident and testified to text messages between herself and Ms. Heard where Ms. Heard reported the incident of abuse. These text messages are Exhibits I, J, K, L, and M. Ms. Filati also testified that on May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp became completely delusional and crazed and hit Ms. Heard in the face while she was on the phone with I.O. Tillett Wright. Ms. Filati testified to text messages reporting this as well, which are contained in Exhibit N. The testimony is contained in Ms. Filati's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit O. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Filati's testimony, portions of the nursing notes, and the text messages referenced stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes and the text messages were hearsay. Amy Banks, Dr. Amy Banks. On April 29th, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Amy Banks, a clinical psychologist and relationship consultant who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Banks testified that in therapy sessions, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp attacked her physically, including by hitting her with his hand. Dr. Banks also testified that Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp cut his finger off and burned himself with a cigarette. Dr. Banks also reported that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp initiated the violence while in a session with Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp did not object to the characterization of the violence. Finally, Dr. Banks testified that she believed Ms. Heard's accounts of the violence and that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic abuse. This testimony is contained in Dr. Banks' deposition transcript, which is Exhibit P. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Banks' testimony, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment and for providing improper expert opinion. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay and that Dr. Banks' testimony that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic abuse was improper expert opinion. Connell Cowan. On April 29, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Connell Cowan, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard. Dr. Cowan testified that in the therapy session, Ms. Heard reported abuse by Mr. Depp, including text messages and medical notes, where Ms. Heard reported in December 2015 that, quote, Johnny did a number on me, end quote. This testimony is contained in Dr. Cowan's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit Q. It is also contained in Dr. Cowan's medical notes in Exhibit R at Dep 9122 through 23.
What's up, YouTube? Mr. Lamezzi here, and today we're going to be going over...
Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Cowan's testimony, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the ground that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay. Alan Blaustein. On April 29, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Alan Blaustein, a clinical psychologist who worked with Mr. Depp. Dr. Blaustein testified that in the therapy session, Mr. Depp reported that he had cut himself as a child and burned himself with cigarettes. Dr. Blaustein also testified about the drugs that Mr. Depp was on, as reported to him by Ms. Lloyd. This testimony is contained in Dr. Blaustein's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit U. This information was also contained in emails, which are Exhibits V, W, and X. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Blaustein's testimony regarding the cutting and burning himself as speculation, and the testimony regarding the drugs Mr. Depp was taking as hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on these grounds. Bonnie Jacobs. On May 4th, 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence the treatment notes of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard. The treatment notes show Ms. Heard reporting abuse by Mr. Depp.
Yeah, where do I get them?
Violence. The treatment notes are Exhibit Y, and based on the court's ruling, the defendant did not call Bonnie Jacobs as a witness. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Jacobs' notes as hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on those grounds. I have some more.
As long as you don't just keep turning every page in that book.
No,
I'm not staying for that.
It is not.
Okay.
The UK judgment. On April 29, 2022, Ms. Heard moved to allow evidence and questioning regarding the UK judgment and for admission of the judgment itself, which is Exhibit Z. In support for her motion, Ms. Heard argued that Mr. Depp had opened the door to the admission of the judgment by presenting evidence of damages after the date of the judgment on November 2, 2020. For example, Ms. Heard observed that Mr. Depp had sought damages for losing his role in Pirates of the Caribbean 6, a movie that has not yet been made. Ms. Heard further observed that Mr. Depp testified that the op-ed had caused him and his family irreparable harm, thereby suggesting that his reputational harm had continued to the present. Ms. Heard noted that Mr. Depp's expert designation indicated Michael Spindler relied on Mr. Depp's earnings from 2019 to 2021 when reaching his opinion, which resulted in an amendment to the designation. Ultimately, the court found that Mr. Depp had not opened the door to the admission of the UK judgment and overruled the motion, which the court did again today with Mr. Banya's opinions. Finally, Adam Bercovici. On May 19th, 2022, Ms. Heard attempted to call Adam Bercovici, who is an expert in the policing and Los Angeles Police Department policing of domestic violence calls for service. Mr. Bercovici would have testified to his qualifications in the field of policing and LAPD policing of domestic violence calls for service as follows, and further outlined in Ms. Heard's fourth supplemental and rebuttal disclosures dated March 31st, 2022. Mr. Bercovici spent 30 years with the LAPD, retiring in 2012 at the rank of lieutenant. He has extensive experience as a patrol officer, field supervisor, uniformed watch commander, both as Sergeant 2nd and Lieutenant 1, along with multiple assignments as an officer in charge, Lieutenant 2nd of specialized detective units. During his tenure with the LAPD, Mr. Bercovici held numerous positions directly responding to and overseeing subordinate officers' responses to the domestic violence calls for service, including as a patrol officer, supervisor, watch commander, and assistant watch commander. And actually, this, Your Honor, is the person who prepared this prepared a longer brief of what he was going to say. Is it okay to just submit it rather than hearing me read it all?
Any objection to that? No objection. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
And with that, that's
Okay.
proper.
You just scared me with the size of that.
No,
book.
I
just wanted to-
I understand.
Okay. All right, that's fine. If you can get Jamie our copy of it, we'll make sure it becomes
course,
part
sir.
of the record as well.
Thank
Okay.
you. Mhm.
All right. Do you have any proffers, Mr. Chu, that you need to at this point?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
All right. Then I think there's just a couple things I need from you. Like tomorrow, let me by the end of the day tomorrow, if I could get clean jury instructions without the cites on them for the ones that have been admitted, and also the verdict forms as well, if that's been worked out. Okay.
Your Honor, we sent revised jury instructions to them yesterday morning and a revised verdict form today, so just waiting to get
Okay,
back. But
sure.
We'll coordinate.
Come on.
All right. Thank you. And you're working with Jamie about some exhibits. There's some that were both sides noted that were
Yes,
in evidence that are not. So I want to make sure everybody gets everything cleared up. You're caught up? Okay, good. All right, just keep that going so we can get that, make sure that's taken care of. As far as time left, Sammy, today, I can give you a rough estimate for two reasons. One, you had some depositions, so make sure you give the breakdowns to Sammy about those. And two, Sammy wasn't here today. He had a mandatory sick leave that he had to do, so I just did a rough estimate, and I want to qualify that as a rough estimate. But it looks like the plaintiff has used about 5 hours today, and the defendant used about an hour and 15 minutes, is what I have, okay? And again, that's a rough estimate, so don't expect them to be the same, but Sammy's going to get to it
All
this
right,
evening
cool.
and send you an email this evening with the actual accurate times, okay? Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning.
You too. Thank you.
All right.
All right, and there it is.
Is consistent. The third point is that it's all about games. They didn't sue Mr. Waldman on the three statements. They didn't try to fill the hole. They've been telling us for a week that they're going to call Mr. Depp to try to fill the hole in their counterclaims. They didn't do that. And it's very consistent with the game playing. Let's go into court after the police have found no problem.
40 minutes in, like.
And after witness who had no relationship with each other said there are no visible marks. Let's not give Mr. Depp's lawyer the required 24-hour notice before the TRO. Let's march into court with our publicist, with our lawyer, with our best friend who no longer talks to her. Let's get a TRO. And when the Me Too folks say, why are you taking $7 million from an abuser? They said, I didn't take money from the abuser. I gave it all to charity. Well, they didn't. I don't think anybody should feel bad about them stiffing the ACLU, given what the ACLU did in this case, which is a
Oh my goodness.
But she did stiff the sick and dying children. It is gamesmanship, and that's what she's doing here today. But the law is the law, and they have not fulfilled their burden with respect to the counterclaims. There is virtually no nexus between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to these statements at issue, except for the fact that he is an attorney, and that is not sufficient in a case where they have not even established that Mr. Depp was aware of these statements. And they knew that they couldn't do it, and they didn't even try. And it's more of the gamesmanship when Ms. Heard plays word games with Mr. Depp about, oh, I didn't punch you, Johnny, I just hit you. Imagine if the shoe were on the other foot and Mr. Depp, a man, was saying to a woman, oh, woman up, I only hit you. I didn't punch you. And when it was chilling, when she warned him on the tape, you go tell a judge, you go tell a jury that you, a man, were abused. See if they're going to believe that. It is an abuse of the system, and she's done it throughout. Finally, Your Honor, and Mr. Rottenborn makes an excellent point.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold
I watched this live
compares
earlier.
Ms. Heard's career trajectory with that of other actors, including Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine?
I heard that.
And what's your opinion of those actors as comparables for Ms. Heard?
Even Ms. Heard's agent, Jessica Kay, said that 4 of those actors weren't
Objection, Your Honor,
comparable.
hearsay.
I believe same response, Your Honor, that it was in testimony that was played in court earlier this week.
I mean, that's not what she testified to. I mean, he's characterizing testimony that was from days ago, and I don't even think she testified to that, Your Honor.
Or you can cross-examine, overrule. Overruled.
You may continue, Mr. Rose.
Again, they are not comparable. Jason Momoa was Aquaman. Chris Pine was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot was Wonder Woman. Zendaya has been working on Disney Channel since she was 13. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She goes by one name. Ana de Armas, when she was in a movie that they call, her breakout, it was as a nude poster. She's been in an ensemble piece, Knives Out. These are not comparables. Now,
this guy's just roaster.
Jason Momoa is the most non-comparable because of his history and his career. But she didn't give us the advantage of telling us what his contracts were, what he renegotiated to, what he earned. She didn't give us any of those building blocks. She set him up as a comparable and then said what Ms. Heard should earn, but she never gave us the salary of Jason Momoa or the other comparables. And she built like this house of cards on nothing. She showed us with her words, the beautiful clothing that the emperor was wearing. But we could see, if you know the business.
Objection, Your Honor.
That he wasn't.
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. You were just speaking about Mr. Momoa as a comparable. Are you aware that Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to Mr. Momoa as an actor with equivalent franchise experience who was able to renegotiate his salary for significant increases in bonus?
Yes.
What's your response to that opinion?
Again, he didn't have comparable franchise experience to Ms. Heard.
No shit.
Conan the Barbarian. He played Aquaman in a movie that Amber Heard was not in. He played Aquaman, not a supporting character like Mira. It's just not comparable. And you can say the words, but I saw nothing from Miss Arnold to back it up, something to build on, which, if she was a negotiator in the trench, the studio negotiator would say, okay, so show us. Where's the comps? Let's talk numbers, because ultimately that's what we have to get to, not just because you say it so. We just don't believe you. You've got to show us.
In your experience in the industry, what factors influence the negotiation of the terms of a film agreement with an actor?
Well, first it depends on the film. If the film is $1 million movie and everybody's deferring their salaries, that's one thing. If it's a superhero movie, that's another. But
these are maces, yeah?
And negotiators,
hello?
The best predictor of what the deal should be is past earnings, precedent, comps. You also look at the budget of the movie, what it can bear, Because if Jason Momoa's comp is $10 million, but the budget's $10 million.
God, this leveling is so slow.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Behavioral Arts, and this is the video we've all been waiting for, Amber Heard's cross-examination, and there is a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to break down some body language, I'm going to break down some statements that she's making, I'm going to break down Camille Vasquez and some of what we're seeing with her. That's the lawyer who was actually questioning her. A lot of exciting stuff. Here we go.
Yes, I get up and wash my face, like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit. Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time.
All right,
sometimes
where is
this
he?
pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more.
Okay, I feel like we're starting with a clip that's just a gift from the gods of behavior analysis. There is so much to talk about here. First of all, this is not cross-examination yet. It's just on day 16. They were still doing direct, and there's a couple of clips that are just gold. This is one of them. We are seeing a significant cluster of deception right there in the beginning. Now, I explain what this means in every video because I feel it's very important. A cluster of deception is multiple indications of deception that happen at the same time and are different from the person's baseline. So if I say something now and you think to yourself, oh, I do that all the time when I'm being honest, if you do it all the time, it doesn't matter. And if it happens alone without any other indications, it doesn't matter. There isn't a single gesture that we all do when we're lying, so we have to see multiple at the same time to raise the probability that there's some deception happening. Now, this particular cluster happens when she's talking about a skin condition where her skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. First and foremost, it's very rare for someone who has any condition to tell you that they have a condition without naming that condition. So it's much more likely that you would hear someone say, I have eczema, or I have whatever the condition is, especially because she's on the stand and she's shown us that she could be very specific about things. We see in just a few seconds how she's going to be super specific with the color wheel of the makeup palette. We see how specific she has.
Oh, we're literally doing the quest?
Drinks,
That's
and all
wild.
kinds of events. This is a strange place to not be specific and say, here's the condition that I have. She then mutters the next sentence out of her mouth. She says, reacts to the sun in a bad way. She drops her tone and she kind of says it really fast. And this is something when we do when we're not very confident in what we're saying and we just kind of want to get it out of the way. At the same time, we see a lot of eye flutters. This is where the eyes open and close like this very rapidly. Now, she's weird with eye flutters. She'll often go a very long time without doing any, and then in a small patch, she'll do a whole time, and this is a great example. When we flutter our eyes, it's typically because we're trying to process information and the brain is slowing down, which happens in deception. We also see a slow blink as she closes her eyes as she's saying that, and her eyebrows kind of go down a little like this, consistent with anger. Now, slow blinks also happen in deception for 2 reasons. One, we don't want to face the reaction of the people that we're lying to. And second, we just don't want to face this thing that we're saying because we know it's not true. Now, again, keep in mind, some people slow blink when they're focusing on something, trying to remember something. So if it's alone, it's meaningless. But here, it's not alone at all. Immediately after the statement, we see her biting her lips really hard, and we see that upper lip going inwards with tightness there. Both of these things are consistent with trying to limit what we're saying, and it's often seen in deception. Remember, any tightness in the lips, whether it's contracted, retracted, or biting, is like, I don't want to be saying this. And finally, as she's saying it, she's doing a very classic Amber Heard thing. as her head is going back and forth like this, and it's almost really consistent with what she's saying. It's like, yeah, no, I don't have a skin condition. So I'm having a hard time with that statement. I'm wondering why she didn't tell us what the skin condition is, why she's being vague about something in a sea of being very specific about other things. The reason I believe she's saying this is consistent with something I said in my last analysis of her, which is that as part of her baseline, she likes to gain sympathy and pity from people. So I feel like this is something she's saying, like, I have a skin condition, I'm sensitive to the sun, feel sorry for me, as she's going towards a story where she's going to be needing sympathy. We see something really interesting when she says, no woman wants to walk out with a bruise on their face. First of all, interesting choice of words. I don't think any man wants to walk out with a bruise on their face either, but she does this a lot where she reminds the jury that she's a woman, maybe to gain more sympathy, but the body language here is spectacular. We see her two shoulders slowly go up. This isn't a fast thing, as she tilts her head and looks at them. This is a classic display of innocence. We're exposing our neck like we're vulnerable. We're bringing the shoulders up. In fact, we see this a lot in cartoons when a character is trying to show innocence, or like they didn't do something, or they're trying to gain sympathy. Then as she introduces the makeup palette, she says, bruise kit, not a bruise kit. So her tone goes up as she perks up. Notice that eye flutter again, and she's really trying to correct herself on that and not call it a bruise kit. And there's a very good reason for that, and it's due to what she does for a living. As a lot of my subscribers know, I've spent a lot of time on television and stages all over the world, and Amber is a professional actress, and on stage, on television, a bruise kit is not a kit that hides a bruise. A bruise kit is a makeup kit that allows you to fake a bruise. So the moment she called it that, she instantly corrected herself and said, I call it a bruise kit. It's different than what a bruise kit actually is. That's just what I call this one, which I use to cover bruises. And instantly, her eyes shoot to Elaine. There isn't a pause, nothing. She just goes right to her own attorney, Elaine, and it's almost like, please help. We gotta move. We gotta keep moving away from this. The next thing I found fascinating is her use of the word obviously, which she says twice in that clip. The first one is, obviously you put foundation first, and the second is, obviously not this exact one. Now, obviously is a literary term that we use to preface a statement that we think everybody would instantly know. So like, obviously I'm sitting down now. Yeah, I obviously am. Everybody would agree to that. In both of these cases, I'm not so sure that this is something that's that obvious. You know, obviously you put foundation first. Does everyone know that? Is that like a known fact that nobody would contest? And second, obviously not this exact one. Well, how do we know it's not that exact one or the exact same version as that one? We don't have any way to know that. I believe she's using obviously here as a way to express how knowledgeable she is about makeup. And we see that in the way that she shifts to a tone of lecturing here. She's giving all these details, and obviously this, and obviously that, and some palettes come with 3, but some come with 4, or even more, and it's almost like an infomercial at some point for makeup. And I believe the reason she's doing this is to make herself seem like the makeup expert of that room. Like nothing she says about makeup and covering up bruises can be contested because she knows more about this than anyone. These things are obvious to her. And I think this is all part of her plan so that later when the other attorneys question her about covering things up with makeup, well, they're not the experts, she's the expert.
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would
Let's see how that damage do, baby.
For him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony.
There is something fascinating right there when the objection kicks in. We see a very quick fade of her emotions. She's in this emotional space and she's, getting all worked up. And the moment that objection comes in, it all fades really quickly. That's not really the way emotion works, especially when we're that worked up. Typically, it takes a moment, we stay emotional, especially because we still intend on telling the story, but on her face, it just goes away completely. Then when it's time to resume, first we see a lip lick, she licks her lips, and this is something that we see either when someone's stressed because the mouth dries up, or it's a grooming gesture. It's something we do to bring more color to the lips and seem more appealing. And what's really interesting is she picks up with the same exact words as the sentence she was cut from.
And I was trying to point out,
This is, to me, exactly like she's in a movie scene and the director yelled cut. Because that's exactly what you would see in an actor. They're getting all worked up, they're doing their scene, director yells cut, they stop, they internalize, and then here we go. They might clear their throat, lick their lips, and jump right into it and pick up where they left off. In a real story, that's not the way it works. You don't, first of all, you don't fade away completely. You stay in that emotional place, then you keep going. The words wouldn't be exactly the same. So to me, that really felt like this was a scene she was acting and the director yelled cut. I have a feeling you're gonna love this next thing. I use this a lot in analysis and I really don't talk about it often, so it's kind of like a little analysis secret. People signal to us their priorities in the order in which they list things. In an overwhelming majority of the time, we build up and we end strong. So as an example, let's say I'm telling you about a trip I took to the Bahamas a couple of years ago. I might say something like, the weather was great, the food was amazing, and I went swimming with sharks. So I build up to the most impressive one, which means that regardless of what an outside person might think, to me, to the person telling the story, the food was more important than the weather, and the fact that I went swimming with sharks was the most impressive thing of all. Because if I said that in the wrong order, it would feel anticlimactic. Like, I went swimming with sharks, the food was amazing, and the weather was great. It's like, wait, what's going on? Why didn't you end on the big one? So listen to what she said right there at the end. She said, there were photos, there were witnesses, there was my testimony. So she builds up to her testimony. That's the big one. Isn't that really strange? Wouldn't you assume that photos and witnesses are more important than testimony? And in a list like that, that would hold more weight? The way she said this signals me that she puts more importance on her testimony than photos and witnesses. And that is really telling, because either that means that she's severely over-evaluating her own testimony, or she's subconsciously signaling to us that she knows that her witnesses and her photos are not that strong. Okay, now we're gonna jump right into the cross-examination and talk about not only Amber Heard, but also Camille Vasquez, who's doing the questioning and the dynamic between the two, and there's some great stuff here. But before we do me a big favor, hit that subscribe button, turn those notifications on for more behavior analysis.
You told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
You also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean, I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you. This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
So we start there with her saying, I don't know what you mean, to an extremely simple question. And then what's crazy about it is the lawyer just resays the question, changing one word, and now all of a sudden she understands what she means, which leads me to believe that she kind of understood what she meant the first time. So very often when we repeat a question or ask someone to repeat a question, this is a mechanism for buying time for us to think about what to say. So I feel like she knows what's coming and she just needs a little bit of time to think of an answer. This is further corroborated with what happens next. When the question is asked again, she looks over to the jury, and she does this a lot, by the way, and this is called a confirmation glance. She's trying to gauge their reaction. She's trying to see, do they think this is important? Are they excited about this picture? How are they feeling? Then she goes, I'm assuming you have it, as she nods like this and her shoulders go up. And this is an attempt to try to get ahead of it. Like, yeah, totally, you should show them. It's not a big deal. I have nothing to hide. There's nothing to see. And you're right. There's nothing to see. There's no bruising on your back. So it makes sense that the prosecutor would want to show this to the jury. But why are you saying, you know, I haven't had the opportunity, but yeah, if you have it, go ahead. How does this play into your narrative? Then the picture is shown, we see her look straight down to it, and we see a little smirk. That is a misplaced smirk, because they've been talking about the bruising of her back. She's looking straight down. She realizes there's no bruising there. We see this smirk. I believe that's duping the light. Duping the light is a small smile that we see in people who are being deceptive, and it's connected with the excitement of getting away or the thought of getting away with a lie, and it can even happen when we're caught in a lie. Notice how sometimes if somebody catches you in a white lie, you might smile like, yeah, okay, yeah, I did it. And I believe that that's what we're seeing here. This next part was coincidental, but really telling. Somebody in the gallery sneezes, and she looks up and takes so much interest in this sneeze, like, what's going on out there? Because anything that'll distract away from this bold-faced lie that she's being caught in is interesting to her. And we see that a lot in deception. When somebody's being deceptive, and you can even use this in games of deception, like Werewolf or Among Us or poker, when there's something else that happens or the subject changes, someone who's being deceptive will embrace that change of subject, will embrace that new element, because it gets them to focus away from this deception that's stressing them out. So to her, this sneeze is really, really interesting. Then she's asked the question about the backless dress, and she doesn't even look at it again. She can't face it. She knows this is incriminating, so she just kind of goes straight from here to there without even looking at the picture again. So to me, everything that just happened is very consistent with someone who knew that they were going to get caught up in a lie and then got caught up in a lie. She knows this is bad. She knows she said something, and these pictures prove the exact opposite, and this is about to happen a lot. In fact, most of this cross-examination is Camille Vasquez saying, here's what you said, and here's direct evidence that that's not true. Now, as you all know,
that's all
in my analysis,
they're just
it's
getting
very important
crushed.
for me to be unbiased.
Actually,
when I point
pretty
out
incredible.
behaviors in clusters, I often say, here's what it could be, but it could also be this. And I always encourage you to keep an open mind and say, listen, we don't have all the answers, and it's arrogant and silly for us to say, she's lying about everything, he's a saint and he's telling the truth about everything. There's nuances, there's gray areas, and almost everything exists in a gray area. So my position throughout this whole thing has not been that she's lying about absolutely everything. It's very rare that anybody lies about absolutely everything. It's really difficult to do. But when things like this happen, where it's not the behavior that's indicating a lie, but direct evidence that's indicating a lie, it's really hard to defend that. So again, am I saying that everything she's ever said is a lie? No. I think that some of what she's saying is based in truth or her perception of the truth, but in this case, you can't deny it. That's a lie.
Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple.
That's correct.
And bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015? Your Honor, I'm so sorry, but it's not published to the jury. We may have it please published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom.
That's correct.
With a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes.
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those photographs.
Absolutely.
Before we analyze this response, let's talk about how she's doing overall in the cross-examination from a body language perspective. Because strictly from a body language perspective, she's actually doing pretty well. Here we're seeing some stuff we're going to talk about, but generally speaking, those clusters of deception aren't that high. There's a few, but not an enormous amount. But more importantly, we're not seeing a lot of that over-exaggerated emotion and this sort of drama and this emotional retelling. And I think there are two reasons for that. One is because she is not acting, she is reacting. She's being thrown all these things and she has to act really quick so she doesn't have time to go into that role and bring out those emotions. The second reason is quite simply because she's not giving testimony here, she's just confirming testimony. So a lot of these questions is Camille saying, do you remember this? And her going, I do. I did say that. And that's truthful. She said that. What she said may have been a lie, but the fact that she said it is truthful. So we're seeing a lot of reactive stuff here, not so much proactive. But here we start to see some interesting stuff. When she's asked about the broken nose, she said, that's absolutely what I thought. Which is really interesting because it's absolutely, like that's a strong word, what I thought. But absolutely what I thought isn't absolutely anything. Might as well just say, I thought I had a broken nose. But during her testimony, she seemed very convinced that she had a broken nose. But here, she's sort of at the same time trying to make it like absolutely for what I thought. Contrast there. Then with some of the other answers, we're seeing those flutters and a bit of hesitation that's out of place. But we're not getting an
I can't wait to be done with this. God.
She's just confirming, yeah, that's what I said, that's what I had. It's just sort of, like I said, reactive. Then the question about James Corden comes up, and oh boy, is this a beautiful moment. The moment the Corden interview comes up, we see her go down with a deep exhale as she closes her eyes, and she goes like this.
You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was
I did.
And that was December 16th.
This is unmistakable. She knows this is not going to be good. She knows something's coming. So she's shown the pictures where, you know, supposedly this is the day after. She had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, a split lip, and we see her on the interview and they play a clip, and then we see the pictures of her with her mouth open, and to anyone looking, it's obvious that her lip isn't split, but she alleges that it is. And Camille Vasquez does one of the most beautiful things that she does quite often, and it's psychologically so powerful. Notice how she never says, Ms. Heard, your lip is not split in this picture. She never says that. She never fills in that blank. She never provides a conclusion in this case. And she's gonna do this a lot throughout her questioning, where with her questioning, she brings us to the conclusion, but she never gives the conclusion. And the reason for that is because psychologically, we accept and stick to conclusions that we came to ourselves a lot more passionately and firmly than conclusions that were given to us. When someone says something to us, we can question it. We go, do I agree with that? But if we're brought to that conclusion and we're the ones who decide that, we are a lot firmer in our belief. So for example, if I really want to make you see that a close friend of yours has an alcohol problem, if I just come up to you and go, your friend has an alcohol problem, you might go on the defense and go, oh, come on, everybody likes to have a drink every now and then and all this stuff. But if I say something like, when's the last time that you had to pick them up and drive them home? And they go, just this Saturday. And I go, okay, and how often does that happen? And you go, it actually happens quite often. I think I would say maybe once a week. And I just bring you to that conclusion where you go, yeah, you know what? I think there's a problem here. So again, she often brings us to that point, but never actually says the thing that we're all thinking. Speaking of Camille Vasquez, let's talk about right there when the video wasn't going as planned. Notice how courteous and polite she is to the judge. That snappiness that she has, that powerful warrior of a woman that we're seeing who's absolutely grilling Amber, and we're gonna see a lot of that coming up, vanishes, and we see a sweet little version of her who's super courteous. And it's not the only time we see this. Anytime she addresses the judge, there's even a point where she addresses a deputy sheriff, she's super polite, smiley, and kind. This contrasts so much with the side of her who's directly questioning Amber Heard. I firmly believe that this speaks to how much Camille connects with Johnny and really feels for him, and she wants to bring this really powerful side of her out to really get this woman. Amber brings out the worst in her. And I think this subtly plays to us as the viewer and to the jury to say, this is the effect Amber Heard has on people. She brings out the worst in people. And again, it's also very telling that this woman is getting very emotionally invested in defending her client. It would be very difficult to do that for someone that you don't really connect with.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to
Yeah, caught you, dummy.
my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
Right there in the beginning, she says she didn't personally give the photo to People magazine. This is what we call an exclusion or exclusion qualifier. Basically, this is a way that we deny something without really denying it. Because what does that mean? You didn't personally give it. Did you impersonally give it? Did you give it to someone who gave it to them? So
Right.
by saying personally there, she can wash her hands of it because that's technically true, but it's not really a denial. Then she immediately says, no, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it. She meant being forced to prove it, but doesn't that counter what you just said? Like, if this is you
Right, exactly.
proving that you're not a liar, you did give it to People magazine. I'm so confused as to how she just denied it. Then she said, no, this is what this statement means. Okay, so you gave it to them. Immediately after that, we see something that she's been doing a lot with Camille Vasquez, but she has not been doing with her own lawyers as often, if at all. And it's before Camille has finished her sentence, we already see Amber turning her head to face the jury. And this is two things. One, it's once again, she's showing her priority that she's really trying to communicate whatever it is to the jury. But second, it's a signal to Camille saying, you can't hold my attention. She does this a lot. Before she's even done her sentence, she just turns her head like, it's very dismissive. Like, can I just speak to them now? I don't care about you. Finally, she just throws her legal team under the bus. And I'm not sure that's such a great idea when you're in court. She literally just says, her lawyers, she gave her pictures to the lawyers, insinuating that they were the ones who gave it to People magazine. So what does that tell us when here we have someone on the stand that is willing to just throw her lawyers under the bus, being questioned by someone who is adamantly and passionately fighting for her client? That's a question mark. What does that tell you? Okay, I just realized what I did there. I did what I said Camille does earlier, where I brought us to the conclusion, and I didn't quite say what the conclusion was, and now I don't want you guys to think back to it and be like, oh my God, he's doing that thing that he said he did. Basically, it tells me that Johnny Depp has a better or healthier relationship with his legal team than Amber does with hers. That's
Well, no shit.
that I was trying to insinuate.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had
Hey, Bear.
records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a
Yes.
result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
That is, I think, my favorite response in the entire cross-examination. And it's such a great example of how, when we apply critical thinking, not only to individual answers, but how they work together, we start to uncover some really great stuff. So look at what happened there. If you look at each of those questions separately, there isn't much going on. But if you put them together, something doesn't make sense. She's asked first, do you have any records of anything that may have happened, to your teeth? And she thinks about it. She hesitates. And then she goes, I don't know. I don't recall if I have any records. And that might seem like a good answer. Okay, you don't know if you have any records. Maybe something happened, you don't have records. Now the question is asked, did you go seek dental care for any injuries you sustained while you were with Johnny? And she now says, no, not while I was with Johnny. So again, that's a good answer, but it doesn't work with the first answer. Because if you never had injuries to your teeth while you were with Johnny, What do you need to think about? Whether there are records or not. Records of what? You just said you never had any injuries sustained on your teeth. Those two answers separately might make sense, but together they make zero sense.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had. I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States.
This interview was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote. Right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the
Ms.
settlement,
Heard,
$7 million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
Ms.
intend to
Heard, Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But
They're
I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Heard,
entire
Ms.
house
Heard,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay it
I'm
over
not asking,
time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, compare this to her direct examination, where in her direct examination, everything was, I remember this, I recall that, I know this, I remember. She said, I remember hundreds of times when her lawyers were questioning her. She gave details, she knew things, dates, exact things immediately. Now, there's so much I don't remember, I don't recall, I don't know. All of a sudden, her memory is completely failing her when it comes to these inconsistencies. But let's move past that. Notice how when the host on that show asked her about the donation, she gave a quick answer without too much detail. And then the moment he asked about the charity, she immediately jumped on that and talked at great length about the charity itself. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. People who are being deceptive will embrace a subject change because it gets them away from the thing that's making them nervous. So just like that sneeze was really important earlier, right now talking about these charities is so much more important than her donation. Then we get a lot of back and forth, and Camille Vasquez is again unleashing that inner warrior that is keeping Amber in the literal. Now, I talk on the channel quite a bit about how to handle manipulators or gaslighters. I have a full video on it. I'll leave a link in the description. But what Amber Heard is doing right now is a classic technique of a manipulator where they try to present their opinion as fact. So they'll say what she's saying here, which a pledge and a donation is the same thing to her, but Camille is not having it. She is staying in the literal, and she's saying, no, that's not what I asked you. I get that's what you think, but that's not what I asked you. I don't consider those the same thing. Please answer my question. So she is really staying in the literal, and that's amazing. Then she gives a really important response, which I'm going to give a lot of importance to because she's in this sort of emotional mode. I think this is a slip up because Camille says you were just trying to make those claims believable. And Amber's response is they were believable. They are believable. Not they're true. They are believable. So imagine if you come up to me and you tell me something completely false, you say something like, oh, you're trying to make it sound believable that you weren't robbing a bank yesterday. And instead of going, what are you talking about? I wasn't robbing a bank yesterday. That's just not true. I would go, no, I think it's believable. I think my story was believable. That's not a logical response. So just the fact that she would say believable as opposed to it's true, to me is a hint that she knows that there's a difference between a pledge and a donation. Then we get the line, I've never wanted to be seen as a victim. Okay. And finally, we have the worst metaphor that I've ever heard in my life, maybe, potentially, where she compares giving a donation to a charity to buying a house. And that when you say you've bought a house, you haven't made all the payments yet, you are making payments. Well, there's two problems with that metaphor. I'm sure there's a lot more, but two that stand out to me. First, what are your payments? You're not giving us the payment plan. But the bigger problem is this. When you buy a house, the person you bought it from gets all the money. Then you're on a payment plan with the bank or whatever it is, but the person gets all the money. So in this metaphor, it doesn't work at all because it's not like the charity got $7 million and you are now, paying towards that donation or 3.5 million, and you're working to pay that off. They didn't get anything.
Mingo cows
This
of
picture shows an
3.
injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Heard,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture. That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Heard, I have your answer. Thank you.
Yet another colossal contradiction to herself. This isn't like there's one piece of evidence contradicting something else. She said within that statement, within seconds of each other, a direct contradiction. Because her first response is, the lawyer asks, we see an injury on Johnny Depp, and she goes, I disagree. We don't see an injury. Okay. Well, then immediately after she goes, this picture is photoshopped. So photoshopped to what? Photoshopped to look like there's an injury. But you just said it doesn't look like there's an injury. It's unbelievable how often she's saying things that directly contradict each other within the same statement.
Starts with a text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
You write, Monster is back. This is him. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be. Ms. Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point. When he would run away at the first sign of trouble, often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
And you describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster is the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me, as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues.
In these messages, Ms. Heard,
Exactly.
Monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
No.
I'm sorry, but again, it just doesn't make sense. And I'm tired of this. Like, I'm so sorry because I know it seems that again in this video, I'm really on Amber's case. But, I've made videos in the past where there were moments of what Johnny Depp said that I think, he's admitting something. I don't think either of them is a saint. I've said that again and again. And I think this is so hurtful to her cause because when she's telling these things that don't make sense, it just makes us and the jury
just
want to throw
subscribe
everything away and just say she's lying about everything.
Yo!
So if there's a semblance of truth somewhere, we have no clue where it is. Because again here,
I appreciate that.
And we're seeing this so much.
Sorry if I
In
haven't
her
seen any
she said that she was the one who tried
any
to
messages.
get away,
I clicked
to
the
put some
wrong
distance,
frickin'
to
thing.
calm down, and he was running after her, and she had that weird sort of shift where she kind of slipped up that wasn't true. We talked about that in my last analysis video. But here, and
God, did that
multiple
frickin'
times
thing
in
get away? I
cross-examination, it's very clear that he's the one who wants to put some distance, and she hates that. We see it in a text. We see it in 2 different recordings where she freaks out when he wants to put some distance between the two
Hello?
just to calm down. So here
Yeah, I'm just
she's
trying to kill
saying-
this fucking
she's referring
stupid
to him in
fly.
text as the monster for trying to just
Yeah,
take
somebody
a little bit of
subscribed, so I
space.
said thank you, but...
And then she says that the monster is the person who beats her up.
Goodbye. You didn't even get it in my ear.
So how is it possible that he's trying to get
how
away
hard
and she's
is
saying,
that?
this is the monster who beats me up? He's trying to put distance between the two of you. Like, I'm not an expert on hitting someone, but I kind of feel like you have to be in the same room to do that.
When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me, or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing, or my intention to do so, from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Miss Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition.
How would I say your name? Levan?
I
Levan?
didn't do that. I
Levin?
don't
TMZ
know how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they
owns.
pay you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. It is not, that's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
Oh my God, that I hadn't even seen that bit of the deposition, but oh my God, like if I ever have to teach mouth blocking and grooming, that's the best example I've ever seen, probably in my entire career. So I often say in my videos that part of the reason mouth blocking contributes to a cluster of deception is because when we're little, we learn that when we say something we don't want to say, we block our mouth. As teenagers, we become better at it and we do more subtle things like this. And as adults, we go for the nose or we go for this area and we cover the mouth. But here, we saw a full-on mouth block. The moment she said TMZ and realized she wasn't supposed to say that because she wasn't supposed to leak that and she's denied having leaked that, her eyes shoot up as her mouth comes up. She stops talking and on her way up goes, oh my God, this is gonna be too obvious. So goes here and grooms her hair, which is like fixing herself to look good. What a crazy moment. And she just stops talking because she realizes
And you don't have an Annie?
That can't be anything else. Then we cut to the courtroom and Camille Vasquez is asking her about that.
How the hell don't you have an analyst?
Didn't you? And she denies it. Like, look, you don't even have to be a behavior analyst to know exactly what that was. And she denies it. I believe that in moments like this, if she said, yeah, listen, I did something I wasn't supposed to do. I sent that video to TMZ. It was a very emotional time for me.
I feel like he just wants a free one, but...
A little bit of
oh well,
credibility.
fuck it.
But when you're looking at a room full of adults and you're saying, no, that's not what that was about, and you just keep denying these things, and then she goes twice, I wouldn't even know how to do that. You wouldn't know how to send a video to TMZ? Really? You would not, come on. Like, are we really supposed to
take
believe that?
it?
So, to me, the credibility is just on a very, very slippery slope.
Trade me,
what
fool.
I feel like these last few clips are, in fact, a lot of this cross-examination, I feel like Amber Heard is like Mario in Super Mario Brothers, and Camille Vasquez is the level. Like, she's just throwing all these fireballs and all these bad guys, and
what is happening?
Amber Heard is just trying to survive each one, and she's not thinking about what she said earlier, what she's about to say. She is literally just trying to dodge every question that's coming in, and I don't know how well she thinks she's doing, but it's not looking great. But I'm gonna be honest, again, from the body language perspective, she's just blatantly denying these things. We're not seeing a whole ton of clusters. I pointed out a few. There's some isolated behaviors that we talked about, but we're not seeing overwhelming
give me
amount of
one.
clusters because I think she's just reactive at this point and just shamelessly denying all these things that don't add up. So again, I know that this video seems one-sided, but it's a cross-examination. It's them poking as many holes that they can in the
See, that's what happens when you're... I tried to give it away!
Trying to answer
the
these questions, but still somehow holding herself together semi-decently with the body language where we're not seeing those exaggerated emotions that she did in her direct.
That was so weird. What an
so
odd...
I hope you enjoyed that. There was a lot going on, but I think some really cool...
I like this guy.
Shocking because, as I said, it just didn't happen. I have had many creative conversations with
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Behavioral Arts, and this is the video that a lot of you have been asking about all week in the comments, and here it is as promised. This is the body language and behavior analysis of Johnny Depp at his own trial when he's testifying, and there's a lot of really great stuff here with the verbal communication, the nonverbal communication, and we're going to dive right in, so let's start right now.
She was irate. She was irate, and she was possessed. And when I tried to remove myself, as I normally would from a situation, and that is to say, you know, as she's hammering me with sort of brutal words and
I want to begin by talking about one of the most important elements of analyzing body language and behavior, and that is establishing a baseline. Every now and then when I make a video and I talk about a sign of deception, there's a few people in the comments who might say, oh, well, I do that all the time even when I'm not lying. And that's the whole point. If you do it all the time, it's not significant. A baseline allows us to know how a person normally talks, how they normally move, so that when we're trying to analyze them to figure out what emotions they're experiencing or if they're being honest or deceptive, we can rule out certain things that they do naturally and regularly. And with Johnny Depp, there are some very interesting things about his baseline. First of all, you'll notice that naturally Johnny Depp has a very slow cadence. He measures his words, he speaks very slowly, and this is part of almost any interview I've ever seen him on. This is the way he speaks. This is even multiplied in this court because he knows all cameras, all eyes are on him, and every word out of his mouth, if it's even a little bit wrong, it will be all over the media. So you'll notice he hesitates a lot, he stumbles on his words. He does something we call verbal disfluency, which is like stumbling in your speech, and typically that does contribute to a cluster of deception. Always remember, when we're looking for deception, one indication is never enough. We need to see multiple, and usually verbal disfluency is one of them, but in his case, it's part of his baseline. He also smiles, chuckles, and laughs a lot, almost inappropriately at times, but again, this is part of his baseline, and he does it the most when he says something awkward or uncomfortable, especially about himself. He has this nervous sort of chuckle. At his base, Johnny Depp is an introvert. I know it kind of sounds crazy because, you know, he's this big actor.
Thank you for the follow. I wonder who that could be.
But think about the roles that he plays. He hides behind these extravagant, kind of crazy characters because he gets to hide who he is, his real self, behind all that craziness. There's a lot of indications that he's an introvert, and this sort of awkward kind of laughing is very common in introverts. Another part of his baseline is his eyebrows are very, very animated. He illustrates a lot with his eyebrows. There's a lot of activity. They go down, they go up, and this is because he's an experienced actor, an experienced storyteller, and the eyebrows can really change our face a lot, so he's used to doing that. But also, they very often do this thing where the inner corner goes up and the outer edges go down, and this is something that happens with sadness. I believe this is a sad person who has lived a lot of sad experiences, especially with what's going on right now. And sadness is one of 6 emotions that research has shown all humans experience the same way, and we see signs of it on the face, and this is one of them. Those eyebrows going like this, relaxed cheeks with that grief muscle. So this is part of his baseline.
I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days.
That clip is from the later part of his day 2 testimony, but I moved it up because I think it really shows his hand. It really shows his priorities in this case, because he's saying how the moment that this news came out, he already lost in the court of public opinion. And regardless of what happens here, that damage is done. And I think his priority is that, because there's a lot of clues that we're going to see throughout this testimony where he's not really that focused on actually winning the trial here, in terms of he doesn't want money, he doesn't want to win legally, but he wants to win in the public eye. Very often he reshifts the focus to things like reputation and what's going on out there and what his kids think and the fact that he wants them to hear his real story. So I think this corroborates just how much public opinion is really important to him.
I see a detail that I've forgotten, which is Ms. Hurd had taken my cigarette from the ashtray and stomped it out in my face here.
Throughout this video, I'm going to be talking a lot about deception versus honesty and a lot about abuse, which is a very sensitive subject, so I want to make something very clear. There are moments in this that I believe genuinely indicate that Johnny Depp was either abused or really believes legitimately that he was abused. But it doesn't mean that I believe it completely washes his hands like he's an innocent little lamb and he did nothing wrong. I'm looking at the behavior here and I'm telling you what he believes, what I'm seeing indications of, but this doesn't mean that he didn't get out of hand at times. It doesn't mean that I in any way know the situation of how it escalated. I'm just talking about in those moments, he feels that there was real abuse. And this is one of those moments. He is talking about an altercation that happened, and it's a really long story and he goes into a lot of detail. Then they pull out a picture of that incident for him to point things out. And when he sees that picture, he remembers, oh yeah, by the way, she also grabbed my cigarette and burned me in the face. He forgot to mention that. And unless anyone out there thinks that this was a plan with his lawyers, like, listen, don't bring that up. And then when we bring the picture in, be like, oh yeah, by the way, the cigarette, because a behavior analyst might be looking at this and they'll be like, oh, that's good. Unless it's this big convoluted plan, that's crazy. The fact that in all this chaos, there's just so much happening in his head. There's so many instances to the point where he would forget a cigarette being put out on his face. To me, that indicates that this is a man who has suffered enormous amounts of abuse. Enough to forget something so drastic. We remember things that are rare or scarce in our lives with a lot more ease and detail than things that have happened a lot. So for example, if I ask you to tell me about a trip to Mexico, even if it was years ago, you're likely to give me more details and remember more because it was such an isolated or unique experience. But if I ask you to tell me about every sandwich you've ever had in your life, it's likely that you're going to forget quite a few sandwiches. And that's exactly the point I'm making here. For him to forget something to that extent, it must be that he suffered, or at least he believes that he suffered, so much abuse that something like that will get lost in the shuffle. If somebody burnt a cigarette out on my face, I guarantee you I wouldn't forget that.
What if any what if any drugs did you take that day?
Again, to be honest with you, I don't know how much MDMA they had, but for me, that was, for me to have taken MDMA would have been a waste of the drug. If you understand what I mean, it would have been essentially taking someone else's high, because it wouldn't have an effect on me.
So how many drugs did you actually take that day?
The day of our wedding?
Yes.
I smoked marijuana, and
Yeah, of course, that's the wrong one. Dang it!
I don't.
Oh no!
I don't remember that I was drinking then.
That response has a mini cluster of deception. Something about this question is stressing him out, and I think he's omitting something here. Let me tell you why. To begin, we see something called a perception qualifier, because he begins his answer with, to be honest with you. So this is something we listen for. Honestly, sincerely, to tell you the truth. This is a little psychological tactic we use to just convince people, like, this is what's about to come out is serious. You have to believe me. Now, I know, again, there are people watching this going, oh, I say honestly all the time. It's part of my speech. Again, if you say it all the time, it's part of your baseline. It doesn't matter. It's not part of his baseline. He does not use perception qualifiers very often. Also, please remember that cluster is important. Just one honestly, isolated in a speech with nothing else going on would be meaningless. But in this case, it's not alone. He answers the question of how much drugs he did, and his first answer is, I don't know how much they had. That's irrelevant. That's got nothing to do with the question, and it's a non-answer statement. He is not answering the question at first. Then he switches over to say, for me to have taken it, it would have been useless, which again is a non-answer statement. That doesn't answer the question, and to top it off, it's a failure to deny, which is very significant. The direct answer to that question would have been, I did not take any MDMA. But for him to say, I don't know how much they had, and for me to have taken it, it wouldn't have had an effect, it seems pretty dodgy. Then we have that she reiterates the question, says, what drugs did you take that night? And he reiterates there and he goes, the day of our wedding? Yeah, that's what you've been talking about this whole time. And this is a mechanism to buy time for ourselves. Typically when somebody answers a question with a question, especially a question to which he knows the answer, in this case, of course, the night of your wedding, that's what you're talking about. That's a mechanism to buy time. And finally at the end, he says marijuana, and then I don't remember drinking. But again, if you really think about that, that's not a full denial. We call that an isolated denial. In other words, he's denying part of the question. What drugs did you do? I did marijuana. I don't remember if I drank, and then he changes the subject. So if he did do something else, that's still a truthful answer because he just listed things and then kind of changed the topic of conversation. So I will say this again and again and again. None of these things alone is an indicator of deception. There's no such thing. There's no one thing that alone means someone is lying. But when you have two non-answer statements, an isolated denial, answering a question with a question, a perception qualifier right in the beginning, and a refusal to deny within the first question, the MDMA, that's a pretty decent cluster that something's being hidden here. Is it the most incriminating thing in the world? No. I just think he's not telling us the full truth pertaining to that evening. Now we're going to dive deeper into his story. We're going to look at some signs of deception, some signs of honesty. We're going to look at a reaction from Amber Heard to something Johnny Depp says that is really, really telling. But before we do me a huge favor, hit that subscribe button, turn those notifications on for more behavior analysis.
It's like, can I not move?
And again, I've been sober for many, many months from alcohol and substances, aside from the marijuana. And I left the place, the room that I was hiding in, or not hiding, locked myself into. And I went downstairs in the house. Downstairs in the house, as soon as you walk in the house, you can go upstairs or downstairs. Downstairs there was a sort of a rec area, pool table and such. And there was a bar.
We think you're a real one, huh?
Filming this video, we are at the end of day 2 of Johnny Depp's testimonial. So we have seen more than 7 hours of him testifying, and I've watched it all, and I've isolated clips where I think we're seeing really interesting stuff when it comes to behavior. Now, he's going to testify some more. Amber Heard is eventually going to testify, and eventually I will do a follow-up to cover more of this, especially what she's going to be saying on the stand. But if you guys want to follow this more closely, I am regularly appearing on the live streams of a channel called Legal Bites, which is an incredible live stream because it's some of the best lawyers in the world who are commenting on this from a legal standpoint, and I pop in every now and then to give some tips and what I'm seeing with the body language and the behavior. So if you guys want to follow this carefully and see some of my thoughts in smaller increments, please go follow her. I'll leave a link in the description, and I hope to see you guys there. But the clip we just saw is a small isolated clip from a really long story he tells about an incident where they had an argument and she threw liquor bottles
why?
Really damaging his middle finger. There's something really interesting about the structure of the story here, especially given his baseline, and it's the extreme amount of detail that he's giving to set up the scene. So he's saying, even when he's like, I go into the house and there's an up and a down, and he's talking about the number of rooms that there are, and he's like, there's the pool, there's a pool table and the bar, and all these details that don't really matter very much. He also begins this whole stretch with what we call a convincing statement or a resume statement when he says, I'd been sober for many, many months. Convincing statements are things that we say to build our character. And he's starting with that. So we can look at this and say, well, that's strange. He's starting with a convincing statement and he's giving all these unnecessary details. Is this deceptive? What's going on? But remember what I said in the previous video. One of the biggest researchers on the subject of lie detection determined in his research that when someone is telling the truth, but they fear that they're not going to be believed, they will show signs of deception as much as someone who is being deceptive. A lot of the same signs. and being over specific and building character are some of those signs. So it's very likely that he's saying, I've been sober for many months, just for us and the jury to understand that, he was drinking that night, but it had been a while. He's trying to emphasize how bad it had gotten for him to break that streak. And all these details could very well be because he's scared that the jury won't believe him. So and we see him, by the way, those confirmation glances towards the jury. He wants them to really be there in their minds and understand what happened. So you tell me, is it deceptive, or is it simply he really wants to get this narrative across the way he wants it to be understood?
And then hurled it at me, and it just went right past my head and smashed behind me.
That is one of my favorite clips from this entire testimony, because that story that he's telling right there, he told it in his deposition 4 years ago, and it's crazy to what extent he's telling it almost the exact same way. And this is something we look for, consistency. Are there things that are way off, angle shifts, did something in the mind change? But the way he's telling it, down to the gesture, when he goes, the bottle went right by his ear, it's not went right by my ear, went right by my ear, it's that same gesture, and at that same moment with the bottle, we see that same smile as he does that thing with his eyes where he's reliving it and he's reconnecting with that memory. This also touches on one of the bigger challenges of doing an analysis like this, and that's the fact that Johnny Depp is a phenomenal actor. And there are certain things he can, channel, and there are certain emotions that he can play. It's his job. He's really good at doing that. But in this case, it's almost evidence that we're not seeing a whole bunch of acting here, because if he was going to act this out, he wouldn't smile there. It's a weird place for a smile. He knows that if you're in a serious moment, a smile can seem not genuine. So in that moment, it's an awkward place for him to have that consistent smile, but both times, 4 years ago and now, he smiles at that exact moment. This indicates to me that he's re-experiencing it the same way, and it's the same emotions and that same awkward kind of feeling that's coming out that's causing him to smile. Now, I'm not going to discount the fact that he's over the years developed a certain rhythm for telling this story, and after telling it multiple times, he's come up with, the cadence and the way to tell the jokes and where the comparisons are, and that's really highlighted when he says this.
And it looked like Vesuvius,
And that's the exact same simile that he used in the deposition. He said it was like Vesuvius.
Completely shattered. I mean, it looked like Vesuvius.
It's kind of crazy how he's using that same sort of comparison, and it kind of looks there. I don't know if you guys feel the same, but it kind of looks like he just thought of that on the spot. But again, this is an experienced storyteller, and maybe he forgot the word, and maybe he was like, oh, Vesuvius. But this is a way he's told it before. He's compared this finger to Vesuvius. We saw it in the deposition, but I promise you he's done it several times since. So there is a rhythm to telling this story, but that smile in the moment where he was talking about the bottle, I don't believe that was planned, and I believe that he was re-experiencing that moment the same way.
I started
freaking whirlwinding fiend
with my
get out
blood in my own blood on the wall.
Get out! Leave!
Little reminders from our past that essentially represented lies that she had told me and lies that I had caught her in.
That's weird. That's a really weird thing to say in the middle of a testimonial. And there are two opposing ways to look at this. And I'm gonna tell you both. So the first way to look at it is nobody who's guilty of something is gonna bring something weird like that up. Because why would you say something like that? Unless you're just kind of spilling it all out and you don't care what happens, you just wanna be honest and give all the facts. Why would you? Nobody asked him about that, by the way. Nobody said, hey, by the way, did you cut your finger and start writing things on the wall? Nobody asked that. He volunteered that. So that's one way to look at it. Like, there is no way, unless he's trying to just put everything down on the table, that he would bring that up. The second way to look at it would be if he thinks that she's going to bring it up, which is a reasonable assumption, that she would be like, oh yeah, by the way, after our little fight with the vodka bottles, he used his finger as a Sharpie to write some messages on the wall. That's something she might bring up. And he's just trying to get ahead of it. To be like, listen, I was in this kind of really messed up and this is why I did it. And kind of presenting it so casually for the jurors to go, oh, well, okay, I guess that's a thing. So that when she brings it up, it'll be less shocking. So I don't know which one it is. In either case, that's a weird thing.
When you're in a relationship and you do give your truth to intimate truths to that person that you're with, and then they start to use all that information and stretch it out into something that is completely shocking, because it, as I said, it just didn't happen.
I'm going to make a call right now. A lot of the subscribers on this channel are natural empaths. These are people who have a really strong intuition and can very easily connect with the emotional experience of someone else. And I bet that the empaths that are watching this were emotionally heavily impacted by what we just saw. It's a very vulnerable and real moment. First of all, when he talks about giving yourself in a relationship, first of all, notice there's some turtling going on. Now, this has been going on a lot throughout the entire testimony. He is feeling defensive. Turtling is what we do when we become smaller like this and our neck comes down, our shoulders come up. We're protecting all our vulnerabilities. It's not out of place. He's been doing it the entire time. But when he talks about, how you connect with someone in a relationship, when he goes, you give your, and his hand comes up here as he gestures, he's signaling the heart, the soul, how much of himself he gave. And as he says the truth, something really significant happens. He brings the mic closer to him. Now, this isn't the first time he approaches the mic, but other times it was like he noticed that they can't hear him and he brought it closer. In this case, that's not what happened. It was almost an involuntary, sort of bringing it closer because he wants to speak his truth. Again, this is Johnny Depp. Can he act that? Yes, he can. Do I think he's acting that? No, I don't.
Which was very odd to me, as I have had many creative conversations with...
Oof, that is intense. A lot of you in the comments have been asking me to talk about Amber Heard's reaction to Johnny Depp's testimony. And it's crazy how it's been a roller coaster. On day one, she was doing a very classic Amber Heard thing, not just with Johnny Depp, but with a lot of his witnesses, where whenever her eyes looked at them, it wouldn't last for more than a second or two before she looked away. And this is a very classic thing she does with those shifty eyes. I've talked about her shifty eyes in the previous video, but it's sort of like she go like this and then she looks away and then she goes like this, and it's these quick bursts. She never really held eye contact. But on day two, there was a lot of moments we saw where she was just looking at him. The blink rate was very increased, but again, this is common for her. And we saw, there were moments where we saw sadness. We saw the droopy lips, we saw the inner corners coming up, we saw a bit of that grief muscle. So there were moments of sadness. I genuinely believe that she was coached. I think that her lawyers said, okay, we've looked at the footage and there's this sort of carelessness to you. When he's getting vulnerable, when he's getting sad, we need you to look at him and look like you're emotionally invested. So is she, now that she's paying attention, actually getting emotionally invested? Or is she putting on this sad face? It's almost impossible for me to tell you. I'm not in the room questioning her to try to see, when are the emotions coming and going. But in this moment, what we saw is very telling. Johnny Depp is on the stand in a very vulnerable moment, falling apart, talking about, and at this point, how he lost his Disney contract. She's looking at him, and she turns to her lawyer and smiles. She actually smiles, and then instantly does two different mechanisms that we use to block a smile. One of them is biting the inner lip, like inside the mouth. And we see her do that because we see that sort of the lips going in as she bites down. Then her hand comes up and she does what we call mouth blocking, which is something we do typically to block emotion from coming out, like not saying something that we're supposed to say. She does that instantly as a reflex because she smiled. I don't understand how a human being can look at another human being who's falling apart and smile. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, especially someone that you were close to, you were married to, and I get it. I get that there was some arguments, and her narrative is that he's a horrible person, but even at that, I'm not expecting you to cry and be all broken up about it, but you were looking sad a second ago. What happened? Why are you smiling about this? I'm just really not a big fan of that smile, especially because she knows it's not a good move and immediately tries to block it and bite the lips. So I think she slipped up here for a sec that like she's actually taking pleasure in his misery. And please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying he's a saint. I'm not saying he's done nothing wrong. I'm just saying it's weird to smile at someone else falling apart. I want to comment on something else that we're seeing in this scene, and every time the camera cuts to Amber Heard, and it's that handle of that luggage sticking up right next to her. Now, I know it's not hers. I know it's one of the lawyers, but if I was the head lawyer of Amber Heard's side, I would give a mountain of reprimand to whatever lawyer left their handle up right next to Amber Heard, because already Amber Heard's demeanor, and this is being reflected all over social media in a lot of the comments of the videos that I'm seeing on this, she already has a very dismissive attitude, a very sort of, I'm above this, I don't need to be here attitude, with those shifty eyes, with that chin up, with the way she just is generally, there's already that vibe. So to see a luggage next to her propped up, like, you know, we're getting ready to get out of here, contributes to that image. And it's not a good look. Her lawyers should be working on diminishing that, not increasing that. And I know most people realize that it's not hers and this isn't being done on purpose, but don't discount what our subconscious mind picks up, especially because our subconscious mind often just picks up the bigger image. So every time the jury looks at her and sees that luggage there, it could be unsettling to them that like, why does it look like they just want to not be here, they want to leave? So to me, that handle sticking up like that, not a good decision.
At the top of this, I've never seen this version of the op-ed piece. The version that I saw was the other one that I identified that was on the 18th. This is on the 19th. I believe the 18th
In
was
2 years
quite
before-
possibly, was quite possibly, maybe that was the online version that came out first.
2 years before
there's a
either the
very
online or the
different-
print.
I'm sorry, I was just
No,
going to
I think
finish my
you answered
answer.
my question, sir. Thank you.
Oh, no.
Surely you're all seeing what I'm seeing. A completely different Johnny Depp. This, by the way, is during the cross-examination. In other words, it's now Amber Heard's lawyers who are asking him questions, and you gotta go watch the whole video. Like, you absolutely have to. Well, not the whole video, it's 5 hours long, but just watch a bit of the beginning where we see that sort of slower hesitation with the disfluency and then the sort of taking his time. And when the cross-examination starts, he is answering faster, his cadence is up, there's more, there's some confrontation there that we saw. There's also some sass. He's throwing in these little sort of jokes and sort of condescending remarks here and there.
Who beat women suddenly in my 50s.
And what I personally noticed in that clip right there is almost like his mannerisms and his way of speaking is so much closer to Jack Sparrow than Johnny Depp. Listen to the way he says version.
I've never seen this version.
That's a very Jack Sparrow way of saying it. And he's got that gesture to the screen. To me, it's like he's channeling Captain Jack Sparrow, or this character who's more confident, who's not little introverted Johnny Depp trying to get his story out, but this sort of more taking control and like, hey, you're not going to bully me around because you're representing the wrong side character. And it's a marvel to see this whole different side of him.
Worldwide talk about me being this wife beater.
Understood, but
so I'm sure that Disney was trying to cut ties to be safe.
In the entire testimony of 7 hours plus, the two most important words that he said for me were right there. When he said this worldwide talk about me being a wife beater. A wife beater is a very vicious, like it paints such a horrible image in someone's mind. It's such a vicious, aggressive thing. Now, I want to talk about psychological distancing. Very often in criminal interrogations, when we're talking to a guilty party, we see something called psychological distancing where they use words that aren't as bad to describe what happened. So instead of calling it a murder or call it killing someone, they might say something like hurting someone or touching someone. even if they're denying it. So they might say something like, oh no, I didn't hurt that person. I wasn't, I never touched that person. So things along those lines. The reason for this is that by using these smaller, weaker words, they are reducing how intense what they did is. Now, we don't always see psychological distancing, of course, nothing is 100%, but for him to choose in that moment to use the word wife beater really shows me that he is not connecting that action with himself. Because if he was, he would say something like, and the whole world sees me as this aggressive person, or the whole world sees me as this really mean person, but wife beater. I can promise you that his legal team, if they were asked, should he ever use that term on the stand, they would say no. That paints such a vicious image. And it goes to show everything I was saying throughout this video. I think he just wants to lay down the truth. He doesn't like the fact that he was portrayed as a wife beater, and he's not scared to use that word because it's a horrible thing, but it has nothing to do with him. So at the very least, in his own head, he's not a wife beater. Because if he was, he wouldn't use that term. He would use something less intense because he is, in his own mind, talking about his own actions. So what is my overall analysis of this whole thing? I think that for the most of this, we're seeing a man who wanted this opportunity. I mean, he brought this lawsuit on, so he paid to have this moment to just pour out the truth. I think his main priority here is to tell his story. He even makes a couple of references to how it doesn't matter how this ends up, how this trial ends up. He wants the world to know his truth. He wants his children to know the truth. And I think that's most what we're getting here, his version of the truth. Can I 100% confirm that he was never aggressive, he was never violent, he never lost his temper? I can't. I can only tell you that in his own head, from his own perception, and that's what I analyze, behavior. As far as he's concerned, he is not an abuser, he is a victim of abuse. But as I said earlier, there's a lot of time left. We're gonna see more from him. We're gonna see Amber Heard. Eventually I will cover it. I have another video I need to get out of the way, but I will circle back to this and give you guys more thoughts. In the meantime, let me know in the comments what you thought of this. Would love your thoughts, and I will see you on the next one.
This guy made so much money doing this.
And is that for the Action Property Management Company?
That's correct.
How long have you been employed at the Eastern Columbia building?
Approximately 13 years.
And could you please describe what kind of work you do?
Nabo Bell 39.
Eastern Columbia building?
Most of it is just access control, and I deal with a lot of residents regarding their packages and food deliveries.
Okay. And have you done that pretty much the whole 10 years?
That's correct.
I'm going to take you back to 2015 and 2016 for a moment. How many people would you say would go through the building on any particular day in that time? I'm talking tenants and visitors.
I cannot say a number. Because there's 147 units in the building, and there are visitors, guests, friends. Actually, we used to send delivery people out. We don't send it anymore because of the COVID. But I cannot tell you a number. There's thousands of people probably.
Have you ever met Johnny Depp?
I saw him a couple of times.
Okay. Do you remember what Mr. Depp was wearing on any of those occasions?
Nope.
Do you remember what jewelry he had on?
Nope.
Do you remember what headgear he was wearing?
What kind of question?
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Depp was wearing any makeup or eyeliner?
Nope, I don't remember. Nope.
You couldn't tell me one way or the other, right?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp had ever been physically violent with Amber Heard? And by this I mean hitting, punching, throwing objects at her, kicking her, headbutting her. Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp ever did that to Ms. Heard?
Nope.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp slam things around or be angry?
No, I have never seen him like that.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about Amber Heard. When did you first meet Amber Heard?
I believe she was dancing on the lobby. I met her at the front desk. I interact more with her sister, Whitney, I believe that's her name, and her good friend, Raquel, Rocky. And, but Amber, I only see her like once in a while when she was, sometimes used to get packages.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard became a resident sometime around March 2016?
Don't remember.
Could you tell me one way or the other?
I just can't remember. Like I said, it's been so long, I just don't remember. And like, I know you guys sent me the papers to review, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to review them because it's been so long. It's like, I just don't want to deal with this anymore. Yes, I went through the witness statement, and it's everything that is written there. That's what I said.
Okay.
That was correct. That was accurate.
Okay.
That's why I signed it.
So during the time between 2015 and 2016, how many times would you say total that you interacted with Amber Heard?
For a whole year, I can give you a number. Because it could be like probably probably saw Amber for 3 times in one day. Probably I'll see like 5 times, or probably I will never see him for a whole week. So I don't have there's never been a routine.
Okay. How would you describe Amber Heard's interactions with you? Were they friendly? Would she smile at you? Would she talk with you?
She was really friendly. She always smiled. But we never had like a interaction as really close relationship, like I do with some of the other residents. She never told me anything of her problems. She never stopped by and talked about her personal life. She never did that.
They're asking you about a date that you recall seeing Amber Heard on May 25th, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you said, probably I just can't remember the days. I've got a really bad memory for dates. Did you see that?
Yep.
So, Mr. Romero, would you at any time be able to remember what type of clothing Amber Heard was wearing from one of her events?
Nope, I don't remember.
Would you remember on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope.
Would you remember on any type of basis what type of bag Amber Heard was carrying?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard was dressed up or casual on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say, for example, whether Amber Heard had on concealer or foundation on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had on blush or powder on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had
God, this guy's useless.
eyeliner on any given day?
No.
How about eyebrow pencil or lip pencil?
No.
Do you have any memories of Amber Heard?
What are they doing?
A particular type of makeup with a type of outfit?
No.
If you were asked to describe any characteristics of Amber Heard from 2 days earlier without knowing you were going to be asked, would you be able to testify to any of those? What she was wearing, what her makeup was, what her hairstyle was?
No, I probably won't remember.
When is the first time that you recall anyone saying anything to you about the police being called at the EC building because of the domestic dispute between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Well, to answer your question, whatever happened, it happened on a Saturday. I don't work Saturday. When I got there on Monday, they asked me, "Oh, you heard what happened?" And I said, "No, what happened?" So that's how I find out. Then I went to the cameras and see what was going on. Then as soon as I saw Johnny Depp on the camera on the elevator, just walking back and forward on the camera in the elevator, I said, "Okay, I know that was him," and that's all I knew. But I was not there on that Saturday when that happened. I believe that whatever that happened, they say it happened, and when they called the police, I believe it wasn't a Saturday, and I was not there.
Okay. Do you recall who told you that on that Monday following this one?
Okay, Don, as a matter of fact, I think it was one of the residents that they approached to me, and they said there was a lot of noise because the person was working out on the gym that's next to the penthouse. They heard a bunch of noise, and that's it. And that's why I checked the camera. And when I looked at the cameras and I saw Johnny, like I said, was just walking back and forward in the elevator, and I said, like, okay, all right, okay, no, I'll try to figure it out. And I didn't say anything more. I turned off the camera, and that's it.
So the first part of that, somebody was working out and heard noise?
Someone was working out on the gym and heard the noise. They heard a lot of noise on the hallway. Because it's really rare to hear anything because most of the time the penthouse level is really quiet.
Okay. Do you remember who the person was in the gym that heard a lot of noise in the penthouse building?
That's correct. I do remember the person.
Who is it?
I remember the person. It's been a resident in the building for a long time. I just don't remember that. I don't remember her name.
And where is the gym in comparison to the penthouse that's owned by Mr. Depp?
Like I said, Johnny Depp owns all the penthouse on below the clock. The gym of the Eastern Columbia building is just in front of one of the penthouses. You actually can see it through the window.
You can see the gym through a window of the penthouse, or you can see the penthouse through a window of the gym?
You can see the gym through one of the windows to the penthouse, and they have the patio that leads to the gym. Penthouse has the patio that leads to the gym.
Okay. And this tenant, if you think of her name while you're, even if we're asking other questions, please let me know. This tenant, this is a resident here, right? That saw this?
Yeah, I believe her name is Shauna.
And so she told you she heard a lot of noise.
That's correct.
Did she describe anything, voices, any objects, anything like that?
No, she just said it was a noise, not just noise, and that she was just surprised.
This guy's useless. Hey, what? Come on.
Which is limited to the three criteria. May I please finish stating my objection, Your Honor?
Go ahead, yes, sir.
The objection is that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire, Your Honor, enumerated the three criteria which are relevant here. This is a rebuttal witness, so.
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared with him is going to be very important because we knew by this time he was going to be a witness. So,
That was last night, so
right.
how does that fit into one of the three factors to decide whether to present a test?
Well, one of the three factors, well, you're on that, also,
Do you have a drinking problem, Johnny?
Objection calls for hearsay.
A different question, Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's let him object to another one. For him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
I'm not just sure of offer for the truth of the matter, sir.
He got it.
Okay, all right, well then.
I'm learning. Let me put it a different way.
Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
And you wrote that about the, did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Did I read that right?
You did.
Did I read that right?
You did.
Did I read that right?
You
Oh
did.
my God.
Did I read that right?
You continue to read them right, yes.
And you were drinking pretty heavily.
Were you there?
It's my question to you, sir.
No, I wasn't drinking that heavily.
We can,
I mean,
let's turn to the UK
it's
116,
definition,
please.
what you define as heavily, sir.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
A mega pint.
Yeah.
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Right.
I thought it necessary.
Right. We're going to fast forward in time a little bit, Mr. Depp.
Yes, I can feel it. He'd had a conversation with Ms. Heard.
Yes, I can feel it.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's move beyond the
All right, let's move
conversation
on.
that
Certainly.
Kevin Murphy had with Ms. Heard.
He said, yes, they had. Okay. And it appears that Ms. Heard had told...
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm not sure.
This is apparently a statement by Ms. Heard.
That he
described to Ms. Heard that...
I'll move to strike this as hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, I'll do that. Next,
And I appreciate...
Sorry, it's evidence.
next question, okay?
My former business managers were quite
Objection.
disturbing.
Hearsay.
I believe he said he showed him.
Yes, yes, I looked at papers. Maybe they're hearsay papers. I don't know.
I believe he was being shown financial documents.
All right, so.
Mr. Depp, I appreciate you've gotten a lot of chance to talk, and I'm trying to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time. So I'm going to ask you that question again, because I think it's a pretty simple yes or no question, which is...
You'd like it to be, sir. Nothing simple in this case.
Other than mentioning the fact, the op-ed in the Washington Post, correct?
Foundation.
I'll allow it if you answer.
October is 2 months before December. That's correct.
This was a document that you signed as part of your divorce proceedings, correct?
That's my signature indeed, yeah.
Mr. Depp, that is your signature on the right, correct?
Yes, it is.
Dated August 15th, 2016, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And this is this is a document you signed, right?
For the third time, that is my signature, yes.
You go to paragraph 27, please. Did I read that right?
You did, Mr.
Take
Rottenborn.
that down, Michelle. And that was a document you signed in August of 2016, correct?
Is that the same one that I signed 3 times before? Yes,
Yeah.
that's the fourth.
Well, I wanted to make clear that you signed that in the summer of 2016, 2 years before Ms. Heard published her op-ed.
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would stop talking so much. Sorry.
All right. I have other uses for your throat which do not include injury. I have other uses for your throat which do not include injury.
Sorry, could you read that again?
These are your words, sir, right? I read that right, correct?
You did. But so yes,
You didn't
I
react.
did assault a couple of cabins, but I did not touch Ms. Heard.
And-
As you can see, I think 333.
This is day 2. This is from the UK trial.
Yes, we seem to be there a lot. I was going to end up with a very ugly situation with Amber, so
Mr.
I
Depp,
doubled up
with respect,
the...
trying to respect the court's time and the jury's time, that was not my question. My question was
I
simply,
understand. When you
would
take
agree,
5 minutes to look for a
you would agree,
document.
you would agree that, let's do it this way. Let's pull up Exhibit 500, please.
500?
500, Defense Exhibit 500.
Yes, I'd like to see who I lied to.
Okay, and a very different thing from what you texted Paul Bettany, correct?
Again.
Okay, so the Boston flight was in May. Okay, well then let's do this. So is it your testimony that right after you cut your finger off?
Oh, this leveling stuff is awful.
Right after.
Alright, I've had enough of this. Let's watch something different. God's sake. Let's see this.
There's no feasible way I can actually run away, and he did it again.
Hey guys, welcome back to another crazy rage and funny moments episode. Remember to stay to the end. He even catches the madness himself near the end. I love it.
Weird.
I'm gonna get killed by these fucking dogs. Look at this! We're done! We're done! We're done! We're done! Bye, chat! Out! Thanks for the subs! Get some subs, donations! I'm done.
You're dead.
I'm pressing control. Fuck! Man. I love this shirt.
When you entered this world as an invader and then left the world as a believer.
Hey, bear. Hey, baby. Need some? Hi. Hi. Oh, you coming up? Oh, hello. 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 Who's a big boy? Who's a big boy? Alright, get down, Stinky. Woo.
The best way to deal with rooftop archers.
Oh, dude! No, 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 no!
I just broke my monitor.
Is that Asmongold? Oh, that's funny. Okay, Jesus.
Watching Margaret get killed with M16 gun is very satisfying.
What?
Лежать, блин!
I already know that little trick.
Judas, somebody report that. I don't fucking get it! I don't get it, bro.
You won't see clips like this every day.
좀. 아이! 씨발! 이 씨발놈아! 나와 그냥! 개새끼야 맞짱까 그냥! 개새끼야!
Move on the way. Horse. Roar! You fuckers! You're fucking me, horse!
I bet that guy deleted his character after this.
Well, all right.
Why do you miss? Why do you miss? Why do you miss?
Oh my god! It's insane! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Okay, it's gonna go down. Like that.
I rush you, you rush me.
You can cheese kill Radon by climbing up the second wall.
Damn, she was pissed.
Spear can reach people that are AFK on rooftops.
Dude! This is so broken! This is so this is so broken!
This is 200 IQ play.
Run for my life.
Yeah. Just do it.
He tried to cheese him, but gets instant karma.
Hey! Dude, what the fuck? Why can't I run? Why does it stop me? I run like I'm fucking made out of goddamn cement. I'm gonna fucking fuck this motherfucker in his ass!
This is why you never celebrate too early.
Come, oh little Rani, my dear daughter, leave thy night.
A ver,
¡Dios! ¡Dios! ¡Ha sido increíble esta cosa, eh!
Oh my god, they just scream.
This is called the perfect teamwork.
Fucking bitch!
oh fuck.
This guy, like, just get your Sork.
I don't get it. She just slashes my dick off. Like, I don't get it. What the fuck is this move? What is this move?
This is a small montage of hunting AFK farmers, which will give you some inner peace for sure.
This is awful. Oh! Got him! Oh, please die. Oh my god.
Oh my god, are you fucking serious?
No way!
Hilarious. I'm gonna spam heal, fuck it.
If you can do parry like this, then you won't need to heal. Giant taunt against the L1 meta is so satisfying. Thank you so much for watching. Now, in the last episode,
I have beaten all Souls games without dying a single time. Do the math. That's right. 0 deaths. I have done this for years now. 0 deaths. 0 deaths. 0 deaths. 0 deaths. 0 deaths. I have never died in a video game ever in my life. 0 deaths. 0. People all over the world are amazed by my great gaming skills.
That impressive how Pew's got a 0 death run first time playing.
The most impressive thing is that we have 0 deaths.
Wow, I can't believe 0 deaths.
Jesus.
I'm a liar, and they say my 0 death runs are fake, and that I actually die all the time.
This sort of behavior is completely unacceptable.
Okay, fine. Maybe I die once, maybe twice, maybe 500. What? No! No, 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 no! What happened? 0! That does not count because my, the girl.
Wow, 0 death is fake, lol.
He is fake. This is no 0 death urged Rudio.
0 deaths. Lies. What shameless clickbait.
But I have decided my days of living like a fraud is over. My name is PewDiePie, and I'm going to beat Elden Ring with 0 deaths. For real this time. Okay. Okay, I may need a plan. But first off, we need to lay some rules. Rule 1 is obviously 0 death. If game says I die, I die. It's that simple. At least you'd think it'd be that simple. At the very start of the game, before you've done anything, you're greeted by the crafted Skyan boss. It's one of those bosses that is just there to humiliate you. Welcome to the game, you're dead. Congratulations, now you can keep going.
What are you doing?
Okay, so what if you just try hard enough and kill the boss that you're not supposed to kill in the beginning? Will that be 0 deaths? No, because if you move on further, you literally just fall off a cliff and die.
No Merc?
Fine, kill the damn boss again. Don't go in the cliff that collapses. Turns out there's nowhere to go, and the only way to progress is to die. If I have to die here, I might as well just jump off right away anyway, right? But this is clearly a 0 death rule break. The best way to deal with this is the best way to deal with anything in life, which is just get naked and hope for the best. So even though the health bar technically goes to 0, the game doesn't go out of its way to say that you died. Therefore, 0 death run's still possible. No, you died text, 0 death applies. That's rule 1. I actually want to double check this, because even though you can never see exactly how much health you have, if you open up the status menu and keep it open while he hits you, you actually see your health going down to 1, not 0. So technically what that means is 0 death applies! Rule number 2 is no summon. I think they're a cool addition to the game, but the point of this is for me to beat the game, not my sexy twin, okay? Rule number 3, no fundamentally game-breaking glitches. The wrong warp is a great example. If you rest at the Belfry Tower of Grace and do a little bit of game-breaking, the game will place you in the end game. And you have successfully skipped at least 5 non-optional bosses. So rule break. Last rule, don't use any weapons that are completely broken or overpowered. I will use some cheesy strats, but to completely rely on just seems kind of lame. Okay, so I have the rules, I have the challenge, now I just gotta figure out how to execute it. And for the record, I'm not good at these games. And what I was about to find out was that I was even worse than I thought I was. So I made a plan. Step 1, make my weapon as powerful as possible, as quick as possible. That way on the first bosses I can go from doing this to this. Before we continue, I should warn you, I am going to bombard you with information about this game. Things that you may already know, or you have not even played this game at all. But I'm going to tell you anyway. The weapon I'll be using is the Moonwell Katana. I know, it's not the best katana in the game, but it does enough damage, and it can do damage on range, which is super useful against some annoying enemies. But my favorite is that it can stagger bosses very easily. Oh, and you can also get it very early, which is necessary. So yeah, for those plebs who don't know, you need Somber Stones to upgrade your weapon, otherwise it's useless. These are scattered all across the map, some being easier to find than others. 1 to 5 is actually pretty easy to find. Some people use the Belfry Tower cheat that I told about earlier to get 8 and 9. I obviously can't do this, but I find you can get them without cheating. They're literally right next to each other, so we're good. This leaves just 6 and 7. In Academy of Rhea Lucaria, there's a secret passageway down under, and if you let mommy eat you, you get teleported to Magma Manor. It should be called that. Okay, I don't care what anyone says. You can easily pick up number 6, and with a little bit of parkour, you can pick up number 7. Bada bing, bada boom. You got the best weapon in the game.
Stop! Stop!
You actually have to die to do that, so I can't do that. So I looked into other methods, and this Falling Star Beast actually drops Somber Stone number 6, and it's accessible in the early game. So I started practicing it. I'm not doing 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 it. So instead of worrying about my weapon for now, I started worrying about the last 4 bosses, which is going to be the biggest challenge no matter what. Malekith, Godfrey, Radagon, Elden Beast. If I really wanted to do a Zero Death playthrough, I knew I needed to master these 4 bosses. The first of the 4 bosses is Beast Clergyman, or Malekith as he transformed into. And on my first playthrough, I actually got him on the first try.
First try. I guess that wasn't technically first try, now that I think about it. I rolled up.
The thing is, on this playthrough, I was heavily relying on my summon to tank all the damage. I had spent about 80 hours in the game, and I was much, much higher level. And without all that, I couldn't even make it to phase 2. And once I finally made it to phase 2, it was like a punch in the face. All his attacks comes out of nowhere. He flies all over the place. Everything kills me at an instant. Even if I know an attack is coming, I don't know how to dodge it. This fucking thing that he does took me so long to figure out how to dodge. And every time I fail, I had to redo phase 1 just to practice phase 2. Once I finally beat him once, I was done. I was ready to move on practicing another boss. Coming up next was Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, and I gotta come clean about something here, guys. Before the boss, you might notice there's a bunch of blood pools of people dying. This is because people try and jump this pillar. What happens is, if you do it successfully, then stand in the right spot and quit out the game. Once the game loads up again, you'll have run into the boss room without activating the boss, and you can literally just run past him. However, this never worked for me, no matter how many times I tried it. I think it has something to do with my computer, but honestly, I'm really glad it did. This jump, it's just a stupid risk because it's easy to mess up, and
I was in my frickin' nose.
Bosses in the game. Unlike Malekith,
Sorry, I had to see that chat.
hits hard, but his moves are pretty easy to predict. And this time I used a different approach of just timing myself and not trying to kill him, just to see how long I could stay alive. I quickly went from less than a minute to 2 minutes to then even 4 and beyond. And I finally rebuilt some confidence that I had lost from Malekith. I was then ready to move on to the last 2 bosses, Radagon and the Elden Beast. And guess what? I got my ass handed to me again. Radagon is really tough. His moves are either super fast or super slow, and it seems to be impossible to determine what he's gonna do. And if you mess up just once, you lose your tempo, and then it's easy to mess up again. And it's not until you finally beat Radagon that the Elden Beast will show up. I actually thought I was doing okay on this until he pulled out the most bullshit move in the entire game, which is the chasing star things. You have to keep running away from them to dodge them, but he'll keep attacking you like normal. I can't see what the hell's going on, and every time he did it, I would just die. I felt the learning curve harder than ever here. I had spent about a week and a half, and by now I knew exactly what I needed to do to beat this game with Zero Death, but it turned out to be so much harder and so much more work than I had initially anticipated. There's so many bosses that I hadn't even tried at this point. There was still the Fire Giant, Godskin Duel, Rykard, and Morgoth, just to name a few. I kept thinking I should just give up. But the thing about these games is that the more you play them, the better you get. And the better you get, the more fun they are to play. I just kept coming back. I try to not worry too much about the goal of Zero Death.
Nice, nice.
Just a tiny bit. And even at times I didn't think I could improve, I was still coming back stronger every time. These games get a lot of flack for being too difficult, but it's also very clear that the game wants you to learn. There's a way to respond to everything there is in the game. It's just about finding out what that is, and once you do, you feel like you're the boss instead. It's a little cringe, but I felt like I was finally getting there. So it was time for me to do my first live stream. I've been playing Elden Ring. I'm here.
Alright, I'll be right back.
The game with Zero Deaths. For real. Oh gosh, what do I do? was a good try. I failed after 30 minutes because I aggroed an enemy by mistake. Attempt 2, it actually did pretty well. I had managed to stay alive for about 3 hours at this point and made it to the fire giant. I quit out the boss 2 times and failed 2 times to do so. And it was getting very anxious. I've never missed so much in my entire life. Let me leave. Not good. The fail quit that I got as well. It's not good, but I have the thing. It's fine. The built-up pressure after 3 hours is something that I had not anticipated, and I just totally failed. I hate this boss! On a side note, I've seen some of the dumbest takes ever about Elden Ring's UX and UI, but I think we can all agree on that no one wants this text window to appear when you're jumping up on your horse. It looks like you're about to die here. Are you sure you want to jump up on your horse? Yes or no? If you don't answer, you're dead. If you do answer, you're dead. Yes, I want to enter the goddamn horse! What do you think? I can blame the game all I want, but the truth is I played terribly. On attempt 3, I was back on the fire giant. I had practiced him a lot now, but there was one attack that he did that I wasn't really sure how to dodge, and it's when he blows fire out of his mouth. And of course, he does it the last goddamn second. You know I'm pissed off when the Swede comes out. Spoilers, I kept dying. Jesus. I might die. We're okay. We're okay. Yeah, that's the worst part. Are you serious? Oh, I did. Ooh. No! What? Ah, number 2. Oh, what? You fucking big baby bitch. I had spent all my time and effort worrying about the hardest bosses.
What was this?
So not practicing the easy ones meant I kept making dumb mistakes. Fuck, he did the explosion. This meant having to redo runs that I had spent between 2 to 3 hours on. And not to mention all the random death that seemed to keep happening. Somehow, I just couldn't seem to get it. And every time I failed, I wasn't just disappointed in myself, but it also felt like I disappointed everyone watching. I wanted to do one attempt where I do it offline so I could just focus on the game and everything I can show you guys. Everything I have to redo every time I die. I'll warn you, it'll be a lot, but I want to be thorough with it, because that's what I would want if I watched this. Ready? Here we go. I use Samurai Class just because it has good base stats with the weapon I want to use. Pick the greatest name of all time, then Golden Seed as starting item, just for the extra heal. Sorry about the awkwardness of me sitting in the dark. I just thought people would question if it was no otherwise. I know I'm supposed to let him hit me, but I can't help but fight back a little bit. Grab this bonfire because we're coming back to it in like 2 hours. I still call them bonfire, whatever, great. Grab this bonfire, then we get our horse after she creeps on us. Why yes I am. Hit this guy, very important. It's like the shortest bonfire distance ever, but we are coming back here in like an hour. We cross the bridge and then we find our first somber smithing stone. I am aware you can just buy these, but
Hey baby, you're not getting none of this.
I feel like I might as well just pick them up, it doesn't matter. Then we run over to the first dungeon in the game. It's like the first dungeon, and they put a trap to put you in the end game for players that just stumble upon this chest. It's so weird. And you can't even teleport out if you get here. Anyway, it's good for us because we don't have to run as far. I was supposed to stealth out of here, but I kind of messed it up and almost died. But we're fine. We can get back on our horse torrent and start running. This swamp is great because we find our spell and staff that we need to kill our first boss in order to get our actual weapon. Rock Sling and then the meteorite staff. Grab this bonfire nearby because we need to head north, but later
Get back.
And on the way, what's that? Number 4, baby. That's right. It's almost like we don't have to buy them. We keep going north to head to one of the caves. I hate this tunnel. You saw me die here earlier. But anyway, here's number 2. Yeah, just pick it up. It's literally on the way. Why not? Okay, so here's the scary bit. You could grab these runes if you want, but the most important thing is the golden foot that's down here. They literally come at you all at once. Don't panic. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running.
Get out.
It's not even that bad of a part.
Out.
Losing 10 minutes. This just kind of sucks. And the fact that I've died here before just makes you way more nervous when you're doing it. Don't judge me too hard on this, alright? I need to kill Alexander to get his talisman. His talisman is really good. It makes your weapon skill even better. If you don't want to kill him, you can do his quest line, and he gives you a better version of the talisman. But we don't have time for that, so just killing him is the only way. I'm sorry. Conveniently, the back of this cage goes exactly where we want to go. Gotta kill that wolf, very important. It's the third Church of Marika. We get our sacred tear and our first physics drink. You might have seen this trick already where there's a secret portal hidden right behind it. Now we've basically gone even deeper.
Hey,
into
get
chaos
out!
from earlier. Here we pick up a golden
I'm not
shard.
asking. Out, young lady. Out.
A starlight shard. We need that for a boss later. Am I
Out.
explaining too much? Whatever.
Good.
If we run down the hill, we see our first boss, the Knight's Cavalry, and this trick is actually really cool. This boss is clearly too high level for us, but you can trick him to jump towards you, which makes him fall off the bridge and die, which is always hilarious and super satisfying. But it's also very easy to get stuck or just mess up. So I learned this trick from one of you guys in the chat, and it's even funnier. So basically, you make him follow you all the way up the way you came, and all these poison plants will hit him. So I immediately thought this trick had something to do with the poison. And as soon as you enter the top of the hill and he followed you the entire way there, he'll eventually teleport back to where he spawns. And then you'll just see the text saying that he died. It's so confusing. No one had a good answer to why they thought this happened. First, we thought it was the poison that maybe killed his horse, and the horse dies, so when he teleports back, he falls off the horse and dies. But someone made a really good point, which is the fact that these games are optimized to not loading things that you're not looking at. And when we're on top of the hill, we're not looking down on the bridge anymore. So once he teleports back to the bridge, he's teleporting back into nothing, and he just falls and dies. I love that theory, and I think it's true, actually. I just wish I could see it. I know this is a very cheesy strat, but it's too good not to use. We also get Bloodhound Step, which is super essential for later, and 42 pigments. There's actually 3 things we need from this bonfire, but they're all in different directions, so it's a bit awkward on what we do first. Spend a few points leveling up. Then we're gonna kill the old paralyzed dragon. This is everyone's favorite part. It's so funny because people enter the stream here and they don't know what's going on, and people are just so confused why I'm hitting a fucking blob for 5 minutes. As you can see, we do practically no damage, but our weapon luckily has bleed on it, so whenever that hits, it does a ton of damage. So eventually it goes down, it just takes a while. Before he dies, we pop the golden foot that we got earlier for that extra XP. Then we're off to the round table hold for the first time. The reason we're here is to activate Bloodhound Step, which we got earlier. We then teleport back to the swamp area, but this time we're heading south instead. There's the Starlight Shard. Get the Rotten Breath spell. Back to the third Church of Marika, and now we're heading south instead. You can pick up these crystal tears. They're not really that good, but they're on the way. Why not? Same thing with this merchant. He's on the way. He sells sleeper arrows. We don't necessarily need that many, but he's right there. He's on the way. It don't matter. We're heading to this castle. That's where we really want to go. Before we enter, we pick up this golden seed. So yeah, this is the spot where you saw me die earlier, because there's a Blood Knight or something up here on the left. And since I died here before, I'm always super nervous running up, seeing if he follows me or not. He is, but he's way too slow, so we're totally fine. Up here, we find the first half of the medallion, which is necessary to progress in the game. And I decided to sacrifice my runes to get out of there. It's just not worth it. And we're back to finish up the last 2 things that we need by this bonfire. First, we're heading down. If you remember earlier when I was talking about Somberstone 8 and 9, this is where you get them. So this one drops number 8. The best way to deal with him is just push him off the cliff. I love doing it. I don't have to do this parkour jump. It's very easy, but it still makes me nervous, because if I mess up, I technically die. And again, it's not a speed run, but I don't know, it'd be kind of lame to just run around the whole goddamn thing. Down here is a rune arc, which we'll definitely need later, but it's also, most importantly, Somberstone number 9, as you can see. This Somberstone is not on the Elden Ring wiki, by the way, so there you go, secret for you. And then we teleport back to the same bonfire for the last time. This time, though, we're heading into the castle behind us, where we find the other half of the medallion from earlier. Oh wait, we're not done here. We're actually heading deeper in. I've learned my lesson to use Bloodhound Step here. Get Radagon's Soul, which is a great talisman, and then we're off. Back to Limgrave. Get the Starlight Shard. Get the Golden One. Welcome back to Look. The next 30 minutes is pretty much just running around, and as boring as that is, I always feel really good being here. Because there's pretty much nothing that can kill us for a very long time, so I get to breathe out a little bit here. You have to stab this wolf. Church of Irritant here. We're picking up whatever upgrades we can on the way, you know. We're running the secret pass to skip the first 2 bosses. We'll come back when we're a bit stronger. Grab the bond, we'll come back here. Through the portal again. I've died from this stupid jump, so it gives me anxiety every time. Pick up some runes, get the key, and then we get the fuck out. Hey, remember how I said there's no more scary bits anymore? Well, I forgot to kill a boss, so we had to go back here. Just setting up, and then we're good to go. I used to hate this boss, because he's easy to mess up, and at this point you spent 30 to 40 minutes, and you don't want to redo. Trust me. His attacks are super slow. You can stagger him with blocks them. Unless he pulls out some surprises, which he definitely can, he's not that bad. He charged me there, but I was lucky with the stagger. so confident here. It felt really good. Now we can continue the stuff that we need to do by the lake. First we head east and we...
Alright, well let's hope that Sork's got it.
We get the talisman and then we head east. Now it's time to do the Magma Manor quest. Sword! We just need to get a necklace back from this lobster dude. We just gotta pay him 1,000 runes and then we're done with the quest. And now we can progress. This is the area that we needed a key for. We'll come back here. There's a secret merchant down this way. He sells the same sleeper arrows that we got earlier, just way more of them. Now we head through the other gate. Another church, another upgrade. We need to go to the giant structure on the right. But before we do that, we can pick up number 3. That's right, pick up gang. Pick up the bonfire and then we head through the elevator. This is why we grabbed the 2 medallion parts earlier, because otherwise you're not allowed to pass. Posture girl can now get us to Magma Manor.
Oof.
Get that bonfire. Join the mama family. Secret door, you probably know about it. Sneak gang. I love this area. I think it's the coolest looking in the game. We have some parkour to do here. It's super easy, but I'm always so nervous because if I mess it up, I will die. So that bloodhound step is coming very handy right now. Just surfing the lava waves is whatever. No big deal. So yeah, now we're finally where I was talking about earlier. We can get all the stones very easily. It's still way too low level to be here, so you gotta be a little bit careful. Number 5, pick up there. Alright guys, don't judge me, okay? At this point, I will have the best weapon, and I feel confident I can easily kill this boss. The thing is, I don't have to. I can just cheese him. Why not? Okay? Why not? Why risk it? It's a bullshit boss. I don't care. Now, think about it. I definitely have enough arrows to just sleep him anyway, so... But anyway, if you do this ritual before you enter, you can glitch him out and just smack his ass as much as you want. He ain't gonna do nothing. And I swear, it's more fun doing this than actually trying the boss, so... Zero death! Yeah! I forgot, we haven't picked up 7 yet. Just a little bit of parkour. Got on the first try. Everything looking good. Oh, fuck. Okay, don't judge me. Listen, this is not a rule break. I can quit out. I try to not do it, because it basically makes enemies not aggro on you. People use it all the time in speedruns and stuff like that. It's a little lame, but fuck, I'm not restarting an hour just because he randomly grabs me, okay? Lame? Sure. Rule break? No. Zero death? Yes. Can we take the elevator from the boss room again? I love this area. It looks so good for the lava, but I'm always scared running it. I hate running past this Iron Maiden and I get stuck. Trying to not freak out, but we made it in fine. It's alright. A little bit more running and we find the portal to Rykard's boss room. We're not going to find him right away. In fact, we're going to go back to the very start. Oh yeah, we can almost max out our weapon now, which is pretty damn cool. I love freaking guns. Sorry, now we head back. It's a little annoying we have to deal with this invasion event, but we also get to try out our new weapon, so it's kind of fun too. Head into the cage nearby, meet the best character in the game, and I kill him by mistake. Oops. Luckily we can still buy his items over here. I'm so glad they have this feature. He sells 3 golden fruits, which is amazing, and Margus Shackle, which is great for the pros. Now, finally, it's time to slap the first boss's ass. Seeing how much I struggled on this boss the first time, it feels so damn good every single time to do this much damage on him. We did. And we get a talisman pouch, so now we can add our Radagon seal finally. You take more damage if you wear it, but you also gain more health and you deal more damage. I feel like the cost is pretty negative. Oh god. The cost is pretty negative. I'll come back to that one. It's time to enter the castle and you get to go to the secret route or the main gate, but the main gate is by far superior. I always wonder why people kill him, but apparently he steals your runes, so... This part is super easy because we have bloodhound step, otherwise he's a pain in the neck. So, it's around 12 o'clock for me here, so I decided to take a break. I don't know if that's cheating or not, but I'm tired. Day 2 beat. If it's not obvious that I took a break here, I forgot that I hadn't beaten the boss yet, so I'm running into this area that I can't progress in yet. So yeah, after running all the way, here's when I realized, oh yeah, I haven't done the boss. So I have to go back all the way to this boss, just because the game didn't save my bonfire for whatever reason. Alright, so we have to run deeper into the castle, and we have to run past all these guards. It's just quicker that way, and honestly, I think it's less risk just trying to run past them. But to be honest, running this bit
Goal!
is really scary, because it's just such a mess. You have the crossbows and everything just shooting at you.
Come on.
Just keep running, keep running, keep running. There's the elevator here that we need to grab. A dog snuck in and I hate them, but thankfully we have the moonrail, so no problem. Up we go. Next up is Godric, and I actually think he's easier than the boss we just fought, just because he's a bit more scripted. He does certain moves when his health is at a certain point, but honestly any boss is easy when we have this weapon at this point.
Once you know some of the map, it's pretty easy. Hello, what's happening? Is the sound on? Oh, is this? Can you guys not hear the sound? Can you guys hear me? You should definitely be able to hear. What's up, Pity? How you doing? Sorry, I didn't notice you.
You know, this guy talks a lot for being dead. Now we have to do the run that I did by mistake earlier. It takes a while, but it's but you get this weapon, which basically makes him into easy mode. Finally, we use our Starlight Shard. It's so we don't have to worry about any time to do that, except using this attack over and over and over. It's very easy. I think it's like, this is a good design. As long as I'm spamming this attack over and over, he can't really do anything. So this looks super simple, but it is a high risk. Before phase 2. Same thing, except now I have to move backwards a tiny bit between every strike that I do. I can't go too far because then I'll miss, and if I miss, I'll die. But I can't go too close because then the lava will hit me, and if I hit the lava, I die. So it's a bit of a dance, which keeps it interesting, but it is what it is. And he's dead. Using the gold foot here, and we get ourselves a shit ton of runes. Almost 200k just from that. God damn. Hey, remember this area? Well, now we can...
Idiot.
Returns here for the second time. I think it's a secret boss, and it's really not necessary to kill him. He's just in my path that I'm going through anyway, and he drops a decent talisman, so whatever, I'll kill him. 2 golden seeds, and then 2 more right after. We're now ready to enter the city. But first, we're gonna kill this tree sentinel boss that guards the gate. There's no way to enter without killing him, so we sneak up behind him. And I don't know if you guys remember the talisman that we grabbed earlier. It basically just makes it possible for us to use the Rotten Breath. It's super overpowered, this spell. It does damage over time, and I think it takes half as long if you just decide to run away. So you can just use the Rotten Breath, wait a couple minutes, and then do the same thing again, but that's just kind of lame. I know how to kill this guy.
No!
Like here, for example, I can just run away and he will die eventually, but I decided to have some fun.
Come on.
Good day.
He is really fun to play with, this boss. You just dodge this one, later than you think, and it's actually super easy to dodge. I decided to finish him up here. And now we can proudly run into the city, making it somewhat towards the end game. We'll be coming back here later. This jump is easy, but it makes me anxious. Get naked here for the aesthetic. No, it's just so I can jump these roofs easier. It definitely helps to be naked when you're doing that. Nailed it. Now we can just run past the guards. It shouldn't be any problem. It's kind of funny how much time I spent in the city the first time, and then you just blast through everything. Dude, I love this area. Running up the Dragon's Wing is so cool. This game is insane. There's just a shit ton of running here. There's not much to say about it. There's not much to worry about either. Nothing really pops out of nowhere to kill you. And I always forget this boss. I don't know why. It's an identical boss to Godfrey, except it's way easier. I think since it's easier, it's actually kind of harder in a weird way. He's slower, so the tempo that I'm used to practicing is way off. And if he hits me with a 1-2, I'm dead, so I always try and be way more careful than I need to be.
Alright. Who's barking out there?
And dead, baby. Another talisman pouch, nice. Now we can wear Radagon again. I need my stats to be
Let's
a certain
add
level
text.
at this point. I can't do too much damage on this boss because it breaks my entire flow that I have set up for him. You'll see now anyway. So we will enter and then just leave right away. We'll use Marga's shackle that we got from the bald guy that I killed by accident. And if you use it outside the boss room, basically, it's not a cheat. It's just a little cool magic trick. Yeah. So as long as I don't hit him directly, he will just keep staying there until his health bar goes to around 50%. And before we allow that to happen, we'll blow Rotten Breath right in his fucking face. This is the last boss.
I'll be right back.
Cheese. I promise. I promise. Don't judge me. I feel like I could kill him easily anyway, right? Yeah. I have died on him before, so I'm always nervous. Luckily, I have enough mana to use my Bloodhound step. I didn't use it there for whatever reason. All I have to do now is stay alive and don't get hit. Even though I cheesed it, I'm still hyped about it. Fucking got him. Give the tree a little sniff. Talk to Queef lady. Unfortunately, I gotta do this jump again. I hate doing it, but it's worth it. And phew, we're fine. And now we're heading this way instead to the elevator that we just got access to. Sneak gang. There's a fire rest talisman here for the fire giant later, which I wish I knew about a long time ago. We're just gonna make it across this bridge, then we're off to the winter area. Winter area? The snow area. But not without humiliating this guard. I don't have to kill him. It's just fun, okay? And down we go. Even the most baby level of jumps makes me nervous at this point. After 2 hours of meticulously trying to not die, everything makes me anxious, man. Bada bing. Going up the grand elevator. First time I played through this game, I got clear blue skies and this area looked incredible. It's really cool to play this game again and see how it changes, just based on the weather being different. As much as I hate bridges, I gotta admit this bridge looks goddamn good, man. I don't know why this area feels so barren. There's just so much running through they have to do. I'm pretty sure I don't need any more of those. Past the ice lake, ignore the dragon, find the church. Oh yeah, this is the best. Marisa comes in. Look how focused I am. She comes in and waves Maya in my face, making her kick me as a joke. Anyway, I just thought it was funny. But clearly not at the time. Jesus Christ, look at my face. I'm so focused. This area is so cool. Rip bird. After about 15 minutes of running, we finally make it to the fire giant. But before we deal with him, there's a really important item that I want to grab. Not that either. I really don't like this area, so I can just run through it, but it's way safer for me to just deal with all of these one by one. And here's the item that I want. It's the bubble tier. It's for the last boss when he uses the chasing stars. It makes it so that I get healed instead of taking damage from them. Complete game changer. So as risky as it is to try and grab it, it's definitely worth it. Now, I'm ready for my arch nemesis, the fire giant. Put on that fire resistance and let's go. Since I fail him so many times, there's nothing he can throw at me at this point. I know exactly how to deal with this dude. Get the stagger, keep tickling his toes. Just gotta watch out for his balls. This is very risky, but I knew I could trigger phase 2 quick. This is so satisfying. I get to blow run breath right in his fucking face. Eat shit. So my new strategy is to use Rock Sling from earlier until he staggers. And I get it right away. I was like, yeah, I got you now. Slice his face open. All I have to do now is stay alive. There it is, baby. 0 dips! And I used a golden foot, one of my last two, for that extra XP. Felt so goddamn good. We commit the cardinal sin of touching an unwedded maiden, and now we're in the goddamn endgame. So much work to not even get to the hardest bosses yet. Oh, hey, Summerstone 9. I really need that. Yeah, thanks. Now it's time for the Godskin duo. I used to think they were the hardest boss in the game, but we have a trick for it. But first, we gotta go back to the very first bonfire that we grabbed. Told you we'd be back here in 2 hours. It really doesn't look like it, but you can jump down here totally fine without dying. And we find another golden foot, another secret hidden merchant. Just taking this chance to sell off everything I've collected so far. Very minimalist playthrough, I know. Most importantly, the bow that he sells is what we need. It's on, baby. I love this fight. So try and get 3 arrows in right away, and I get the sleeping effect. Get another arrow in right away on this second guy. Start slapping him and do as much damage as possible before he wakes up. And I gotta put a lot of trust that this stagger happens, and it does. He's dead. Now I gotta deal with his friend in the exact same way as before. Get the bleed, back off. Get the stagger. You're dead, son. Now it gets a little tricky, because I have to sleep the chubby guy really fast. For some reason, I think he has more health the second time he spawns. I don't know what's up with it, but it means that I have to start attacking him while the animation of him falling asleep is still happening. Otherwise, I don't have enough time to kill him. Everything's working out perfectly here. I knew I had this boss. Now I just gotta finish off the slim guy. For some reason, I took it very carefully here, and it meant I got hit twice. But, yeah, it's fine. He's dead. It don't matter. Going to struggle so much on a boss to then just have complete control is so satisfying. I know some people think using the sleeper arrows is a cheesy way to beat them. It's a complete bullshit boss without it. I don't mind using them for even a second. Moving on, we have some of the worst running that I have to do in the game, and it's always fun to do that at the very end stage, isn't it? It's this area with the birds. It's just awful. If you played it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Luckily, Bloodhound Step coming in with a clutch for the last time. I would not be able to do this without it. I would have to quit out constantly otherwise. I don't know. It's just so bad. The dragon keeps spamming these lightning attacks and you're just hoping something doesn't hit you. He blows his fucking breath on me too. Like, great, thanks a lot. Eventually he just disappears though, so it's fine. And I get to grab the last Somber Stone in the game. Finally we get to max out. They really want you to die here, don't they? Bloodhound Step here as well. So good. And then we take the elevator up to what I think is the hardest boss, Malekith. But first we gotta max out our weapon, of course. Always feels good. Ignoring my poker face, my adrenaline is running high here, man. This is the furthest I've gotten ever with these playthroughs. Malekith is my barrier. It's this weird dance that I have to do him because I want to make him staggered on phase 2. I build it up slowly by keep attacking him in phase 1, but I can't do it too fast because then it triggers too early, and I can't do it too slow because then I'm screwed. But everything is just going perfectly here. That was so fucking clean. I decided to commit. This fucker's going down. He's about to do the double spinny attack. It's so fast, and if anything hits me, I'm dead. Use my absolute last resources, and I get another last stagger. I'm so fucking hyped. First time in 2 hours I show any form of emotion. This is the furthest I've ever gotten. And I really didn't have to do this, but I knew there was a health talisman down here, and I figured, hey, if I'm gonna do this, I might as well go all out. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't shitting myself trying to make this jump. So unnecessary, dude. Next up is Gideon. I haven't really spoken about him because he's supposed to be the easiest boss in the game. It's easy, but he needs to die fast, and I can't let him heal. Ah, god damn it. Dying from Gideon would be the worst thing possible at this point. Hit that bleed on the last one. He's done. Now there's only 3 bosses left. I'm fucking hyped. Next up is Godfrey. I quit out right away because the second time you enter, he starts up further away. This is a little nicer way to set it up, but yeah. I just had to keep my head cool at this point. When he puts the axe in the ground, he always moves towards you, so you have to dodge it. I got greedy there. I can only attack him when his swing stacks 3 times, and he kept fucking doing it twice, so I do minimal damage on him here. Finally. Now I just have to keep my distance. This really sucks because I dodged it too early and he grabs me. I decided to quit out. I know that's a little lame, but it also means I gotta restart everything. Finally, phase 2. I cannot mess up like that again. No way. Eventually, this bitch went down. Hell yeah. I love that quote. Let's go. After 2 hours and 40 minutes, it's time for the last boss. I have my Starlight Shard ready for each of the phases, so I am ready as ever for this. I can get one shot at this. No quit outs possible. So fucking clean. Get that last Starlight Shard in. It actually didn't activate in time and I didn't even notice. But somehow, because of it, I got confidence to attack him more than ever and I managed to stagger him. Never seen this before. Activate that goddamn shard this time, please. So now he goes up in the air, and I need to run towards 11 o'clock-ish. It'll make sense in a second. If I do it right, I can get a couple extra hits in. The problem is, I've forgotten to attach my Uchigatana, which has the Bloodhound step on it. So I had to do that instead. So he managed to escape without me attacking him here. I hate this attack. I got greedy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He pulls out the Chasing
be back.
Stars.
Okay.
Luckily, the bubble tier comes to the rescue. I knew I wouldn't get him all the way down. But I didn't think I'd be this fucking close. Jesus Christ. That means he gets to go up in the sky again for the last time.
I meant to give that guy that too.
Good day.
Let's go. Zero! Zero there!
Oh!
What's up, YouTube? Mr. LamaC here, and crushing blow weapon a little bit later on. Once you get like that, you'll have a shout barb, and the way that the shout barb works, actually putting the points into battle cry here. And I like to go 1 point here and 1 point in concentrate. This gets you, you know, some of those basics, or you give your character some of that stuff. Otherwise, if you're going like complete soul self-found on this leveling purpose, it's going to be very difficult to continue that way. It's possible. I have frenzy guided playthroughs up that you can use, but it is going to be a lot more difficult for the character overall. So I would recommend instead coming over here, and I like to go 1 point here and 1 point in concentrate. This is just useful so you can get a crushing blow weapon a little bit later on, and just use that on the bosses. But other than that, you're going to be coming over here and putting the points like this, and you'll get 1 point into battle command, 1 point into war cry, and then you can put the rest of your skills here. You can see howl, taunt, and battle cry. And actually putting the points into battle cry is really, really useful. You can notice minus defense and minus damage. So battle cry points are actually super helpful for the barbarian, as you can just drop the amount of damage that the monsters are actually doing to you, which increases your survivability a lot. From there, you'll have even more points. You can put them into taunt. You can also put a few points into battle orders. I don't mind if you go ahead and, you know, put some over there just to get some good life bonuses and everything for your character. So once you get like that, you'll have a shout barb, and the way that the shout barb works, if I go really quick and just find like some monsters, is you go up to monsters and you literally kill them by shouting at them. It's that simple. What's also nice is it has a stun length on it, so you're going to stun the monsters as they come up to you as well. And since it's using faster cast rate and not attack speed, you don't have to worry about if you're frozen as much, because you're going to be more okay with it, right? Since you're doing casting and you're not being slowed by that. Increases your survivability a lot. From there, you'll have even more points. You can put them into taunt. You can also put a few points into battle orders. I don't mind if you go ahead and, you know, put some over there just to get some good life bonuses and everything for your character. So once you get like that, you'll have a shout barb, and the way that the shout barb works, if I go really quick and just find like some monsters, is you go up to monsters and you literally kill them by shouting at them. It's that simple. What's also nice is it has a stun length on it, so you're going to stun the monsters as they come up to you as well. And since it's using faster cast rate and not attack speed, you don't have to worry about if you're frozen as much, because you're going to be more okay with it, right? Since you're doing casting and you're not being slowed by that. So you're just going to continue with this and just continue maxing out Warcry you'll max Warcry all the way. Then once you do that, you'll put into Battlecry. Also, you can have 1 point into like Mace Mastery right here. And then, oh yeah, I would recommend this when you do go for that level 30. And maybe put like 2, 3, or 4 points into natural resistance. That's going to be very helpful. So 1, 1, 1 in whichever weapon you're carrying right now, and then just a few points into natural resistance. That'll just help boost your resistances up, so that when you do get into hell, you're going to be a little bit better equipped with your resistances and not have to worry quite so much about dying so quickly. So between that, your battle orders, you're going to be pretty tanky overall. So yeah, max out your Warcry, then max out your Battlecry, and then you can decide if you want to put your points into Taunt or if you want to try and get more battle orders, whatever it is. But getting your damage up for Warcry can generally be pretty good for this character, as the damage is a little bit lower than you would normally expect or desire. Now for gear and stats, I mean, you're going to want to go ahead and get enough strength for gear. And this is in the early game. You're probably just not going to put anything into strength super early until you get to about level 11, something like that. So you're going to start at that. You're going to go Vitality pretty much early on with a little bit of Dexterity. I don't mind going up to about 30 or 35 Dex in the first few levels. So I'm kind of going like 5 Vitality, 5 Dexterity, 5 Vitality, 5 Dexterity, 5 Vitality, 5 Dexterity for like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. Then I'm going to keep going in Vitality until about level 11, and then I'm going to get my strength up to 41. This is because flails are 41 strength and 35 Dexterity required. Once you have this, you can chop yourself 2, 3 open socket flails, and you can get yourself Ith El Eth, normal Countess runes, Tal Tal Tal, normal Countess runes, and you can use these with your double sword. So initially I'm just going to be using, like I said, 2 scepters or something that I got from Akara. So I can literally just get like this, and you know, maybe there's one with open sockets or whatever it is. And I'll just be using 2 of these guys to start. And then once I get to that point, I'll sell those, and I'll get these from Act 2 Farah. You can literally just shop the 3 open sockets. You'll just have to keep resetting her shop to find it. So you go here, you look for 3 open sockets. If you don't find it, you run, you go to a waypoint, you come back, and now the shop is reset, and you can keep looking until you find these. So you do this. Malice is very good as it has nice damage. It has 100% chance for open wounds, which is super good. And then this is just a big old stat stick of poison. So you're just trying to do a lot of poison damage right here. So that's kind of what you're looking for with both of those. These will carry you all through normal right there. Additionally, you also have Talon Eth that you can get from the normal Countess, and that's just going to be helpful for an armor. You can get a Nadir tier to help yourself out a little bit more. You get something to kill. You could also do Rao just for like 60 fire res in a helm if you wanted that. But this gives you Cloak of Shadows charges if you wanted them for like the Chaos Sanctuary or something. Maybe you find something like Blood Fist, that'd be really nice. You can just put it on the belt. Maybe you find like Kisara's boots. And then if you can find some rings that have like dexterity, attack rating, resistances, that's really nice. Anything like this would be like a fabulous ring for this character. Obviously, it wouldn't be till later on you'd get it, but these are the sorts of things. And hey, maybe you get like a Nokusen, right? So this right here could be like a very solid, normal part of it. It's going to be a little slow to get through, but it's going to be okay. Go kill all the monsters, get yourself to level 30, and then at level 30 you can respec, and you can actually start looking at changing it up. So at that point, we're going to go ahead and shift these weapons out as we're now a caster, and you can look to get like big mana, right? 101 mana on a wand. You can chop this from Nightmare Akara. 20 FCR wand, right? You can do this stuff where you're shouting. Or even better, you can make dual spirit swords. And you can get these long swords, crystal swords, or broadswords if you find them in the cow level and normal. Guaranteed 4 open socket. If you get a long sword or broadsword from Nightmare and beyond, it's also going to be a guaranteed 4 socket. And you can just take that, take it to Larzik, get it 4 socketed. Talthol or Am, you can get these runes from Nightmare Countess. And having 2 of these on a Shout Bard would be really good. Big mana, big vitality, nice FCR, and of course the plus to skills. very, very primo right there. If you're looking to just find a 4-open socket sword by itself, you'll have to find it somewhere in Nightmare. You can't find that in normal by itself. So having this can be really nice, and you could also run if you want more resistances, maybe like an Ancient's Pledge or something, but I would recommend having the dual, as that's why we got like natural resistances and stuff to help out with the character. You'll then be looking to upgrade other pieces of gear, so oh hey, maybe, you know, 30 life 10 auras right here, maybe I've got a better, you know, I found this, and this is 49 to life 28 fire res, right, or light res. That's really good for the character. Getting a teleport staff, which you can shop from Act 3 normal and beyond, and make sure it's teleport charges, can be very useful. My favorite place to shop this is Act 2 Drognan. Just run in and out of town and keep looking for it till you get the charges staff right there. And yeah, you can also get yourself a rhyme, and this will just be for when you do fight against the bosses. You can have this plus a black rune, or let me see if I have one of those anywhere, or a strength. I don't. Okay, but you can make black or strength, am tier, or thol io nef in a flail, and just have that with your rhyme, and you can use that on the bosses. You can use that on the ancients, and that'll be very helpful. And then you can switch into shouting when you get to the bottom of it. But you might also get like a lore helm and replace this, right, to get another plus to skills. Once again, runes you can get from the Countess in Nightmare. So these sorts of things are just going to be nice and simple and easy. And then getting some FCR rings might also be helpful to the character. Look for like FCR and resistances. Keep your life up, keep your resistances up, and then get your plus skills very high, and you can do a lot with this character, and it's actually much faster to level than if you're trying to do it with melee. That being said, like I had said before, you can go through with melee on this. You'll need some sort of canopy frozen somehow, whether it's through like a hawk mail armor or Duriel shell or spirit shroud or Ravenfrost or whatever it is. You'll need some sort of canopy frozen to help the character out, so they can continue along in the game. And then yeah, just keep upgrading, keep having fun. And this is definitely a character where over leveling a bit earlier on is going to help them, because their damage is a little bit lower. So if you put yourself in very difficult situations and don't feel like you're you know, able to do a lot, maybe drop back an act, level up a bit more there before you kind of go forward. So anyways, I hope this is helpful. I hope this is a great way to level your barbarian and you're having some fun with it and having fun with D2R. Good luck, everybody. Peace.
Good day. Good day. day.
I was like, hello?
Good day.
Frickin' 43. Cool. I don't think I have anything that adds strength though. Sucks.
Good day.
We meet again.
Good day.
Wow.
Can I use the fell rune? I can't. Annoying.
Good day.
I'm so sorry. I did not realize that this was frickin'... God, I'm an idiot sometimes.
Good day.
Oh. What fucking... What is going on? Like, I have Discord, so... It looks bait. Hello?
What up, buddy?
Yo. What's up? That make this a lot easier.
Yep.
Not here.
Oh, God.
Yo, Jig Jog.
What?
Send me that fetal alcohol syndrome picture that you were you remember?
Jesus.
Yes, I do, but...
Or just post it in your Discord. I need to use it for something. I'm trying to make a point. Trying to make a point to someone.
I'll try to find it.
Good day.
Come on, dude. How much shit do you have to scroll through just to get to it?
Hey, Emperor.
Bro, new friend, I'm really sorry. All these idiots in this.
Oh, it's all good.
Emperor, I just made a new meme. It's a really, really funny new meme. Would you like to see it?
Just mute people whenever you feel.
It's a meme. Would you like to see it?
I mean, you could have just Googled shit yourself, but here's one of them. I'll just send it to you.
Good day.
Hey, Emperor.
Perfect, perfect,
shut
perfect,
the
perfect,
fuck
perfect,
up.
perfect. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No. Okay. Sure.
You ready for the rush? What am I rushing you first?
Yeah, that works. Doesn't matter. TES2. The password is X.
I can just join off the lobby for friends. Or the.
Oh yeah, true.
Hey, Emperor.
Dude, shut up. You're like embarrassing me in front of my new friend. I just joined his Discord that we play the same game together.
There's this meme. What are you guys playing?
Diablo 2. Oh, I just crashed. What?
That was crazy. I've never seen that. The portal popped up and then you just literally disappeared. Looks like the FBI found what was on your computer, buddy.
Yes.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, we'll be...
Naked pictures of myself and fucking pictures of relax shooting crossbows.
No, it's that crazy guy, I thought.
What would be cool is it they should have let the barbarian hold 2 shields and just beat the shit, like double smite people. That'd be cool.
Yo, what was I gonna do again? Like 5 seconds ago.
You were gonna delete your Discord and leave or something like that? I think that's what you said.
So cold and damp under the earth.
Not that.
Oh, my bad.
No.
So we just going straight through hell, and then I'll rush you, or what do you want? How do you want to do it?
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it doesn't really. It's not that hard. Act 3 is now annoying, but it's all good.
It's easy. There you go. Should probably put, I mean, I was just saying I should probably put on all my good gear, but I just have all my, so my FCR is a little low.
This morning, I was on a pretty big drought, but like the first run that I did, Diablo dropped an arachnid. Finally. Fuck's sake.
Last week I got a Saj, and the next day I got 2 Shakos. But that's when I was farming.
Right.
Now I'm just leveling up characters.
I farmed for like 7 hours yesterday, and then my final run I got an Andes from Diablo, which was lucky.
Yeah, I got an Undarrows, which is nice and quick.
I did not. It's not even close to quick.
Greetings.
I got one mad quick, and then I didn't find a shot.
Oh, this guy doesn't need the waypoints, bro. He's not going to be rushing anybody.
Well, it's just force of habit.
Yeah, no, I know.
Wow, and actually, good thing that you mentioned, I have none. I'm
There you
coming
go.
back.
Excuse me.
Where are you from, buddy?
I'm from New York, like upstate New York.
Oh, fuck no, you're not. What part?
Well, I mean, I'm streaming, so I guess I don't want to get too specific, but I guess in the Syracuse area.
Alright.
Good day.
But now I'm in South Carolina. I smartened up. went where the weather's nice.
Yeah, the weather, the people, everything sucks in the state.
Yep.
I'm from more downstate than that. I'm
Okay.
closer to the city.
Yeah. Yeah, I say upstate, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, me too," and you're like, I tell them where, and they're like, "Oh, you're like Canadian." I'm like, yeah, like upstate.
People say I'm from upstate New York, but I can see the skyline of New York City from the hills in my town.
I mean, New York City might as well just be a different universe.
Yeah. I want to move the fuck out of this state too, but my parents live here and they're fairly wealthy. I don't live with them. I live down the street from them, but they're getting elderly now. I'm not gonna move away from my brother's already a dickhead. Doesn't give a shit about them.
Where are you at now? You said LA?
No, I'm in New York still.
Oh,
Outside
okay.
the city.
Who the hell was I
Orange
talking
County, New York.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
Orange County choppers.
Yeah.
Near like West Point.
Yeah, I know all too well.
Yeah, near like West Point. Kind of near that.
Blessings to you.
Kind of near that.
I've heard that.
Yep.
It is good to know that the sun shines once again.
Let me put on my FCR gear. It's not fucking take forever.
It is an honor to serve you.
I've been.
How long have you played this shit for? Forever, like most people, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, I was like sneaking this at night when my dad didn't fucking want me to play when I was like, I don't know, like 10 or 12, something like that. Long
How
time.
old are you now?
I'm 27.
I'm 33.
Yeah.
Had a couple extra years of the game, probably.
Probably. My brother played it and I was like, oh, I want to play. And he let me play it like one time, and like every moment that he wasn't in his room, I would just sneak in and play.
Nice. Yes. I did that with Civilization, if you know that game.
Yeah, I do. I didn't really get into it.
Civilization
But...
1?
Yeah.
Civilization 1, my brother used to play. God, I had to go to every single fucking arm of this arcane sanctuary.
I just think about like how much 08 gear and crazy stuff I had that I literally just, when I quit, like every time that I play for a while, I get a bunch of crazy stuff and then I just give it away. Because it's like, you know, I'm not gonna.
Everybody does.
Yeah.
There you go.
But it's like I see people on JSP now with this crazy form gold, and people are like, how do they do that? I'm like, that could have been me, dude. I've had everything. If I would have just...
That shit.
Yeah.
Dude, that shit ruins the game. This game doesn't need to be any easier.
No, exactly.
Just trade within interaction. Like, I use Discords for,
No, I try to, but if it's like, if nobody responds, I don't have a bunch of form gold, but it's like, if I can't find a fucking tail rune or whatever, it's like, I'm not going to do 5 Countess runs and she doesn't drop it. It's pissing me off. I'm just going to...
There's Discords for that. You can, like, hop into, like, the official Discords, and there'll be people in chat, and you'll be like, yo, I got a Haas for trade, or something like that. What's your symbol, by the way? And they'll be like, yo, what up?
Circle.
Alright, you can use just the fucking Discords. They work fine, too.
I like what PD2 did with their site. I wish there was something like that.
You play PD2? You know who I am?
No?
I'm Whip Bales, if you remember Whip Bales.
No, it's been a while since I played it, but...
Same here. My bail runs were like legendary. Because nobody did bail runs up to level 97.
Right.
All that shit. And people were just like, yeah, whip bails. People would do maps. I did maps too, but I was like, nah, I'm just gonna do fail runs.
Yeah, I was one of the first people that I just made a item find bar because people didn't realize you could hork the bodies of the map bosses, and, like double your odds of I forget what they dropped, but dude, I got stupid rich, and like it was like less than a day. It was dumb. Because they was selling, it was like two of them, whatever the bosses dropped, whatever the fuck it's called, because that's how you spawn the D-clone. They were two of those was worth like a jaw, and I was finding like 20 in a day.
Yeah, that game's economy is pretty cool. I like this one a little bit better because it's more like, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't just change on a whim.
Yeah. It's just like, it just feels normal. I
Right.
went to PD2 and I was like, I don't really like this, but I got used to it.
So I kept like, I slammed so much stuff and it just bricked, and I was kind of getting pissed because I was just trying to build that barb I'm talking about. And then my buddy found an Andes that was perfect, and he's like, if you give me I forget, maybe it was like, it was some bullshit rune, but he just needed it like an or something. He's like, I'll give you this, but you have to slam it. And it was an ethereal perfect one, and it got 3 sockets. I sold it for so much. He's like, yeah, ethereal perfect, and he's like, I'll sell it to you for cheap, but you have to slam it. Because it's like, we don't care.
No,
like,
I got it, but I didn't hear the ethereal.
Yeah.
That's fucking retarded.
Yeah. 3 socket
Did
that.
you slam it, or did you use the not World Stone Starter, but the puzzle box?
No, I slammed it for 3.
Yeah, but you can use the puzzle box to get random.
Yeah. No, I slammed it.
Jesus, that's a fucking low percentage of that happening.
Well, yeah, it's pretty insane. I think it was, what did it sell for? It was either 14 or 16 Burrune, something dumb where I just like, I've never had that many, and I'm like, I don't even know what to do with it. Like, it's like winning the lottery.
Yeah, I got the spider cavern. I'm just finding the chest.
Yeah, you're good.
Alright, so
No, I was always this was my bread and butter back in the day, was just rushing people for Forge and stuff like that. So I'm a stickler for don't fucking waste the rusher's time. Like, come in the fucking portal, pay attention.
Yep.
Especially normal nightmare. Like, you don't need any drops. Like, I'd have people dying trying to like get Diablo drops in Nightmare. I'm like, you're out of your mind, bro. Like, let's go. Or like respawning at Trav. Like, I didn't get the quest.
Yeah, that's a common thing.
Idiots.
Fucking noobs.
What, you? If you're new, I could help you.
He doesn't play this game.
Oh.
There's like a new strategy game that's come out. It's like a survival like wave mode. Like there are billions, but then it's like a
Oh fuck, here's the Gibden right next to the spider cavern.
You have like a hero you play.
Uh-huh.
There's all these new games coming out. It's pretty sick.
Like a flare dungeon, whatever it's called. It's like right next to the dungeon, so.
Yep.
I think it always is now. Oh, there it is.
Greetings.
To the left, outside of the way, TP.
This holy blade does not belong in the hands of the Zakarum.
The Jizbin. Talk to Ashira. Oh my god. Act 2 is so stupid. Like, talk to every person in the fucking town. Oh my god, just give me my reward. Hey, I haven't talked to this lady who's 50 steps from me. Could you talk to her?
Dude, get a joke. How have you not played Rise of Nations? Oh my god, I know you.
Rise of Nations, the old one.
Extended edition.
Don't care for it.
Yeah, you
Here's
do.
this. No, I don't. I don't. I don't. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't.
Yeah, you don't have a clue. That's what you don't.
Got
You
him.
don't have a clue.
Wait, is it Cross Bazaar or is it Lower Cross?
Either one. It says Bazaar, but either one will bring you to the sewers. These are interesting.
Good day.
I gotta transfer stuff once I'm done with all this.
This is
Hopefully there are some chaos runs in hell. That'd be ideal.
Yeah, there's no. I think it's Cross Bazaar or.
It is.
Yeah.
In the sewers.
Yeah, that's. You said it was an either or.
I think you can access the sewers in either one. But it says under the bazaar. Because the sewers are massive.
Yeah.
Those monsters take some dumps.
Interesting. Whatever.
What?
This place just sucks to teleport around.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Just foreign. It doesn't suck. It's just foreign. It's like you're not used to teleporting around Act 3 and having to do Act 3.
Right.
There it is. Holy shit.
You have a Geeds, I assume?
Yeah.
What's the MF on it?
I think it's 38.
Alright.
38.
Cool.
I had an Annihilus. Did I throw it out? Oh no, I'm trading it onto the character.
Alright, I'm playing StarCraft 2 on my new monitor. Should be pretty fucking sick, dude. It's gonna be so smooth.
What's your new monitor? Like one of those old tube ones?
It's like a big Game Boy.
Exactly. That's awesome.
Really high refresh rates.
I'm gonna find my Annihilus and make sure that thing is fucking safe. No, my dumbass was throwing it out already. This was soul stuff. I'm like pretty sure I just traded it onto one of my.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, for sure.
You give that to one of my turns.
Yeah, dude.
Yep, inhale those Wheaties. Give that to one of my fucking turns.
See, it's always so annoying, but once the barb is built, there just is no other class like it.
Yeah, you won't steal it. But is this thing any good? Or worth anything?
Oh, I'm stealing it, bro. I don't... No, just kidding. Yeah, no, definitely. Breath of the
What
Dying
is it?
Thunderwall? Is I think people will use it on a charger and crazy shit. They use that in like a pike. And you can can the Act 5 guy use it now? That shit would be insane.
A Thunder Maul? You don't ever see Thunder Mauls often. And I found
No,
one that's
and not yeah, an
a
ethereal
strong
6 socket
socket.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gotta be. I seen that. I was like, what the fuck? It was just on the ground in like a bail run. People were just like leaving it there. I was like, oh, I'll check it out. I was like, wait, F?
Well, it's just it's just like claws. Like people will leave white claws, but like you find one that has like Mind Blast, Lightning Sentry, stuff like that. They're worth a lot.
Oh, I don't know that. I don't know any of that.
I mean, I guess that's more the PvP community, but
Yeah, not really PvP. Alright, here you go.
oh. Oh, I was like, did he bless you? He did not.
Take gold. I have so many characters. When I get that assassin leveled, I think I told you I'll have every single tune leveled, every single class leveled over 85.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And fairly geared. I got 3 Shakos. I found a Sod. Did I tell you I found a Sod? The next day I found 2 Shakos.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know, fuck. I was like, what? And IMF a lot on my sources. But
What do
lately,
you
I'm just
what do you search? Or MF?
Mephisto. I have some MF. I'm starting to MF on other tunes like my Paladin. Mephisto on Dario. Sometimes I do, what is it called? Ancient Tunnels. I do that like when I'm feeling ambitious, but like a lot of time I just spam on Dario and Mephisto.
Right,
Just
right,
get
right.
all these tunes some gear. Because my Paladin's at the point where I think he's able to comfortably do what's it called? What we're doing right now, Chaos thing.
Oh, I could do chaos with my Sork, dude. My Blizz Sork.
So can I, but it's just not comfortable. I gotta switch because I got Hydra too.
Oh, okay.
So I clear everything. Like I don't leave the cold behind.
Oh, neither do I. I just have my Merc fucking stomp him.
My Merc's pretty good. He's got a Duriel Shell and Andy's Visage and nice.
I need to get, honestly, I need to get a, wow, can't even think. A low rune so I can make a, wow, Fortitude. Be a game changer.
Bro, you know what I found? And I think it was Project V2. It was either Project V2 or the first season of this game, when it first came out. An F Gladiator's Bane.
Nice.
Bro, that shit, I put that shit on my mercenary, he would out-survive me. And I think I had an F on Dario's too. Like, dude.
I think I have a good base for the fort too. I think I found a, it's like an ethereal Kraken shell, maybe? Something like that? I don't know. I'll have to check.
Glad Bane. I've just been always hoping to God that I find something like that again. Because that thing was fucking dang.
Wow, this is almost decent. If this was 3 skill, that wouldn't be bad at all.
Don't die, I'm popping you.
Oh, you're good. I'm just chilling over here. It's okay XP, so why not?
Dude, F Glad Bane. When I think about it, and when I picked it up, I was like, oh shit, a Glad Bane, sweet. I was like 5 and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I think it had to have been Project V2. Because like you find so much more shit in that game. I think it was.
Well, that's a big problem. Like, I went 2 hours just doing Chaos and Bale with the Sork, and I found like level 18 shit like 6 or 7 times in a row from Diablo and Bale, and it's like that shouldn't happen. That's crazy.
That's how the game is. The economies are just different. It's just you can't give everybody everything.
No, I know, but there's a lot of high level garbage. At least give me that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm finding like Blood Fist from fucking Bale in Hell. That's stupid.
Yeah. There's a Lumrune taking it. Fuck you.
Eternal suffering would
Mesh
be
armor.
too
That's
brief for
what?
you,
That's Silkweed.
Diablo.
I think so.
I think my assassin can wear that.
What did I find that was
Chap stop. Ooh, I'll give that to my assassin. That's a good.
Do you know what Steel Carapace is?
I know its name.
I found an ethereal one, and they repair itself. Do I have it on here somewhere? Yeah. This was
Wait, are you talking
a
about the
fun find.
gloves?
No, that.
What?
I posted it in the game chat. And of course I find, oh my god, this pissed me off.
Posted it in the game chat. Oh, I'm not in the game chat.
I also found these, which really pissed me off.
Shut up. It's pretty fucking good. Let me guess F. Ah.
Like, why? Why? God, why?
I got 3 more TPs. I gotta make sure.
Here, I'll
I want
just
that F
get you another.
Gladsbane. As soon as I got that F Gladsbane, my mercenary was a fucking monster. I want to see him like that again, or like getting like maybe like come on, maybe an F Duriel shell.
Can't you
Well,
upgrade
I
it?
haven't been
I think you can upgrade
No, I don't
Duriel Shell.
I don't. If I would. No, did I upgrade it? No.
No, I'm saying I think you can, right? Because it's the middle one.
I don't fucking know.
There's breastplate, and then there's whatever Duriel Shell is, like Curious, and then there's something else. Or a Great Hauberk, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Let me know when it's up. I bought you a new book, by the way.
Yeah, no problem. Am I in the right fucking place? Where the fuck? I'm Oh my god.
I feel like I have that happen once a day, where I'm like, I've only played this game for like 20 years, but I just cannot find the thing I'm looking for.
What is going on? I'm in the Ancients way. You need the Ancients.
Yeah.
Frozen Tundra. Go to the next blue dot or purple dot, whatever.
Well, based on this map, I think it's...
Oh my god.
You find it?
Wow. That was... Yeah.
Alright, here you go.
I guess I'm fucking retarded.
Guardians of Mount Ariat await.
Ah, goddamn Oculus.
You know that they had to do that with the Oculus. It's just too good. Like, we have to put kind of just a little FU on it.
Yeah, in Project D2, they made it only 2% chance of casting teleport, not fucking 50. Project D2 Oculus only had a 2% chance of teleporting you. Yeah. Which is pretty fucking sick.
Hello.
Well, it's not like it's like a common thing. It's still like a rare find. So why do they have to just... I mean, that's kind of the point of this game, though, is to fuck with you. That's why I like games like, what's it called? Like Elden Ring and stuff. Where it's just built to kind of piss you off.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, because then when you beat it, it's like a high, you know?
Not really. What do you mean
That's
when
how I
you
feel.
beat it? What do you mean beating it? Getting level 99? Having the most gear possible? Like the best?
Well, I guess for me
just
that would be
beating
like it would be like PvP stuff, I guess.
No, fuck
Just
that.
building to that and crushing people. Elden Ring, I mean, pretty straightforward, like literally beating it.
Bro, you know what? I need to ask one of my. You're not. Fine. I need to do all of my quests on pretty much every tune in every difficulty.
Oh, really? That's
except my sorceress. Like I need to do Radamants, Anya's, Dens of Evils, Book, Bird.
Oh, I immediately
Wall.
do that stuff.
Well, yeah. Some of them are probably somewhat done, but none of them are completely done.
There, now I can use my frickin' spirit swords.
Forges. Fucking everything. What's going on?
Not much.
Oh shit, is my dude still alive?
Yeah, you're good. I'm just yelling at him.
Yo, and by the way, I can do a hell rush. I just gotta put on my good gear. I have all my MF gear on. I've easily hell rushed people before. And tried to get a hell rush back and they just struggled with the work.
It's not hard. I don't know.
I guess it's static shock.
Static is the single most broken fucking thing in this game.
Go. That's you. Give me that. And that.
Alright, I'll just do your nightmare now, and then we'll just swap back. That way it's not so mind-numbing. That work for you?
Works for me, buddy. I'm just selling some stuff.
Yeah, you're good. Just let me know the game. Or I should be able to check. Right?
You can just join off of B-Tag. You just right-click my name.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm really scared of my fucking Annihilus.
I can just give you one.
You have an extra lying around?
Uh-huh. Yeah, you can just have it. It's not great, but yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll take one now before, God forbid. Shit. Play.
We'll make a game and
Normal.
I'll join you.
Mooch.
Well, I mean, if I have a better one, especially now how they have it, why would I not just use that on every character? I can just move
I
it.
just want the anything experience game. That's the only thing I can
Yeah, I think this one's like 5, but I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Nothing. 0.
Right. I bought an unidentified one, and I ended up getting it's like 12, 12, 10. And I'm like, I don't care. That's cool. I'll take 10 XP.
Yeah, 10 XP is dang. Oh, fucking sweet.
Yeah, the one I use is 12, 12, 10. This one's 12, 14, 5. Why can I not? Oh, whoops. Right? There you go.
Hell fucking yeah, baby. I just gotta find my other one. So, leave that on this guy.
What is that a Hammerden?
Yeah.
Alright.
I just want to make sure I know where the fuck the other one is. Because I want to use it on my assassin.
Yeah, of course.
Because I have the only other one I have is a 9. And it's fucking floating around on one of these idiots. Is this it? Yeah. It's my Amazon. Alright. Yeah, she doesn't need it right now. Oh, dude, I got a green essence. Let's go. Where did I get that from?
The only bad thing about Andy's is your Merc has to be level frickin' 83. It's so annoying.
Oh, yeah. Or insight. Your fucking strength. His strength needs to be, like, ridiculous.
I put it in a Thresher, so it's not that bad. But
Alright, let's go. Either Colossus Vulgar or Giant Thresher. I think the other one is. I have a... what is it called? Reaper's Toll, but it's not...
they're still
I don't know
good,
which
by the
one's
way,
better.
but depends on what you're doing. Just like that armor I showed you, if you're doing cows, it casts Iron Maiden. So your Merc
Yeah, I
will
see
literally
that.
just fucking smash every cow. Make a game for the rush.
Yeah, I'm going as fast as I can. It's gonna be whip.
I'm just gonna join
2.
you, so it's all good.
Oh, yeah, okay. Nightmare. I should have had this Annihilus on my fucking assassin the entire time. Fucking idiot. Oh, no, I can't even use it until level 7. Alright.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I wouldn't have helped you.
Yeah, well, fuck.
Of course, the last spot that I could guess. Piece of shit. Oh, what'd you? Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you did. Fancy.
I'm. Alright, fun dog.
Oh, you already fucking killed her?
Yeah.
Holy
Shit.
God. Like,
Gotcha.
this fucking game. Hell yeah, baby, I snuck in this game, baby. Hell yeah. Gangsta, gangsta. Fuck yeah.
By the way, I still have 0 points spent except for 1 skill point into one of my traps.
Why?
Because I'm not doing that. Like, I might not be able to waste a respec. Like, I'll just, like...
Oh, you
when
can
I
always get a
to-
token.
Yeah. Or you can always just not put points in and just get fail rushed.
Tokens are not that hard to get.
Either are rushes. People do. People get to fucking act. Excuse me. People get to hell bail run at level 1 with G rush.
Alright, I'm opening a beer. By a beer, I mean a 12 pack.
And by a beer, I mean several beers.
Smexon was just going on before that you quit drinking. Which, I don't give a fuck.
Don't get alcohol plus weed. It's better. Logic. Science.
Say, open this chest. Will the chest not open?
I mean, I got it.
Oh, I thought I said open this chest.
Okay, no, I don't say anything.
The hell? Where did I see that? In game? Weird.
Oh, yeah, sometimes that happens. And
I don't know what the fuck that was.
It'll say trade next to what it says. Yeah, every now and again, like you'll see like something trade. Yeah, that happens.
Yep, it's going to be, of course, not the first two. Let's see if we can go 4 for 4. The 1D special.
You have an Alder's armor by any chance? Chest armor?
No.
Oh god, I gotta fucking talk to dickheads.
Yeah, it's all good.
Fucking idiot. I mean, I have extra fucking armors for it.
It's all good. My Merc's just tanking it.
Oh man.
Seekers of the tomb of Tau Rasha.
What's the symbol?
What is it? Let me see. Let me
It's
check.
the sun.
Double down. No, it's not.
Double down.
Yeah, double down. But the sun's not there either.
Weird.
Oh yeah, it is. It's double down. Figured that out without even looking at it. Look. Yep, double down. Oh shit, I gotta go to fucking town.
Ready?
Should be. Oh shit.
No, I meant I'm ready, yeah. There's one to traps.
I fucking hate Assassin. I don't even know what I want to go. Because I don't have anything that can do Ubers. All I have is things that can clear. Jabzon, Hammer Paladin, Windy Druid, Poison Nova.
Just add 1 to Fanaticism and then you're good.
Add 1 to Fanaticism on what?
On your Paladin.
And do what? What do you mean?
Just smite people. Literally get a black flail, pretty much any shield, and get Drax, and you're done.
I don't want to keep him as a hammer, though. But
You can.
You can do that as a hammer.
Yeah.
Sounds like too much work. I just rather get gear.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't sound like too much work. I don't want to say work. Just I don't know how to do it, and I'm just gonna make a kicksin. I've been thinking, because kicksins can do Ubers. I've heard.
I mean, they can.
And I'll farm the keys on my Paladin as a hammered in butt. I don't know. That's good advice.
It's very easy. Like, Smite doesn't miss. That's why it's so broken.
And when you have Drax, you just instantly get on life tap.
Yeah, and a black flail is literally Thul Ionef. You already have the runes for it, most likely, so.
Oh, its name is Black?
Yeah, the black rune word. Yeah, I know the Paladin's literally black, but that's not what I was saying.
No, I was just thinking like a flail that is, like, flails are kind of black.
Where the fuck is this? I hate this stupid shit, dude.
Yeah, it took me a while. I went every single layer.
Like, I find the arachnid layer, but that's not the one!
No.
Oh my goodness. So mind-numbingly stupid. I'm literally back in town. Like, I don't see another way to go.
Yeah, you will. You'll find it. Use your brain and use your eyes. And you'll find it. It'll be a little break in the forest that's kind of very hard to see. And you'll go into a little, like, enclave.
Oh, no, I know. That's arachnid. Okay.
Just make sure you're always also in the spider forest zone.
That's what I'm saying. I go this way and I go to the Flare jungle.
It's annoying. I just did it. I've done it a million times. I've done it for with my other friend, I will just be like, have him as a placeholder. Because he's so retarded at teleporting. He's like new.
No, I know what I'm doing. I'm just
And I'm
riding
like,
the wall forever.
I'll
Like,
just find it. I'll find everything. I'll just find it and I'll just rejoin. And I have to keep like rejoining. Like on my sorceress and then back
yeah.
to my rush back over and over.
Yeah, like I'm so far separated from it. I gotta go back. In the flare jungle.
Definitely a bitch to find. There's a little break in the forest somewhere.
Spider forest. Yeah, it's gotta be here. It's the literal only place left. Yeah, you motherfucker. I hate this thing. You're clear.
I remember having to do it. Like when the ladders first start, you gotta actually fucking do it, bro.
Well, that's why I started as Sork, or I'd have to kill myself.
Yeah, you can still start as Sork, but you're still gonna have to fucking do it.
Oh, I know. But it makes it easier.
Yes. When the ladders open up, what level are you here? Depending on what's going on.
I mean, I just level through Triss, so usually... I mean, I don't know. Good question.
Yep. Yo, what's that dank lightning trap?
What, the Death Sentry?
Yeah, trap that shoots lightning at your enemies or it explodes nearby corpses. What about lightning sentry?
No, Lightning Sentry is the best one, but Death Sentry is Corpse Explosion.
So it says it either shoots lightning
Where is
or
this?
explodes nearby corpses.
Well, that's the last one, Death Sentry, yeah.
Yeah. So if there's no corpses nearby, it's gonna shoot lightning. And if as soon as there's corpses, your portal is like
I know.
directly blocked. So if there's no corpses nearby, it's gonna shoot lightning. And then as soon as there's corpses nearby, it's gonna start corpses.
All you do is you lay down all lightning sentries, and then you lay one. So you can lay 5 traps, so lay 4 lightning and 1 Death Sentry. The lightning will take them out, and then the Death Sentry will explode the first thing that fucking dies, and then it's just...
Wow.
It's a lot.
4 lightning to begin with, 1 Death Sentry.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Death Sentry. By the time you lay it, something will die, and it'll just blow everything up.
I understand. That's fucking dang.
It's fun.
Now I gotta gear all these guys. Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
I gotta gear all these guys when they get to level whatever. We could possibly do something cheesy, but it's not gonna work forever. It's where you join on your barb, I teleport to Bale, I make a TP, you come in, you make a TP, I join on my assassin. But the games are gonna fill up so fast I won't be able to log out and log on to my assassin after, you know what I mean? I've done it before on Project. IT,
Right.
because like finding somebody, well, we might be able to find Theo.
You coming?
Oh shit.
My bad. I should have made the portal over here because you gotta grab the shit.
Oh, my bitch just talked, so you just killed everything. So just make another portal.
Yeah. What's up?
Gold. I'll take that. Could try it like that, but yeah, what? How did it not break? Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, it was 10.
Yeah, you gotta do it twice, I think. Why, I don't know, but... No way.
I got a message from my friend.
I just crashed. Very cool.
I'm so high. Well, you just died? What happened?
No, I crashed.
Oh, you
There
crashed?
go, dude.
No.
Shot.
Talking about the message this guy sent me.
Who?
I need a game. I need a game.
Wait, what was I doing?
My God.
Fuck. Can't remember what I was gonna do.
I guess I'm gonna play all of Dawn of War.
Dawn of Cock. Revenge of the Boner.
Good one.
I'm over here for a reason.
Beat that guy.
Drag him up.
No, just drag it.
Oh, it's not.
Portal's up.
Cause you're. I got it. You just pull a JWoww or something. Dick Ray does want to be your best friend.
That's what I think.
I will.
Video's out. What did you say? What's picking up this computer?
Oh shit. Wow.
Get poisoned, bro. There's an antidote potion over there.
I see it. I also only have 164 health. Oh, I'm probably gonna die from these items.
Maybe won't. I'll eat it.
Diablo 2, but it's getting dark out. I'm starting to think ghosts.
I'm down.
Yeah, not now, but in the near future.
It's a broken meta to just lay down Blizzard and then just spam static for half their life.
They're not cold enough.
Static just gets rid of half their life and lowers their resistance to everything. So.
Don't.
Also weakens them.
Don't listen to Whippet Guy.
Oh, that guy's muted. So. I literally can't listen to him.
And now we do Nightmare Bell Runs. It's either I do it.
Well, why don't we just do Hell Rushes and then we can worry about Nightmare Bell Runs?
Hell rushes to what? Chaos?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can get to Act 5, like, and then we don't have to worry about it later.
Well, we can, yeah. Okay. We can get to Act 5.
Yeah.
I'd rather just level up, no?
We'll just make a Hell game and I'll Hell Rush you. You get me to Act 5 Hell and then we'll do Battle Runs to Nightmare. Just make a Hell game.
Fuck it.
We're gonna have to do it eventually, so you might as well just have somebody that's not dog shit do it quickly. Like,
I guess.
at least my thought. Use current character.
I'm gonna have to make sure I have my good gear. Where's my good gear?
Am I gonna... No, I'm just gonna leave it. Leave it just how it is.
I'll put that to good use.
I don't need Andy's on right now.
Yeah, you remember playing this game when it was like, well, I fucked up my build, gotta restart, and then they added...
Dude, I did that for like a level 96 smiter that I had. Because I didn't realize that... I forgot that Enigma is based on, like... The strength is based on character level, and I fucking added 1 strength. And I'm like... I ended up doing it, but it's like, that's so stupid. It's just like...
And then they added the Den of Evil reset shit. And everybody was like, yeah, dank, nice. And then you would like still fuck your shit up. No, fuck
Yeah,
that
of course.
shit up. Oh, I just died. I'll just stay there.
Oh, you're good. Portal's up to your body.
Yeah, you'd fuck your shit up. It's like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I just went in and then immediately got portaled out.
Have I not done the Kane quest in hell? The hell am I doing? No pun
I
intended.
made the game.
Oh, okay, yeah, true. Did I find a Wizzy? I did. That's awesome.
Oh, they're not that garbage. Oh, you want one? No.
You need a demon limb? There's one over here.
I think I already have one of those.
I mean, you don't need more than one. So.
I don't need any of those.
I definitely didn't put my good gear on, but I don't care. I don't fucking need it.
I kind of do to be a efficient runner or a rusher.
I mean, I have 105 FCR. I have MF gear on.
That might not be a bad idea. You got me in here, and if anything really, really danks, obviously yours. On the bosses. Like, I don't
Yeah.
steal it from me. If I do pick it up, I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, I just like picking shit up. It's just fun. Portal's up. It's clear.
Yo, yellow vamp races? You don't pick those up? They could be some good Zon gloves.
There could be a lot of different gloves, but endgame stuff, I'll be crafting, you know?
Fuck that. I don't do that shit. 20 IAS, no Zon. Dude, 20 IAS and no skills. Yo. Yeah, like I said, after I level this dude up, I'll have everything at level 85 or above. Start leveling them all again. Get another couple levels.
Portal's up.
Dude, get another couple levels on the next dude. Get another couple levels on the next dude. I'll have everything at like at least level 90. And hopefully geared. So I'm gonna chaos run the shit out of my paladin. And I'm gonna
not that.
cow run the shit out of my Jabazon. And obviously.
Yeah, man.
Bosses on my sorcerers.
Yep, it's gonna be one of those again. Just can't be the first one I frickin' guess, ever.
No.
Portal's up.
Oh, you got it. Go ahead. Nice.
Don't even know what those are. Here, for your pally.
I don't need these.
Alright, man. What's a symbol? I just don't feel like looking.
A square.
Right here. Make sure you talk to somebody in town.
Yeah.
Get him, bro. Sorry. These fucking
0
guys.
points put into anything. That's why I want Frozen Orb and Hydra. You don't need to put that many points into Hydra. Yeah. Hydra be viable with your Frozen Orb.
Well, they just keep respawning them. Typically,
Oh, great.
this guy will just... No, you're good. You're good. He's gonna body him.
Oh yeah, you guys are beasts.
Bodied. You're gonna be getting bodied here. If you take a lift right here. Boom, cutscene. Alright, I'm gonna play Warhammer Dawn of War 40k first game, second game. And the expansion Winter Assault, and then the next run. Ooh shit.
166 health. So oh, God.
Just run, and I'll snipe him with this with the blizzard. Nice.
Blue essence. That's garbage. I just throw those on the ground. I do on Dario so much.
Oh yeah, true. But it is what it is. Fuck, here we go. My favorite one.
Jaren's not coming to the front.
You should be able to go in.
No.
Go talk to Drognin. Then you'll be able to go in. They fixed it.
Alright, he didn't have anything to tell me. I'm going back to Jaren.
It should still trigger it.
Yeah, he's now walking up to the front. You need to go to the harem. I'll try talking to Kane. Like, we obviously already killed.
They fucking... How have they not fixed this, you cocksuckers?
It's not that bad.
It's so stupid. It's just so lazy. Lazy fucks. I don't have the fucking harem. Like... Oh my god.
Go from the arcane.
I know.
It's one big square. Everything's on the one corner of the room.
It's the principle. Come on. So stupid. What?
Explore Tal Rosh's tomb? What?
Oh, you have to go talk to Tyrael, dude. That's why you can't get in there. Did you really not walk and talk to Tyrael?
And talk to Tyrael.
Oh my Christ.
Really, I'm that retarded. Bro, everybody in here has you muted except me. Well, yes, I heard you. How are you?
I heard you too.
Diablo and Bale have escaped me. Next time, vengeance.
Do you still need the fucking harem? Yes, you do.
Probably
Great.
not.
No, you do. Because it's fucking stupid.
Sorry.
Nah, he came to the front. I got him.
The most retarded, funniest shit sometimes.
Alright. Yep, the arachnid layer, because why not? What's
You're
this?
gonna
Just
start getting mad. You're gonna start getting mad again after you start doing all that fucking forget-me-nots. Can't click on the chest.
always do that. It's not on purpose. Okay, turn that shit off.
Yeah,
Stupid.
it's shit music bot.
Fuck up with that. It scared me, bro. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Whippet guy being a whippet guy.
You good?
Oh, whippet guy, did you take a look at that video? That's the start of our conversation. I hope you forever remember. Fuck would do that.
I need a key.
Hey, Emperor. Oh, you got me.
And imagine that kid being an admiral.
He posted a picture of himself. Do you not see it?
No, is it in general?
Somewhere up there, yeah. He fucking looks like retarded.
Dude, he's posted so many fucking memes.
You've seen the picture of him, right, Whippet guy? Yeah, I will.
New portal's up.
Yeah. I just died.
From what?
I don't know. Something cast fire on me.
This fucking thing.
I don't have enough dex to use this.
But you have to make it, and then there's no requirement.
There we go. I make sure my dude has all my shit. Hope he does. I gotta put on my I'm coming. I gotta put on my SOJ and shit like that. I bet you. Yeah, he knows.
Stay a while and listen.
Hail to you, champion.
I'm just gonna seal pop. If you want to try and follow along, get some XP. I'm not gonna fully clear everything. I'll clear most though.
No, I'll just be a bird. I mean, just don't, you know what, fine, I'll fucking try to help. Not help. I'll follow you a bit around, but don't worry about it.
Alright, cool.
I am close to level.
Give me those boots and that juve.
What? Okay.
Double lettuce.
Kill this stupid thing. Kill it! Jesus! My Merc fucking follows me too much.
carry anymore.
Ooh, what's that?
What up? What up?
It's a bone helm. Worm skull? God dang it. Garbage.
Nah.
Yeah, no way to avoid all that.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Alright. Hold on, don't pop it. Alright, pop it. Pop it now. Anything? Nothing good. Worth a shot. Trash. Fucking trash, bitch. That's so annoying.
What are you doing? What character are you on? Warlock?
We'll make a new game.
I'll do you now?
Yeah. Alright. Game's up. Hello. What's up, Fever? How you doing, bro? Or sis? I have this barb. The fact that I'll have this barb in Act 5 today will be a win enough. I gave you that Annie, right? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I forgot where I put that. Somewhere.
Jesus.
I have a shitload of characters.
Is there a limit?
That, good shield today.
But yeah, basically if you make this and that, like I'm gonna be able to do overs with my barb. I just gotta get enough reds, you know?
Mm-hmm. Fuck.
So cold and damp under the
What?
earth.
No TPs?
Smoking weed,
No mana
smoking
potions.
weed, doing coke, drinking biz, biz. Rolling fatty, smoking blunts. Who
Is that
smokes
from
blunts?
Jay
Who
and
smokes
Silent Bob?
blunts?
Silent Bob.
Who loves the blondes? I love the blondes.
These guys are something else. Where's my FCR at? 89, holy shit.
Money doesn't show you. Oh.
Like so it'll be 30, 60, 90,
Fucking idiot. I knew he was over there.
94.
You leveling up your Amazon? Jig?
No.
Where you leveling?
His ass. He's leveling his ass. That's not even a joke, though. It's the best part.
Dude, she's like around like.
Oh.
Butter buns.
Let the gate be open.
Dude, you don't want these mitts for your Zon? Or no, actually, take these for your Pally if you put those on for Ubers. Massive damage. If you use a life tap wand in those, 250% extra, dude. Stupid damage.
Hello.
Or if you, I mean, I would say run Chaos, but I kind of like the hybrid Pallies. Like, I think I'm gonna make a VT, which was, do you know what a VT is? No?
I don't know. These other people are arguing. It's kind of annoying.
No, I got people muted, so. Well, here, let me give you BO, yeah. I was like, it'll just help you. But VT is a smiter / Fist of Heavens, and now Fist of Heavens damages demons too, so I could make a fucking crazy VT for Chaos and for Baal. And I would kill Baal in like 4 seconds. Just crushing him. You don't have your Merc, by the way. I don't know if you noticed.
I'll get that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, while you're teleporting. How many portals you got? Do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Alright, cool. When you make a portal, I'll battle order your Merc too, so he just survives.
Right.
I've heard.
I don't expect.
Well, that was quick.
I've been.
Not here. Not here. Not in town. Not here. Not in town. to know that the sun shines once again.
Excellent.
I know much of.
Approaching extreme.
One could get lost in here.
Poor shit boners. I'll open up these fucking chests back here.
Might as well. Super chest.
Doing it again then. Is this it? Yep. Oh, there's a shitload of goat men.
Oh well.
A shitload of ghosts, which I don't want dropping a Vexer in front of you. There you go.
I'm not gonna steal your Vex rune, bro. He's gonna drop 3 keys of hate. Which is good.
Nice, guys.
Circle.
You may not pass.
You may not pass, but why? Cool. That's even a new glitch, because I talked to Drognan and it still won't let me in. It's awesome. Ooh. See, like, if something like this, add 3 to Lightning Sentry, 3 to Weapon Block, 3 to Fade, and some increased attack speed. 2 socket that. It's crazy.
Good day.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm calling Duriel drops a Shaka. Calling it.
Oh, he's gonna drop what's he gonna drop? He's gonna drop his own shell. He's gonna drop a Duriel shell.
Gosh, this fucking room is just totally full of fucking shit.
Yeah, it's like 50-50. Sometimes there's nothing in there at all. The other time there's like 1,000 things.
I'm clearing it out. My hydras. It was so fucking full. I had to clear out mad shit.
You're good.
My hydra do good damage, but actually stand still to cast them. Alright, it's all what the fuck? Garbage. I'll take for gold.
I have failed. Diablo has freed his.
Good day. You have.
Thank God I could talk to him through the frickin' gate. Dickhead.
You are from New York.
Greetings, Jared. Good day.
That's our equivalent of cunt for Australians. Call each other dickheads. Hey, what's up, dickhead?
Yeah, it's a term of endearment.
Yeah. Call each other dickheads. You call somebody else from another state dickhead, they're like, oh, what did you just call me? It's
Well,
like
those
if
are
I were to
fighting
call
words,
you
yeah.
Yeah, those are fighting words. Oh, God, I gotta do this shit. Fuck. Alright. Waypoint. And away. Well, that was really, really quick. Alright. Yeah, try to get some XP if you want. I'll clear these guys out.
It's so little. Something. I might actually level up. That's so weird. That's funny.
These spiders tend to give good XP like the beetles.
Right.
Oh, my mercenary just leveled up. Let's go. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna remove these curses.
Crystal swords look so sick.
Yeah. Flare jungle. Here's the waypoint. Buy me some TPs when you get a chance next time I see you.
Yeah.
Cause I might fucking, I don't want to forget. I don't do that ever, but if you're doing nothing. Oh, here's flare jungle.
Yeah, I'll just buy another book.
Oh, hey, look at all that might with all those dolls. Not going back to.
Run.
I gotta go back to there. Ah. Oh. Nah, I'm fine. I'm being dramatic. They're not gonna kill me. Especially with all my good gear on.
Yeah.
Level 3. Did my merc just leveled up? Like, let's fucking go. I have 3 shotguns floating around. Where is this place? Oh, here it is. Oh, of course. Everything's immune to cold. Oh. I get some runes. Yeah.
I'll be right back. Right. Sorry. I'm coming now.
I was just plodding along down here.
There you go.
Whales all the way down here. I lost my mercenary. I was fucking taking way too long.
Wait, where the hell is the other piece? I have the
flail
brain,
was like...
the brain, the eye. Did I not grab the heart? Did you go to the sewer?
Yeah, I went to the sewer.
I didn't grab anything from the sewer, bro. I walked out for a second.
It's alright.
That's my bad.
Did you grab the flail?
Yeah. I got everything but the heart, which I think is in the sewer. Yeah, it's in the sewer. It's my bad. Oh, here.
Wait. Where's the sewer?
In the bazaar. Ross Bazaar. Remember?
Yeah, I know, I got you. I don't think actually we went there.
I was gonna say, I was gone for like
did.
20 seconds.
No, we didn't. I'm an idiot. Hands didn't wait. Oh, I gotta get more.
I dropped you a book. Oh, here you go. That's at the waypoint. Book's at the waypoint. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Not in town.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was my bad.
No, you're good. I thought that was super quick. Because I know I stepped away for a second, but...
At least you're still able to get some of that trav done.
Yeah.
Of course you're all immune to cold, you fucking horse shit bitches. Hold up. I got it.
You should just be able to go right past those guys.
I lost my dude. Alright.
Alright, we're good. You can just go to Duriel. I mean, Mephisto. I'll just walk to the trap thing.
Got the waypoint up.
Cool. Got it.
There you go. Yeah, that was like the hottest TP. Best was like, and like this guy. I got it, don't worry.
Ooh, nice.
Kiara! What the hell is that?
If you don't need that, I definitely need it. Probably Kira's?
Kiara's.
Yeah.
I'll find, dude, I have every single class. I'll find a use for it. My gear spread out so thin. 60 all res. What's the most?
Probably 70. I think it's between 50 and 70, so that's right in the middle. Pretty confident in that.
50 and 70. It's right in the middle.
The time.
Alright. That's a good merc weapon on one of my alts. Or helmet.
Yeah.
Cannot be frozen too. Let's go. But I got on Dario's Visage on my main. This is gonna fucking suck.
Why I say that?
Because I know it's gonna fucking suck. Alright, it's alright. Got it. Here's the waypoint.
You want BO?
It's too late. I'll get it later.
Good night. I'll be in soon. You beat it. Where every time I look at you.
It is good to see you again, hero. There is a dark, tortured soul who was trapped within this forsaken realm long ago.
Okay, I'm a mercenary.
Well, another thing. So somebody literally just posted that they're doing chaos runs on JSP.
I just use Discord for that.
Either way.
Oh shit, here.
Yeah, you're good. You can just do your thing. I'm just gonna chill. My bad. Just seal pop them. No, you don't gotta clear everything.
Gonna do it anyway. I think I'm strong enough to do that. Good. Am I using something over there?
Are you what?
No, I don't worry about it. Oh god, he's cold in there. Fuck. I get my mercenary again.
He ain't got shit on me, bro. I'll take him on myself. Actually, I just don't have enough mana.
I can stash my gold away.
I'm just humping him to death.
Ooh, what is that, Natalia's?
I don't know.
I
Nauseous?
think if it's nauseous,
It's not bad, actually.
it's terrible. I'll keep it for one of my characters.
Well, exactly, yeah. It's a solid temp. Static those guys. Get rid of half their health.
Yeah, I know, dude. There's a lot.
And I'll just keep them. I'll just keep them confused.
I can plod through with without having to use static. If I put static into the rotation, it starts getting like, oh shit, whoops. What's an alpha helm?
It's a druid hump. Didn't roll anything, obviously. Oh! It's ethereal. Do you want it?
Kinda.
Are you sure?
I mean, if you want it, I have no ethereal colossus, but it's fine. Yo, if you want it, dude, go at it.
How do you socket it? Let me look up how to socket it.
The socket quest.
No, that you don't want 5 sockets in this. You want 4. So you want to do the
It
cube
won't put
recipe.
5. It should put 4.
No, it would definitely put 5. 100%. It does the max every time.
Yeah, the max is 4. There's no 5-socket Colossus Bulge.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I use it all the time, but you could double check.
Yeah, I want to make sure.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna pop the seal.
Yeah, you're good.
Fuck you.
If you die, fuck you. Oh shit, my bad.
It's only 3-socket and shitty.
It is max 4-socket, you're right.
Yeah, you can't get more. Yeah, I gotta get my mercenary.
Alright.
I don't know why he keeps dying all of a sudden.
It is odd. Oh shit.
I just went to her algorithm like an idiot.
I do literally no damage to Diablo.
Yeah, I talked to Tyrael to res my dude and I accidentally went to Haraka.
Travel to Haraka.
Whatever the fuck it's called. Aragon, whatever.
I've always said Haragath. This makes the most sense to me.
Haraga.
How do they say it in the game, do you know?
I forgot. Oh shit, I'm actually in here.
That's a good one to get.
I'll take that.
Thank you, sir. Gonna see if these runs are
that's
still.
all it.
Oh, yeah. Do you have the socket quest waypoint?
Yeah.
Can you kill Shank? You should be able to. You got fire, right?
Yeah, I guess. I'll try.
Just cast them all on him. I mean, the rest of the guys I'll just confuse. He's immune to both. Of course he is. I got him, bro. Easy. Too easy. He's getting bodied. Oh shit.
The siege is broken.
All right.
You're an
Hey, Emperor. I didn't have you muted.
I definitely have whoever that is muted.
I'm not gonna tell him to suck your nuts.
Idiot. Alright, I'm gonna go join those chaos runs.
I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be back in a sec.
Feel free to join me if you want.
Good day.
Relatier Tail. another tier room? Yeah.
Good day.
What are the characters you got?
I just have the Sork and this guy.
What guy? Oh, your Barb. Yeah, now time to find bail runs.
Garbage. Sucks.
Yeah, I got a dank nightmare bail run.
I am a. Hello.
If you want to catch some levels in that. This guy's level 90 running this room as well.
Why would he be doing that? So weird.
I don't know. We're a friend.
I guess
Level
so.
90 sorceress. Nightmare bail run. There's one more spot.
Well, I'm gonna go leech chaos runs for a little bit fast.
Bro, I'm getting bing-a-ling-a-ling-linged in here. Kidding me? Nightmare bail runs with the sorceress that's just teleport in there. This shit's fast as fuck. I was here for one wave and just got. See what this one does. The Venom Lords. Level and a half.
I'll take that. It's good enough. I gotta freaking. Dang it. Bastard. Now I gotta. Do I have it in normal? Let's hope so.
Not in town.
Afternoon.
Yeah, this bail run's fucking sick. Get level 85 on my fucking.
I'll put that to good use.
Oh no.
I'll put that to good use.
There you go.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Really
Oh,
double
shit,
the
it's already up.
damage.
Bro, you should
Crazy.
join these bail runs. This guy is like lightning fast.
Is that a sorceress joke?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I don't know how they got there this fast. Just bing, 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 ba bing, ba bing, bing.
I agree.
What's up, Buzz?
How's it going?
Pretty good. I just learned how to make Grim Reaper's scythe.
Was that supposed to be a really good weapon?
I hope so. He's a pain in the ass boss. I didn't kill him. Someone else did. They didn't pick it up.
Oh. Oh, that's awesome. You're farming iron right now?
Yeah.
We at least do
Good
an
day.
alliance? Or how do you do an alliance?
I would have to invite you to the clan. Just invite player, and I can enter your name. We need one more, but
I meant just do an alliance. Can't you just do an alliance with other clans?
oh, like a party?
Oh, that too. I meant Or do they not do alliances in this game? Like,
I don't
who
think the
doesn't
only
do
thing
that?
I know something like that is like the clan. I've never heard about alliance. Like you're saying alliance, right?
Yeah, alliance.
Yeah, I've never heard anything about that.
Is the room in the game? In the battle room?
Next is gonna be I space Telly space Bale space 07. It's coming up soon. I space Telly space Bale space 07.
Gotcha.
Should be coming up soon.
Oh. I was like, let me check these chaos runs, and it's literally 8 people. I'm just gonna I'm gonna join these.
Yeah, they're not forming. Oh, there we go. 37 seconds. Why is it? He's doing some weird. Join off me on my B tag. Because I saw it in the list, but I wasn't able to. Yeah, join off my B tag. Why can't I?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna do these chaos.
Yeah. What now?
Yeah, I'm in 8-man Hell Chaos. Gonna level up like crazy.
Good to see you. Greetings.
Shoot, I shouldn't have added that. Idiot. Damn, feels bad.
Impossible.
to see you.
This guy's an idiot, dude. What a douche. I'll taunt battle cry.
Impossible.
What do you need?
Man, people are so dumb they can't just not touch a seal. Actually insane.
Hello.
Impossible.
Greetings.
Sacred Terge? Okay, that was a crazy jump. This is some fast leveling. I don't know how people can be like that either. Nice, we getting up there, we getting up there.
Now, I'm sure most of you probably think I'm on Elden Ring 24/7, and if I go like 1 hour without playing the game, I'd start scratching at my neck like a crackhead due to Elden Ring withdrawals. But I actually do other things too. Like just the other day, I was spending my time watching YouTube videos. Now, of course, the YouTube videos were of Elden Ring, but that's besides the point. I came across a video called Melania Blade of Mikola in 37 seconds at level 1. This video wasn't clickbait, it was legit. This madman, Mr. Bork D, actually just slaughtered Melania in 37 seconds at level 1. Now, to no surprise, he used a very honest and fair bleed build, as bleed is perfectly balanced. But anyways, I thought to myself, you know, how far could this bleed build actually go? This man's only level 1. What would it be like at the meta level 150? And thus, a new Elden Ring adventure began. I set off on my journey across the lands between to collect all the items required for this build. It was like collecting the pieces of Exodia. After many hours of hard work and dedication, I finally finished my perfectly balanced bleed build. So my take on this build consists of a humble 41 strength, 70 dex, and 60 arcane. Everything else is pretty much the same as the OG video. We're running 2 banded blood curved swords with seppuku and commander standard. For armor, we obviously have Vare's head and the mushroom crown. For talismans, we have Radagon sword seal, Lord of Blood's expulsion, red feathered branch sword, and rotted winged sword insignia. In the OG video, they were using Millicent's talisman, which makes sense because they were low leveled. But since I'm at a higher level, I thought rotted winged sword insignia makes more sense. And last but not least, we have a few consumables. We have some voodoo bombs and some steroids. Now let's go see how balanced this build really is. I will be doing this in New Game Plus, by the way. Damn, should I go all out on this first boss? Fuck it. Don't forget about this.
Why'd they leave that? I keep that. The hell?
Holy shit. That was like 9k and 3 L1s. Clearly balanced. The most humble bleed build, if I do say so myself. Anyways, now we get what we deserve. Ah, yes. Look at this beautiful world. Dr. Proctor's gonna cause all sorts of ruckus. Oh god, how am I gonna face Melina? Oh, don't look at me, Melina. Not with this build. Don't look at me. I don't deserve it. This man doesn't know what's coming. Damn. He got my ass. Holy shit, it's a miracle. And just like that, instant 10k. Easy. Don't do it, Melina. Don't touch a bleed user. Don't do it. Oh god. There's no hope for this world. It's over. To be fair, it could have been a Moonveil user, so...
No!
Gets a second phase, holy shit. Man, I'm gonna feel so bad for Ronaldo, bro. She's gonna get decimated. Oh, PETA's not gonna like me after this. Wow. That was quite literally 2 L1s. Perfectly balanced. Oh my god, I am so sorry, Ronaldo. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. This is definitely going to affect my relationship with Ronnie. Oh, she's gonna kill me. Oh, this man's not ready. Oh, he was ready. He definitely was. Fuck Draconic Tree Sentinel. Thank God. That's probably the world's first Draconic Tree Sentinel fight with not a single fireball that went off. GG, great value Godfrey. He tried. Oh, Morgoth's gonna have a very fun time here. Wow. Fire Giant's next, baby. Hopefully I don't get one tapped here with this snow attack. Oh god. Why? This time, for sure. God damn, he flicked my ass.
Oof.
Impossible.
Let's hope a rock doesn't blow me up. God damn. GG Fire Giant. Fuck you.
To commit a cardinal sin.
Oh, well, little do you know, Melina, I've already committed multiple cardinal sins with this build here. Hopefully I could spawn kill one of them. Well, I completely missed. Yep, that looks like God's can duo. I don't know what I expected. Fuck are you looking at? There's one. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that. God bless.
Ooh.
God, that is so sad. That is so fucking sad. Easy 10k. Where they at? Let's go! He got what he deserved. That's all that matters. The fact that even with this build, Godskin Wheel is still annoying. Yo, that really says a fucking lot about this fight. Holy shit. New game plus, by the way. I am destined death. Man, I can't wait to show good guy Gideon this build. I don't even think I'm gonna need my blood boils for this. Peace out, Gideon.
That's so stupid.
You like my new build? You know, for an all-knowing guy, it's kind of suspicious that he's not using a bleed build. New game plus, by the way, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Am I right? Wow, I'm dead ass at the end of the game already. Love that frame drop. Don't matter though. Fuck you, Radabum.
Radabum.
We hate Radagon. Oh, one of my buffs are gone. Fuck. Wow. That's without some of my buffs too. Holy shit. I swear to God if he does Elden Stars. Oh my god.
Impossible.
No. Why, bro? Why? Why? Well, I think it's safe to say that this build is single-handedly the strongest build in Elden Ring, mainly because of the fact that you can use this build at level 1. Anyways, as always, if you made it this far, thank you for watching. You're awesome. Drop a like if you enjoyed. If you're new, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. I'm out.
Hello? They just don't want this? I'll take it. Hell yeah.
Can you beat Elden Ring at level 1? The answer is obviously yes. People have been doing these sorts of challenges for years with every FromSoft game. Hell, you got people beating the game with no weapons, or on a dance pad, or with literal bananas. But see, these people are all god gamers. They're really, really good. I, however, am not. You will not catch me beating these games with a Ring Fit controller. That's where I think this gets interesting. Can someone like me beat Elden Ring at level 1? If I took advantage of every tool, tactic, glitch, and exploit, could I do it? That's what I wanted to answer, and that's what this video is about. So for the next however many minutes, I'll walk you through the journey of my no leveling run in Elden Ring. First, I chose the Deprived class, since, in case you weren't aware, this is the only class that starts at level 1. As you can see, this gives me 10 in each stat across the board. This is a problem because Elden Ring has lots of stat requirements for weapons and spells, so this immediately limits my options. Then I designed my character, and there was really only one idea that felt appropriate for this type of playthrough. With that, I was in the game, died to the tutorial boss, arrived in Limgrave, and then made a beeline to this side of Grace to get my horse. From there, I ran straight to Caelid to get Radagon's Soar Seal from Fort Faroth. You can get it by climbing this ladder, dropping down this hole, and then doing a bit of platforming past some rats. With this talisman, I get +5 to Vigor, Endurance, Strength, and Dexterity, at the cost of my defenses being lowered a bit. 20 free stat points on a level 1 character is incredibly worth it though, and I don't think I ever took this off for the entire run. After collecting that, it was time to get a proper weapon. I'd watched a couple speedruns of this game, and I knew how strong Hoarfrost Stomp could be, so getting that was my next priority. To get it, I rode around Stormvale Castle and into Liurnia by taking the side path to the right of the castle. From there, I just rode north to this point on the map to get the Ice Rind Hatchet, and then I rode a bit farther north to kill an invisible scarab next to the Caria Manor. The hatchet has the Hoarfrost Stomp skill built in, but the Ash of War lets me put it on any weapon, so I grabbed both to have options. As you can see, even on an unupgraded weapon, this skill is stupidly strong and has a relatively low FP cost. Not only does it do ice damage, but it also inflicts frostbite. This does a huge chunk of damage, kind of like bleed, in addition to reducing the enemy's defenses. I opted to put this on an Uchigatana I got from some nearby catacombs, so I could have both bleed and cold on the same weapon. I was doing so much damage that I decided it was unnecessary to upgrade my weapon at this point, so I went straight to the first major boss, Margit. Margit was actually pretty easy. I used the stomp move a little, but for the most part, I just fought him straight up and dodged a lot. I tried using this fight as an opportunity to warm up rather than just steamrolling him via weapon upgrades. I got him on my third try. Not really much to say yet as far as boss strategy and analysis goes, but you'll see more of that as the bosses ramp up in difficulty. With Margit dead, I got a talisman pouch and thus access to a second talisman slot. Assuming ice stomping would be a staple for the rest of my playthrough, there was one early talisman that could help out with that, but it required me to make a sacrifice. I'm sorry. Back to Stormvale, Godric was next up on the list, and I began running over to him. By the way, running past enemies is how I handled pretty much every on-foot section of the game. If you're familiar with the level layouts, this is fairly easy to do, so I won't be detailing these sections. You might also be wondering why I'm wearing no armor, since this wasn't part of the challenge, and all it does is increase the odds that I'll get one-shot by something. While that is true, I'd like you to consider that wearing no armor equals funnier video. So, yeah. Anyway, it's time for Godric. Just like Margit, Godric was surprisingly easy, even with an unupgraded weapon, and I also got him on my third try. Aside from just dodging and playing like normal, one thing I noticed is that when he does this roll move, it's good to stay close to him so that the follow-up attack is this easy to dodge aerial attack. If you're too far, he does these homing air attacks that are harder to dodge. But yeah, not a lot to say, he's fairly simple. With Godric dead, I gained his Great Rune, which gave me the ability to increase every stat by 5 points at the cost of a Rune Arc. This was a huge potential buff, but I didn't want to rely on this since the only renewable source of Rune Arcs was by farming rats, and that sounded very tedious and annoying. For now though, I powered up. Next, it was on to Rhea Lucaria Academy. I decided to also level up my Ice Rind Hatchet to +5 for extra damage. I went with my axe instead of the Uchigatana since it only took Somber Stones to upgrade the axe, and collecting Somber Stones was a lot easier than collecting the normal stones, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to fully commit to the Uchigatana yet. Anyway, it was time for the Red Wolf of Radagon. Again, not much to say for this one. Attacks didn't one-shot me, and I was doing decent damage, so it wasn't that hard and only took me 2 tries. Things seemed to be looking good. I felt confident. There was one catch though. I needed 16 dexterity to wield the axe, and I only had 15 with the Radagon talisman. This meant that I needed to have Godric's Great Rune active to meet the dex requirement and use the axe. Burning through all of my rune arcs seemed like a bad idea, so I decided to look for a better solution. And good news, there was one. I could get the prosthesis wearer heirloom from Millicent, the woman in the Church of the Plague, by doing her questline and giving her the golden needle. However, in order to do this, I needed to kill the boss, Commander O'Neill. I thought about just fighting him straight up, but then I remembered. This video is supposed to be about being clever and showcasing fun strats rather than just normal fights. So instead, I decided to parkour my way up onto the roots above him. From here, I just shot him with poison arrows from safety. I think this is something that some people forget you can do with pretty much every overworld boss. Since there's no real boundaries like a normal boss arena, this is an option. And despite how it trivializes the fight, it's still kind of satisfying because it feels like you're outsmarting the game in a way. After a few minutes, I killed Commander O'Neill, did the questline for Millicent, and got the talisman, bringing my dexterity up to 20 so I could use the ice axe without stressing about rune arcs. With that done, I went back to Rhea Lucaria to take on Renala. Alright, we're officially in real shit territory. This fight was tough. Phase 1 was a cakewalk because this part was just normal with me hitting the 3 glowing enemies to make Renala fall. And in fact, I did so much damage that I one-cycled her sometimes. But Phase 2, oh man, Phase 2. So first off, I would always run at her in the beginning of Phase 2. She does this beam attack that's fairly easy to dodge, and I can get 1 or 2 free hits in. From here though, it's a real pain as she keeps floating around, and even one misstep on my part. One important trick to note that's not only true for this boss, but most attacks in the game, is that you want to dodge into the attack, not with it. So with these magic orbs that home in on me, I wanted to make sure I dodged into them each time. If I made the mistake of dodging with them, my hitbox would be inside of them after I finished rolling, and then I'd get hit. Another thing I noticed is that for the first section of this fight, the most reliable way to get in a hit was when she went to use her staff as a boomerang. If I was close when she did this, I could usually get in a hit. But yeah, this fight involved a lot of suffering on my part. So many things caught me. And once you drain about half her health, she starts summoning spirits to fight you. The best way to deal with this is just by running away, since they'll eventually despawn. Do keep an eye on this dragon summon though, and don't let your guard down like I did. What? Eventually, I had enough though. I didn't want to get good at this game. I wanted to win. That's when I decided to ask, can I poison her? Yes. Yes, I could. So next round, I pulled out my longbow, shot her with a few poison arrows, and then just kept my distance while running in circles and watching her health drain. Again, this video isn't meant to showcase me being good at the game. It's how can we beat this using anything and everything. And yeah, not a lot to say. This is the trick. 2 demigods down. It was time for me to go to the Altus Plateau and the city of Lindell. However, to get into the city, I need to kill this draconic tree sentinel at the entrance. And he officially marks the beginning of every boss attack being a one-shot kill for the rest of the game. I died a lot to this guy. I started to learn each of his attacks, but the timing for some of them was so tight and I couldn't get it consistently. I did notice I could sneak around him to get a couple free hits in before the fight, but this didn't help too much, and my struggling continued. But this was an overworld boss, and as we established with Commander O'Neill, overworld bosses are especially susceptible to cheese strats. In this case, the answer was poison, specifically Poison Mist. You can get the Poison Mist incantation from this scarab near Castle Morn on the Weeping Peninsula. It also requires 12 faith to use, so I took the 2 fingers heirloom to give myself 5 extra points in faith. You can get this talisman from a chest in the Purified Ruins in Liurnia. Then, I just snuck behind the Tree Sentinel and cast Poison Mist. Funnily enough, this doesn't cause him to aggro on you. He'll just sit there, slowly dying. The poison doesn't last forever though, so I needed to keep reapplying it whenever it ran out. I also noticed that there seems to be some sort of poison resistance mechanic where subsequent procs of poison take longer than the first. I'm not sure if this was a thing in past games, but it's pretty neat. Anyway, this took 16 minutes of me just sitting there and staring at his horse's ass while I waited for him to die. Remember, don't work hard, work smart. With the Tree Sentinel dead, I was officially allowed into the city. After taking in the sights for a few minutes, I made my way over to the Spirit of Godfrey, and oh man, Godfrey is rough. Every one of his attacks was instant death if I missed time to dodge, and I quickly learned that his stomp move is one where you don't want to dodge away or it'll catch you every time. Thinking back to my last 2 wins, I thought maybe I could be smart and pull off some bow and arrow shenanigans by running away and jumping on this ledge here, but of course, that didn't work. I would have to actually get good and beat Godfrey for real. Or would I? There was a secret weapon I could get, and now seemed like the time to get it. I needed to collect 2 items first though. First, I got the incantation Fire's Deadly Sin from the cliffside of Windmill Village. Do note though that this only appears after collecting the painting inside the fortified manor in Lindell. And this does take 19 faith to use, so for the time being, I would rely on Godric's Great Rune to meet that requirement. Next, I need to get the Erdtree Great Shield. This is a drop to kill both tree sentinels near the outer wall flanking Tree's side grace. Lucky for me, Poison Mist strat worked again. Unlucky for me, this took 26 minutes of real time. But hey, I got the shield. And now I had the secret weapon, a beam cannon I could fire at will. Here's how this works. The shield has a special skill that deflects sorceries and incantations and turns it into a holy projectile attack. Funnily enough, this works with the Fire's Deadly Sin incantation since the self-damage of the fire can be deflected in the same way. It's unclear if this is a glitch or just a clever interaction, but either way, it works. At first I was a little unimpressed by the damage, but then I upgraded my shield to +6, and wow, okay. 2 more things to grab. First, the Bestial Vitality incantation that you can get from the Beast Clergyman after giving 3 death roots will completely negate the health drain from Fire's Deadly Sin. Very handy. Second, I picked up the Opaline Bubble Tier from the Erdtree avatar on the Weeping Peninsula. This greatly reduces the damage you take for 1 hit, and it essentially gave me 1 free hit per fight instead of just dying instantly. And finally, I was ready to fight Godfrey again. This setup was extremely effective. Spirit Godfrey is apparently pretty lazy, so he'll only walk slowly, and this means I could keep my distance pretty easily. The one issue is that Fire's Deadly Sin only lasts for 40 seconds, so recasting it was a little nerve-wracking, as I needed to make sure I had enough space and time to do so. But yeah, pretty simple with this combo. It only took me 2 tries. I just made sure to dodge in whenever he did his stomp move, and then run away to build distance. Godfrey was down, and I finally got my 4th Calvin set. Next up was Morgoth's, or should I say Margit, because Margit's Shackle actually works on him too, in case you didn't know. This is an item you can buy from patches, and it allows you to pin Morgoth to the ground for a few seconds. With this plus the shield strat, I just blasted him. There's not much else to say. This was incredibly easy, and I beat him on my first try. With Morgoth dead, I upgraded my shield to +9 and then headed to the Forbidden Lands to fight the Fire Giant boss. This guy threatened to be a problem because not only does he have an absurd amount of health, I also wasn't going to be able to use my shield's weapon art from horseback, so that strategy probably wasn't going to work. I did, however, use the iframes from dismounting my horse pretty frequently to avoid his really big moves. There's a trick to this guy too, though. It's kind of finicky and might take a few tries, but you can lure him up on this cliff on the right side of the arena, and from there, you jump down and get him to follow you and fall off. This leads to one of the funniest transitions into a mid-boss cutscene with his leg breaking, and it fits so perfectly with him falling that it almost feels intentional. After that, phase 2 is pretty much the same. I just ran around him and lured him up on the same cliff, then stood back and watched him crawl off to his death. This is equally funny with him falling flat on his face. Fire Giant down. Next, I let Melina burn the Erdtree and then woke up in Ohio. Running around here was especially fun because even a sneeze from the small enemies would kill me. And then I made it to the Godskin Duo. Oh no. This is a boss that people hate even on normal playthroughs. Even if you're fully leveled, it's still hard. After a couple attempts, I quickly realized that I was going to have to just get good and learn their attacks across dozens and dozens of attempts. There wasn't any simple trick to make this easier, and that meant I couldn't rely on the Godric Great Rune to reach my 19 Faith requirement for my build any longer. So without the Great Rune, I was at 15 Faith. I could get 3 from Marika's Scar Seal, but that still left me 1 point short. Fortunately, the Commoner's Garb chest piece gives a single point of faith when wearing it, and you can get this as a rare drop from the Grey Guys in Stormvale Castle. So there we go. I had 19 faith and didn't need Great Runes anymore. And hey, if I'm gonna wear a shirt, I might as well put on some pants and a helmet too. As for the fight itself, it was just a lot of pain. My main strategy was to keep my distance between myself and the duo whenever possible, and rely on the pillars to create buffers as well. I'd usually try to take out the big one first, but this was tough because his roll move kept getting me. However, I found that if I lined myself up just right, I could get him stuck on one of the broken pillars, but this wasn't always consistent. It was also incredibly risky whenever I had to reapply the fire incantation since casting it was so slow. In general, I did my best to stay patient and learn from each death. Whenever one of them was about half dead, they'd get stronger moves with more range, so I tried to keep the pressure up to deal with this as little as possible. After probably 40 attempts, I got it. For the first time in the whole run, I felt like I really earned this one. Riding that wave of happiness, I fought the Draconic Tree Sentinel on the Great Bridge and beat him. No poison mist necessary this time. I was feeling good. I was feeling confident. Then I got to the Beast Clergyman / Malekith. It's hard to describe how much pain this fight caused me. I genuinely thought I'd have to end my run here. First of all, he seems to have pretty high holy resistance, which was my only source of damage with the shield. Naturally, every move is a one-shot, and after about 5 tries, I eventually made it to his second phase. But man, I died so fast in that second phase. It was one of those deaths that was so quick that the thought of the effort that would be necessary to actually beat this guy made me want to take a nap. So I asked myself, was there anything I could do to make this easier? The answer was yes. There was an obvious tool I'd been ignoring up until now: spirit summoning. The question, however, was which spirit to go with. The obvious answer seems like the Mimic, since it's usually a powerhouse, but remember that the Mimic summon inherits all of your stats, so I felt like a level 1 Mimic was actually the worst choice I could make. Instead, I decided to go with Black Knife Tish. After watching a few videos on the subject, she seemed like a very solid choice because she has this black flame debuff that she can inflict and it just melts bosses under the right conditions. Only one problem: I needed to essentially complete Ronnie's entire questline to reach the location where I could get this summon and upgrade it all the way. That includes killing Radon and a few other bosses. I won't go into detail for this whole process since it honestly wasn't that hard, just time consuming. But after a couple hours, I reached the Everjail that held the Black Knife ringleader who I need to kill to get Tish as a summoner. Let's see how that fight went. Pretty good. So I got her, upgraded her, and was ready to test her out. But oh no,
All right.
she requires 132
Let's
FP
rob this
summon,
bale.
and I only had like 70. Did I just make a huge mistake? Nope. Turns out you can use the Cerulean Hidden Tear with your Flask of Wondrous Physic. This removes the FP cost of everything for 10 seconds, and it apparently even applies to spells or summons that you didn't have enough FP for in the first place, which was very lucky for me in this scenario. Back to Malekith. My immediate impression was that Tish was helpful, but not quite as helpful as I was expecting. In order for her to get any damage off, I basically had to keep aggro on myself for the entire fight. Another quirk to this fight, sometimes it'll look like Tish is doing more damage than she actually is. Her flame attack does damage over time in addition to stealing extra HP on top of that. But the boss
Radamant,
that second
Busy.
pistol HP
Okay, let's do
when the
that.
wears off. So that's why Malekith's health will jump up from time to time. Phase 1 eventually became easy. I realized I could block most attacks if he got close, so I just need to back away and keep firing off at him. Phase 2 was the real issue. His attacks are big, quick, and blocking wasn't an option due to chip damage. He also has this one move where he'll flip toward me and do a massive slashing AoE. For the longest time, I kept trying to dodge away or run away, but it would never work. Eventually I figured out you could just dodge into him with precise timing and get behind him to be safe. And again, I needed to keep aggro because Tish would just get eviscerated if she had his attention for more than 5 seconds. Tensions got high. Oh! Kill him! Kill him! No! No! But in the end, my patience paid off and I got him. I didn't keep track of how many times I died, but 50 feels about right. It was time for the final area. First up was Sir
50
Vivian.
feels
When you first
about
find
right,
him, he
damn.
stands still and monologues at you. He'll only do this on the first attempt, so I really wanted to capitalize on this and get some free damage. And lucky me, this guy was a complete joke and a much needed palate cleanser for Malekith. The fight was over in about 20 seconds. Next up was Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Unlike his spirit form from before, he actually likes to dash around and is much harder. While he was probably about as hard as Malekith, something about this fight felt more fair to me. There was a rhythm to this fight that I was never able to truly find with Malekith. His moves were all telegraphed very clearly, and while the timing for avoiding some of them was tight, I felt like I could do this. The first thing I noticed was that he walks toward you very slowly at the beginning, so I had enough time to do my whole buff routine after stepping inside the arena rather than before. As part of that routine, I added the skill from the Commander Standard Halberd, which was dropped from Commander O'Neill. This provides a 20% boost to damage and defense. I could have been using this earlier, but I just didn't think to do so. It can also affect allies who are close by, but Tish typically didn't stay still long enough to receive the buff. Next, the most reliable attack pattern I
Forgot
found
I have
to
a
deal damage
frickin'
was to
meeting
get
in the
him to
morning.
Dash forward and stomp, then I'd roll into it, get behind him, and then run away. From there, he could do a few different things, but a lot of the time he'd do a side dodge and then a second stomp. This was all free damage though, since I was far enough away that this stomp couldn't hit me. Then, if I was lucky, I could just repeat that loop. The other big thing I noticed in phase 1 is that after dealing about a third of his health bar, he'd do a huge stomp with a shockwave that hit the entire arena. Then, for the rest of phase 1, he would just keep doing these unavoidable giant stomps. This was a problem if I was too slow and my fire buff ran out, since it was impossible to recast it without dying. So, I needed to be quick enough and deal damage consistently enough to prevent this from happening. Eventually, I got pretty decent at phase 1, so let's talk about phase 2. It's, a little intense. My main strategy was to run away immediately, recast the fire incantation, and then just blast him and pray that Tish carries her weight too. He has so many quick and massive attacks, and it's just pretty overwhelming. I died so many times. And then, finally, I got it. I'm not gonna lie, I just got super lucky. I somehow broke his stance at the beginning of phase 2, just kept spamming attacks, and it was enough. Just barely. With Godfrey down, it was time for Radagon, the final boss. Radagon is a really fun fight on a normal playthrough. He has a varied and challenging moveset, and it's just a fun spectacle to see him fly around and smash stuff. On a level 1 character though, it's painful. So many moves are so quick. I kept dying, and while I got close a few times, I didn't feel like I was able to establish any sort of consistency in the ways I had with Malekith or Godfrey. It was rough. And you know, at this point, I was
Thank
pretty
God.
ready to give up. I'd already made it farther than I expected, and it didn't really seem like there was a solution to this fight, aside from just extreme precision and actually getting good, which was not the point of this run. That's what I thought, but then my friend mentioned a trick to me. Apparently, if you hit Radagon right as the fight starts and he's still turning around, he'll bug out and his AI will break. He'll freeze and he won't attack you. From there, you can slowly kill him. This is finicky though. Attacks from melee weapons or certain spells will unfreeze him. But if you just need a bow or Carrion Slicer spell, he should stay still. I opted for a mix between Carrion Slicer and Poison Mist. And one more important note, breaking his stance will also unfreeze him. So when I got him down to about half health, I would wait for a minute or so he could recover his invisible stance meter. This process was painfully slow on a level 1 character, but hey, I'll take consistency over speed, and I was willing to use any trick. And then, finally, Radagon was dead. I had beaten the game. Of course not, I'm just kidding. It's a 2-for-1 boss fight. Elden Beast, aka the bane of my existence. I hate this guy. He's actually the worst. No, I'm not mad. Why do you think I'm mad? Also, every time I wanted to even attempt this fight, I had to go through the whole process of slowly killing Radagon each time. Before I get into the details of the fight, I want to highlight 2 more tools I added to help out. First was the Ash of War, Royal Knight's Resolve. The way this is supposed to work is it lasts 10 seconds and increases the weapon's next hit by 80%. However, it seems that it actually increases all of your damage by 80% for 10 seconds regardless of the source. So for example, you could use this skill on a weapon in your offhand, then switch back to your main weapon to get an 80% damage boost. In this case, this meant my Ice Stomp could do 80% more damage. Not only that, it lasts for more than one hit using this method, so I could get multiple stomps in during that 10-second window. The second tool I added was the Bloodhound Step Ash of War. This is essentially a powered up version of Quick Step, and I put it on a dagger so I could more easily dodge attacks where I just had to run around. Now, back to the fight. This guy will always start the fight with a Fire Breath attack, and if you're quick, you get around 6 Ice Stomps in. I also use Royal Knight's Resolve right as phase 1 ended to get extra damage in. From here, he basically always does this ring move, but it's pretty easy to avoid with Bloodhound Step. Then he has a bunch more moves he'll cycle through, but there's one that I could just not figure out. This goddamn homing orb move. It's a homing orb that will follow you for roughly 20 seconds, and it has a bunch of smaller orbs orbiting around it. The best part is it seems to move faster than you can. Rolling away, running away, Bloodhound stepping away, it didn't seem to matter. I got hit every time, and I could not find a single video of a person avoiding this attack entirely. On a normal playthrough, this isn't a huge issue since you can just tank it, but for me on my level 1 character, oof. I got close a few times. I really did, but the homing orb was just too awful. I couldn't do it. And I was cool with calling it there. I was proud of how far I made it, and it had overall been a pretty fun time. But there was one more tool I hadn't used yet. This is a tool that FromSoft makes available to every build and every character. Yep, I summoned a friend to help me. Is this in the spirit of an actual challenge run? No, of course not. But that's not really what this video is. I wanted to showcase all the tools, glitches, and exploits that can be used by a level 1 character to beat the game. And technically, getting a friend to help is one of them. Could I have beaten this on my own? Probably yes, but it would have taken many, many hours. And believe it or not, I'm not a masochist. I'll leave Elden Beast for the people who are actually good at this game. However, if you're cool with seeing shenanigans from someone who's not quite at that level, consider subscribing because I'll be making more Elden Ring videos. Thanks for watching and have a good one. Hey you, have you ever wanted to own a hoodie or t-shirt of a giant mushroom bonking a knight on? This fight also illustrates one of the interesting quirks of blocking. If you don't have enough stamina to block an attack, oftentimes you're still able to block it, but you'll get the stagger animation where your shield flies to the side and you have to wait a few moments before you can act again. Despite the giant having many big attacks in quick succession, I was able to block most of them by taking advantage of this quirk. Anyway, I eventually got him and walked back up to get the archers that were shooting at me. Even a task as simple as this wasn't trivial. Blocking would cause my character to stop moving, so I had to inch my way along the left side to avoid some arrows so I could make progress without being stun locked in the building. I took them all out and kept walking up the path. There were still more enemies though. I never paid any of these guys even the slightest bit of respect in my playthroughs, but now I had to. For instance, these Warhammer guys were kind of a big deal. I didn't realize that a single attack from them could break my guard. This coupled with the other enemies caused me to die in my first attempt. The next time I decided to just time my attack before theirs so I didn't need to block. So I took them out, killed the stragglers, and dealt with the wolves that fell out of the sky. After all that, I'd made it up a small hill in the overworld that normally takes players about 30 seconds on horseback. For obvious reasons, I won't be going into detail for every encounter in the game like this, but I wanted to highlight just how much being overloaded without a horse could evolve a normal encounter to something that demanded my full attention. Just up the hill, there was another group of enemies. Here's another fun quirk. An enemy spotting me and blowing their horn was suddenly a big deal. Getting swarmed by a dozen enemies without being able to run away or recover was brutal, and I died pretty quickly. On my second attempt, I was spotted again, but I backed up slowly this time. Due to how their AI is programmed, only a couple would actively try hitting me at a time. This is intentional on FromSoft's part to help mitigate getting truly overwhelmed in large groups of enemies. And it was enough for me to survive and work my way to the tunnel. Now I knew I wouldn't be strong enough to actually defeat Margaret at this point, but I was still curious to see how much I could do. It went pretty terribly. I barely put a dent in his health bar. Occasionally I'd be able to block more than one attack that broke my guard in a row, but for the most part it was impossible to block his long attack chains that left no room for recovering stamina. Like I mentioned earlier, being overloaded greatly reduced my stamina recovery speed, and I was definitely feeling that here. Luckily there were quite a few ways I could get stronger to deal with this fight, so it was back to the overworld. I made the long trek over to the Third Church of America to grab the Sacred Tear there. My goal at this point was to continue finding a few more
Come on, man.
Limgrave while I picked up other items to help me out. My next destination was in southern Limgrave, and to get there I needed to cross this bridge. Again, this is another encounter that barely registers as a challenge when you have a horse or the ability to dodge. But this time, oh no. The ballista was the real issue here, and it would lock onto me, fire a bolt, and then that bolt would explode. The initial hit could be blocked, but the explosion could not given my current stamina and shield. I'd also get launched backwards, so negative progress was made whenever I got hit. I found a clever solution. If I positioned myself just right, the ballista would hit this flag in the ground instead of me. And very luckily, this flag was not a destructible object, so it could be hit repeatedly. This allowed me to walk forward until I could move to the right and out of the ballista's field of view. It probably sounds ridiculous to some of you, but this was really exciting to do. The game was not designed to be played like this, so it was never a given if I could actually make progress with these self-imposed rules. Therefore, every small victory felt that much bigger, like I was defying Miyazaki himself in some meaningless way. Anyway, I kept pushing south until I reached this broken carrot. It had a morning star in the back, and I wanted this for later. I just needed to hop up, and I can't jump. No jumping meant no bleed weapon for me. This was a bit of a startling reminder on how important the jump button was. Some items and areas were suddenly off limits because FromSoft understandably designed them with jumping in mind. Another early bleed weapon was the flail, but this too was stuck in a carriage chest that I wasn't able to reach. Moving on from that setback, the real reason I came south was for this boss fight with the Knights Cavalry that appears here at night. I was still using an unupgraded weapon, so this was a bit tricky. I relied a lot on guard counters to get damage in. Eventually I knocked him off his horse, got the kill, and received my reward. The Ash of War for Barricade Shield. This is a skill you can put on shields that dramatically increases the guard boost of the shield for 6 seconds at
This
least.
is frickin'
The higher
torture.
the guard boost on a shield, the bigger the attacks you can block. Basically, a higher guard boost means that blocking will consume less stamina. I wanted to see how much this would help me, so I went straight back to market for round 2. It helped, but not that much. Attacks were still outright breaking my guard, and I was still getting overwhelmed by chains of attacks. Barricade Shield wasn't going to be enough on its own. Next stop, Kaled. To reach Kaled, I took the teleporter next to the Third Church of America. My goal was on the other side of this bridge, and normally I just ride my horse past the dragon. I was still committed to just walking though, so I wanted to see how that would go. Not great. I could still make my way across though if I took the side path underneath. So I did exactly that and reached the next site of grace. To continue, I needed to keep walking down this path. One problem though, there's a giant metal ball that would appear out of nowhere and run me over. Like most giant balls in FromSoft games, this killed me instantly. I would need to find a way to avoid this. I managed to do that by walking along the left edge of this path. This let me skip the giant ball entirely. Further along the path, I also had a near-death experience with a second ball that appears. Not even close, I totally wasn't scared there at all. I made a small detour at the bottom of the hill into Dragon Barrow Cave, aka Giant Bear Cave. To get past this bear, I used stealth to hide in the bushes. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to pull this off due to how slow I was, but I just barely made it to safety while the bear patrolled back and forth. My reward at the back of the cave was the Bull Goat's Talisman. This increases poise by 33%, and I thought it might be handy later on if I ever needed to rely on tanky hits. Back outside, I continued along the path until I reached the next site of grace. From here, I wanted to get to the top of the hill. My objective was to reach the site of grace behind the giant screaming dragon at the top. I first attempted to do this by taking the path to the left of the checkpoint. This resulted in me getting swarmed by these poison guys with spears. Given how strong and tanky they were, killing more than one at a time wasn't going to be an option. On my second attempt, I actually managed to stealth my way up pretty far up the path by hanging to the side and avoiding their sight. This unfortunately did not work for the entire time, and I eventually hit a point where I just couldn't avoid them any longer. Once again, I was swarmed and died. Going up that way seemed impossible, so I turned my attention to the right. This would also lead me to my destination, but it involved significantly more dragons. This first dragon was going to be the test. Could I make it past him? I attempted stealth at first, though it became apparent that no, this wasn't going to work. There just wasn't enough room to sneak past. He didn't appreciate my efforts to hide either, and reminded me how gravity works. I had a crazy idea to solve this. What if I just walked past him? Just right down the middle. This actually kind of worked. The dragon moved at about the same pace as my walking, and it didn't have any fire attacks I needed to worry about. Just the occasional swipe or slam that I could fully block. Everything was fine until I ran into a second dragon, and juggling two at once caused me to mess up and hit my tail swipe from the right. I wasn't going to give up though. This seemed doable. On my next try, I walked past the dragon, but this time I stayed more to the right to try and avoid the second dragon. This worked, and I moved far enough away from the first dragon's starting point that it faded away. All I had to do was keep moving up the hill and avoid the rest of the dragons. I stayed to the right and tried to hug the fire rock wall. It's stealth was necessary at this point, since I'd likely aggro multiple dragons if I was spotted. When I got closer, the giant screaming dragon lived up to its name and woke up the smaller dragons nearby. This created an incredibly tense moment as they started patrolling around searching for me, and getting killed represented several real-life minutes to get back to this point. In the end, I finally made it though. Good stuff. Now the reason I put all this effort into reaching this dragon was so that I could kill it for a bunch of easy runes. I used the spike club as a bleed weapon to kill the dragon quickly, and I got it by farming the large demi-humans in a cave and reaching an upgrade. Bleed is a flat percentage of damage and prevents 13,000 damage per bleed proc. I also popped a gold pickled Foulfoot right before it died, so I'd get a 30% rune boost. This gave me almost 100,000 runes, which was enough to level up my strength to 36. But why did I want 36 strength? Well, it was for the Gilded Great Shield, an item that would really help me out. Now I just had to get it. This was a pretty time-consuming process that involved me farming the one Godric Knight that had it at the Gatefront ruins. While farming for this, he happened to drop the Partisan, which was pretty lucky, and I wound up pairing it with the shield. But yeah, eventually I did get the Great Shield. The main reason I wanted this was for the high guard boost. I had a guard boost of 69, nice. For context, my starter heater shield only had a guard boost of 49. This might not seem like a huge jump at a glance, but it's actually massive in terms of reducing stamina costs for each block. I slapped on the Barricade Shield skill, leveled up my spear to +2, and I was ready to go. Margit, round 3. When used on a Great Shield like this, Barricade Shield almost completely negates the stamina loss from blocking attacks. Even on the biggest hits, I'd only lose the smallest fraction of my stamina. With this, I did the occasional guard counter, but my main form of offense was poking Margit from behind my shield. In case you didn't know, all thrusting weapons can be used while blocking. This meant I could stay safe while getting damage in. This wasn't foolproof though. Stamina was still an issue, since even if Barricade Shield was up, my stamina would also go down from attacking. I needed to put my shield down to recover stamina, since there's a huge penalty to its recovery speed while blocking. And all of this is on top of the other stamina penalty that came from my equip load being so high. Also, even if I blocked everything, I was still taking consistent chip damage from Margit's elemental attacks. My shield had 100% defense against physical damage, and only 65% for melee damage, so a number of its attacks still hurt quite a bit, especially in Phase 2 where he uses elemental moves more frequently. The other obvious problem is that whenever I needed to heal, I couldn't just run away and create distance. I needed to heal right in his face and hope for the best. One more thing, I figured out that I could actually do a small recovery roll whenever an attack knocked me onto my back. Whenever you're in this state, you can tap dodge to roll and get back on your feet, and lucky for me, this works even past the maximum equip load. There were a couple times I used this to avoid attacks that would have otherwise hit me, because you're still vulnerable to damage when lying on the ground. The hardest part was always in Phase 2, if you would just combo again and again, but after 5 tries, I finally got him. First boss down. Next up was Stormvale Castle. I had 2 options to get through it, the side path or the main gate. Of course, I was going to go with the side path. Dealing with the ballistas on the main gate while walking seemed like a nightmare, so I went through the side entrance and immediately hit a ledge that I needed to jump on to progress. Oh no. Main path it is. Fuck it. Without Barricade Shield, my guard was broken immediately by the bolts, and I'd get sent flying back. With Barricade Shield though, there was hope.
Deepin is actually pretty fun.
But the issue was that anytime I blocked, I was stuck in place, unable to move. Then I also had to contend with a couple enemies running up to me while I was fighting for my life with the ballistas. Then I reached the point where I needed to walk backwards to reach the site of grace nearby. To do this, I purposefully left one of the enemies alive so I could walk onto him, walk back in, and block him. It was a little tricky, but I got it. The first hurdle had been cleared. From here, I went back out and began the process of taking out each enemy. The first few I killed with my spear, but then I realized it was time to break out my short bow. I bought this earlier from the merchant and was just holding off on using it until it felt especially necessary. This bow allowed me to pick off the enemies one by one so I wouldn't get swarmed and overwhelmed. I got to the next checkpoint by sneaking past the giant lion, and then I went back to continue along the path to the castle. The next part had me worried. I tried shooting at the guards that shoot explosive bolts, but they weren't in view before I was within range of getting shot at. And unlike the ballistas from the previous section, they were firing from multiple angles, so I couldn't block them all at once. Incredibly, despite this, I haphazardly made it up the stairs on my first attempt. I was getting tossed around the whole time, yet somehow fumbled through it. All that was left was the courtyard filled with even more enemies. I took out every one of them while primarily relying on my bow so I could be safe about it. I started with 99 arrows and used every single one. The last hazard was the big guy with his dog, but I just snuck around them by sticking to the right. The next checkpoint had been reached. I went up the elevator and I made it to the entrance of Godric's boss room. Godric time. His fight was kind of similar to Margit's in the sense that Phase 1 was physical attacks that I could deal with easily, but Phase 2 had a lot more elemental attacks that posed some issues for my setup. The real problem though was his grab attack during Phase 2. Whenever you're standing in front of him, he loves to use his dragon head to grab you and breathe fire. Grab attacks are unblockable, and without the ability to dodge, I was forced to tank it. Fortunately, the damage on this attack was only about half of my health bar, so I could just deal with it. I just had to get good RNG and hope that he would use other moves. I'll spare you the details for the whole fight, but it essentially came down to good timing on when to use Barricade Shield, when to heal, and when to recover stamina. I got him on my 5th try. With Godric down, I had made it into Liurnia. I wasn't ready to explore it yet though. I first had things to do in Limgrave and Caelid. I went to Summon Water
Come
Village
on.
and entered the underground area. After walking past a few dogs, I picked up a talisman that boosted my stamina recovery speed. It's not the biggest boost, but I had an empty talisman slot, so it couldn't hurt. From here, I started walking east into Caelid. At first, I thought I wasn't going to be able to enter from this side due to the wall at the entrance. I was like, maybe this is a clever way of making sure you get your horse before accidentally entering, but no, there's actually a small gap to the right. I then slowly worked my way through Caelid toward Redmane Castle. I did my best to avoid most encounters along the way by staying off the road whenever there were enemies nearby. Eventually I arrived at the bridge leading into the castle. Not even Barricade Shield could save me from this one. There were 2 catapults launching flaming boulders at me, and the result was me dying pretty quickly. Luckily, I didn't actually need to cross the bridge to get to the castle. In case you didn't know, Redmane Castle has 2 different states. Its normal state and the Radon Festival state. There are a couple different ways to unlock the Radon fight, but the easiest one is by reaching the Altus Plateau after using the Grand Lift of Dectus. To do this, I needed both halves of the Dectus Medallion. The first half was easy enough to get. It's just at the top of this fort in Limgrave. The second half was less easy for this type of playthrough. It was at the top of Fort Feroth, right next to where I was earlier for the Screaming Dragon in Caelid. The problem is that there were quite a few giant bat enemies in the way. Normally I just run past them to the ladder, but I couldn't do that here. And killing them was also a bit complicated because they had a grab move that I couldn't avoid that would instantly kill me. I was stuck here for longer than you might think. I managed to consistently kill the first couple giant bats from a distance with my bow, but the real issue came from the second half of the room where there were multiple of the human-faced giant bats. These were even stronger than the other bats, and oftentimes I would aggro more than one at a time by accident. This meant death every time since they also had the same grab attack. After many attempts, here was my solution. I took out the first 2 giant bats, and then just had the 3 remaining strong ones. Instead of killing them, I decided to try stealth. They were all spread out and looking in different directions, so it seemed possible. The first one could be avoided by just hugging the right wall. The second one in the back left wasn't even looking toward me, so that was easy, but the third one in the back right was looking directly at the path toward the ladder. I dealt with this by very carefully shooting an arrow at the wall next to this enemy. It turned toward it to investigate the sound, and I used this small window of time to walk to the ladder. By the time it turned around and saw me, I was close enough to the safety of the ladder. I got poisoned, but it didn't matter. I made it and got the second half of the medallion. Before heading back to Liurnia to use the medallion, I wanted to get a better weapon. I was still just using the +2 partisan. I went to the Round Table Hold and received Rogier's rapier after talking to Rogier. This weapon starts at +8 and is a thrusting weapon, so I can keep using it from behind the shield. I also put the Bloody Slash Ashes War on it for bleed damage. However, it required 17 dexterity and I only had 13. Instead of just leveling a few times, I thought it'd be more interesting to take out Commander O'Neill, my favorite boss to cheese. Doing this would allow me to get the gold needle that I could give to Millicent so I could get the +5 dexterity talisman from her. In the past, I'd beaten him by jumping up the roots to fire arrows from safety. I was really curious if this would still be possible without jumping and without a horse. I scanned the perimeter of his area and eventually found a spot that looked promising. Believe it or not, this worked. I slowly made my way up the roots to get into position. It took a bit of patience, but I got him stuck in the perfect spot below me. Standing on the edge of a small branch, I fired poison arrows at him while doing my best to ignore the archers that were shooting at me. After a few minutes, I got him. Could I have just fought him normally? Yes, but this was more fun. So I went to Millicent, got the dexterity talisman, and I could now use the rapier. All that remained before Radon was for me to get to the Grand Lift of Dectus. I began my journey walking through the room. This was slow and gave me time to think about life. How did the world get this way? What are we all doing? Why didn't Miyazaki put any actual move chests in the game? Anyway, I grabbed the glintstone key from behind the dragon on the lake, used it to enter Rey Lucaria, and then went out the alternate entrance to reach the northern part of the island. From here, I just had to keep going north. I was able to avoid most of the enemies on the path here by keeping to the edges and using stealth. I then made it to the lift, entered the Altus Plateau, snuck past the giants, and walked up the hill nearby to reach the site of Grace. I teleported back to the bridge at Redmane Castle, and I could finally enter through the portal nearby. Time for Radon, here we go. So immediately, we got a problem. His arrow sent me flying back even when I blocked them. I would get sent back 5 feet for every 6 feet that I walked. This was too much. It was time to make use of another tool I had been ignoring up until now, the Quick Step skill. This is the default skill on the dagger, and it would allow me to move around quickly while still having an overloaded equip load. I was aware of this as an option from the start, but I thought it'd be more interesting if I didn't rely on it. It felt more in the spirit of the running to not use it and be forced to walk, so I only wanted to use it for scenarios like this where there wasn't really an alternative. My plan was pretty simple though. Use Quick Step to move around the arena, summon all the NPCs, and then inflict Scarlet Rot with the rot arrows I crafted to deal damage. Fighting Radon up close was simply not going to work with how aggressive he was. I tried this at first, but it didn't work. Anyway, once I inflicted the Scarlet Rot, I immediately booked it to the edge of the arena to let it do its damage while the summons continued to fight. This took a few tries, but I eventually got him down to a little over half health by the time the Rot ran out and the last summon died. This allowed me to send him into his second phase while we were both near the edge. And then...
The rogues are safe for the moment.
genuinely one of the most satisfying boss kills I've ever gotten. I can't believe this actually works. With Radon dead, my next destination was the city of Lindell, but I wanted to grab a couple items before I went over there. First, I went to the lakeside
See if we
crystal
can do
field
it.
to get the spear talisman. This boosts the counter damage on thrusting weapons by around 20%. This is a somewhat hidden mechanic, so I'll explain it real quick. Basically, all thrusting attacks get a 20% damage boost if they hit an enemy while they're in the middle of an attack. Given my strategy of hiding behind my shield while I take enemies, this meant I was frequently getting this damage boost, and the spear talisman would boost it even further. The second item I wanted to get was the Great Shield Talisman. Unfortunately, it was located in the back of a carriage that required me to jump to get up. I really wanted this item though, and the game, seemingly sensing my willpower, let me get up by walking on the wheels to the side. I got it. With this item, the guard boost on my shield would be raised by 10%. From here, I began my trek over to Lindell. This actually wasn't trivial because I was still committed to walking everywhere. Like I said before, I wanted to save the use of quick step solely for bosses where I felt it was absolutely necessary. The first obstacle was the 2 tree sentinels at the top of the stairs leading into Eastern Altus. I figured my best bet was just to avoid them, so I went to the right of the stairs. I had a close encounter with a giant bear, and then I reached a pile of rocks blocking my way forward. I thought I was going to be stuck here, but I found just the right spot that would let me up if I attacked. Then I snuck past the tree sentinels. Next, I again stayed to the left as I went up the hill to avoid the giant gargoyle that appears, and then I approached the giant archers further ahead. It was kind of funny just staring them down while they shot at me. Overall, not an issue to get past them. And then, the last hurdle before Lindell was the iconic tree sentinel. The plan was pretty straightforward. Shoot him a few times with some arrows to inflict scarlet rot, then block and poke. The main thing worth noting here is that with the addition of the Great Shield Talisman, Barricade Shield now completely negated all stamina loss from blocking. So yeah, pretty easy fight. I had made it into Lindell. Walking through the city was interesting. I usually just ran past most enemies and jumped across rooftops,
of course.
but this time I took it slow. The most noteworthy roadblock was the Erdtree avatar that appeared, and my solution for dealing with it was shooting arrows, walking away to get further aggro, and then shooting the arrow. This took 15 minutes and was a bit of a struggle. It went from afternoon to night, as you can see. I got the checkpoint, killed the knights nearby, and got a lucky golden Great Shield drop. Its guard boost was 1 point higher than my old shield, so why not? Next, I worked my way to the houses below and picked up Lionel's armor set, a nice upgrade for my starting gear. Now that I have some new armor, this seems like a good time to briefly go over how defense and damage absorption works. This number is your defense, and this number is your damage absorption. The first one is determined by your stats, and the second one is determined by armors and buffs. Here's a simple example to show how the damage you take is calculated. Let's say an enemy has an attack with a damage value of 300, and your defense is 150 with a damage absorption of 30. The defense value is used as a flat reduction right off the top, so 300 minus 150. That remaining 150 damage is then reduced again by damage absorption, which acts as a percentage. So you take 30% of 150, which is 45, and then subtract that from 150. Thus, that 300 damage attack only deals 105 damage after taking these reductions into account. If any of that made you zone out, just know that bigger armor equals less damage. Anyway, I kept making progress as I began my ascent up the giant dragon. I was a little concerned that I would need to jump to get up, but no, the inclines never got that steep. Even at the very end, there still wasn't any jumping necessary. For a moment, it felt like FromSoft developed this level with my pointless run in mind. The Spirit of Godfrey was up next, and in preparation for this fight, I removed the bleed damage from my weapon since he was immune to it. And then I proceeded to beat him on my first try. Bosses that dealt with 100% physical damage were pretty much a non-threat with the setup, and Godfrey is the perfect example of this. Easy kill. Morgott was up next. This fight started out similar to Margit, with good elemental ship damage, but phase 2 was notably harder. The elemental damage was cranked up even more, and he had a grab attack that was devastating. If the grab attack itself didn't kill me, his follow-up after always would. My solution was to get tankier, so I crafted some Iron Jar aromatics using the crafting book from the Ariza side tomb just outside the city. These boosted my physical damage absorption by 40% for 40 seconds, bringing my total physical damage absorption to about 60%. I also switched from Rajir's Rapier to the Kunrat Knight's sword I struck from the Kunrat Knights. This is basically just a straight upgrade with higher base damage and longer reach. If you're wondering why I decided to stick with the thrusting sword class instead of something like a spear or a great spear, it's because thrusting swords are faster and consume less stamina. These two things seem useful for helping manage my stamina, which was still a major concern during all boss encounters. I think it was also useful for inflicting damage. I also brought out the Rot Arrows again to inflict Scarlet Rot at the start of the fight while Morgott was on the other side of the arena. I figured this would help me minimize my time spent in phase 2 if I was fast enough in phase 1 and the Scarlet Rot was still active. All this together worked like a charm. Morgott was defeated. The next area I needed to go to was the Forbidden Lands, but I first made a stop in the sewers of Lindell. The reason I was here was so I could get the Fingerprint Stone Shield, the strongest great shield in the game. It was located at the very bottom of the zone. Things were going smoothly enough as I was traversing the area until I hit this spot right here. It was a ledge I needed to jump up to, and this was the only way forward to reach the elevator that would take me down to the bottom. Instead of calling it quits, I decided to attempt some online shenanigans. I summoned a friend to help me push my way down. If you carry someone next to a ledge and you initiate the riposte right as you begin to fall to the side, you can use the iframes for the riposte animation to survive the fall. I did this, but the fall to the bottom was just a little bit too long and I didn't make it. So I gave up for now. In the Forbidden Lands, I was hit with another roadblock, a gap. My first idea was to try quick stepping off the ledge, but that didn't work. Was it time to break out the horse? Not yet. I had another idea. What about the Lion's Claw skill and the clinging? This is a move that launches you forward in the air. But would it work for gaps? Yep, it worked perfectly. And I used it again for the next gap too. Another tool for the tool. I didn't feel like dealing with the Blackblade Kindred, so I walked past him and waited to lift to take us to the mountaintop of the giants. And here I hit another platforming-related roadblock on this narrow stone bridge. There was this one spot that was just a little too high. The Lion's Claw couldn't save me here. So, for the first time, I took out my horse to help me jump up. I wasn't happy that I had to do this, but I couldn't think of anything else. As I continued along the bridge, the giant began shooting at me. His aim was pretty terrible though, and it was only once I got close that I even needed to start blocking. In my head, I thought this part was going to be harder, so I was a little disappointed. Next up was the frozen lake with the ice dragon. I attempted going around to the left and right to avoid it spawning, but that didn't seem possible. Blocking his ice breath also went pretty badly, so I said screw it and just used quick step to avoid him. I knew the next boss was going to be a nightmare, and I didn't want to get burnt out on the dragon before him. Speaking of the next boss, here he is, the fire giant. I hate this guy. He has over 40,000 health. The first thing I learned was that some of his attacks were unblockable, like his overhead slam. I guess it makes sense since it's coming from above, but this meant relying on my shield simply wasn't going to work, so I decided to use quick step instead. Before doing any more attempts though, I made a quick detour to the Volcano Manor so I could do Patch's questline. My journey to get there was pretty uneventful. Totally didn't die or anything. Anyway, I eventually made it inside. Then I killed this guy, then this guy, then this guy, and my reward was the Bull Goat armor set. This has the highest damage absorption and poison in the game, and now felt like the right time to use it. Back to the fire giant. Even with quick step, this fight sucked. He moves around and runs away so often, so I just had to keep quick stepping after him like a hyperactive frog. I managed to get phase 1 down pretty consistently, but phase 2 was pure pain. Anytime I got close, he'd do some AoE fire move that killed me every time. If it didn't kill me outright, I'd get comboed into another attack from off screen. Okay, fair enough. My natural response to this was to try and keep my distance. So my idea was to bring out the rot arrows again. This was a bit tricky to pull off, but I managed to proc Scarlet Rot and then quick stepped away. By the way, I was getting shot by fireballs this entire time, and that was also not fun. My hope was that Scarlet Rot would be enough to kill him. It was not. I tried finishing him off, and he hit me with the fire breath. Awesome. I even tried getting a second thrusting sword for extra DPS once I realized I was hardly using my shield. I kept trying for another hour, but this still wasn't enough. Could someone better than me do this? For sure, but they're not the one making this video, so I conceded to using something that would make this easier. My options were to use my horse or summon Alexander. My thought was that using the horse would make this fight no different than a normal playthrough, so I went with the more interesting option.
Alright.
I'd never really given him a chance on my other playthroughs, to be honest. The fact that summoning him disabled my horse was enough to put me off, but I wasn't going to use my horse, so hey, why not? Yeah, turns out that Alexander fucking rules. When he hits hard. We're talking several thousand damage. He's pretty tanky too. And fun fact, because he's summoned from inside of the arena, he doesn't increase the health of the boss like all other NPCs do in Summons. My plan was to fight with him for phase 1, and then let him do most of the work for phase 2. This unfortunately wasn't panning out. He's tanky, but not that tanky, and he kept dying before getting too far into phase 2. And then it hit me. His summon sign is inside of the boss room, and that meant I could summon him at any point during the fight, like, for example, just phase 2. That way he'd have his entire health pool for just that portion of the fight. So that's exactly what I did. I got the Fire Giant to phase 2 on my own, quick step to the entrance of the arena, summoned Alexander, and then let him solo the boss while I stood back and fired rot arrows. It was awesome to watch, and it made me love Alexander even more. What a king. It came down to the wire. They both just had a little bit of health left. I stood back to let Alexander have this win. He had earned it. Tragedy struck. Alexander didn't survive, but I wouldn't let his death be in vain. Fire Giant down. Next, it was on to Fair Missoula. I was a little concerned about the platforming here. Since it was a floating city in the sky, I knew there was potential for a required jump that might end the run outright. Fortunately, that wasn't the case, at least for the first half of the area, and I made it to the Godskin duo with no issue. As for the fight itself, there's not a lot to say. I used sleep arrows, so I only had to fight one at a time for most of the fight. The black flame attacks were an issue, but I was tanky enough to just deal with it, and I got them after 6 tries. After the fight, I lion clawed my way over to this body to grab the Dragon Crest Shield Talisman +2. This provided a nice boost to my physical damage absorption. I kept chugging along, everything was going well, and then I hit it. A ledge right after all the birds and before the dragon. I was stuck.
Did I go by
I did
it?
not make it
Okay.
this far into the game to have my run ended by a chest-high ledge. Surely I was forgetting something that could help me out, right? What about the ground slam skill? The one where you jump up in the air and slam enemies with your ass. This had actually been available from the start in Limgrave. So I grabbed it, went back, and yep, it works for jumping up ledges. The run was still alive. After getting the next checkpoint, I also immediately went back to the ledge on the stone bridge in the mountains so I could prove that my one time using the horse wasn't actually necessary. So taking that into account, this is still technically a no horse run. Then I went back to the sewers so I could get past the ledge down there too. I hopped over the ledge, hopped into the pipe, and then took the elevator down. Next I fought Mog, and I'll spare you the details. I'm sure you get the whole blocking and poking thing by now. At the back of his arena, there's a secret passage that you can reveal by attacking, and I know at least one person watching this right now is having their mind blown. This secret area contains the hardest platforming section in the game, and I had to do it without being able to run or jump properly. It was painful. Eventually though, I mastered the butt slam, and I used it to navigate to the alcove of the wall. There I got over it. This bad boy has a guard boost of 90 It's a monster with a great shield with high elemental resistances too. To demonstrate how good it is, let's look at the next bonus, Malekith. Combined with the great shield talisman, the barricade shield skill was no longer necessary. Just with the shield by itself and no other skill, I lost 0 stamina from even the biggest attacks. It's absurd. Naturally, Phase 1 was a complete non-issue. Phase 2 more than made up for that though. Here, Malekith has black flame attacks that drain my health, lower my max HP, and could go through shields. On top of that, the health drain effect could stack to the point where my health would just plummet. I died a lot. Could I have chosen to use Quick Step or gotten the Blasphemous Claw item to stun him? Yes, but I was intrigued by the challenge that's posed without those. Here I was, ridiculously strong with this new Great Shield, and the one real counter was Malekith. It seemed like fun. This took a couple dozen tries, but I managed to do this with warming stones to help offset the health drain, as well as with strategic positioning with the pillars in the arena to help block some of the elemental attacks. I also just gave myself as much health as I could with HP talismans and Morgoth's Great Ring. And I got him. Malekith down. Next up was Gideon, and yeah, I got him first try. Nothing really to say here. This fight was a brief window into how annoying Great Shields can be in PvP. Next was Godfrey. For the sake of variety, I decided to change up my strategy. What if instead of relying on the Great Shield, I can't do it? To do this, I used the Great Star's Great Hammer and put the Prayerful Strike out. This weapon comes with a built-in ability that restores 1% of your total HP. The real star of the show is Prayerful Strike. This move restores a whopping 30% of your total HP whenever it hits. And because that's a percentage rather than a flat amount, that means that the longer your HP bar, the more health you have. At 2500 health, I was recovering 750 HP per swing. Then, all I had to do was pair this with my armor, defense boosting talismans, and Iron Jar aromatics. I had around 70% physical damage absorption. The poise from the armor and the Iron Jar aromatics did not get stagnant too quickly, and the healing Prayerful Strike provided was more than enough to offset the damage. Unfortunately, in Phase 2, Godfrey loves to use lots of grab attacks, and my strategy stopped being effective. I wound up getting him by switching back to my Bleed Sword, getting a lucky stance break at the beginning of Phase 2, and then finishing him off with bleed damage before he had time to grab me too much. All that was left now was Radagon and Elden Beast. Since this run had evolved into a sort of Great Shield showcase, I figured it was only fitting to take Radagon down with the Fingerprint Stone Shield and nothing else. I put the Shield Crash skill on my shield, and I transformed into a 500-pound bulldozer. Not only is the damage output from this wild, but it blocks attacks at the same time. My only concern was Radagon's grab attack and some of his bigger holding moves. This wasn't enough to stop the Great Shield pain train though. As for Elden Beast, I really did try to commit to a shield only kill, but he ran around way too much for that. It's awful. This is tedious enough on a normal playthrough, so just imagine having to walk everywhere. Therefore, for the sake of my own sanity, I brought out the Quick Step. This was still a pretty time-consuming process, but in the end, I finished him off. And there you go. You can beat Elden Ring while over the maximum equip load. I'm not done though. I wanted to fully demonstrate how devastating the Great Shield and Thrusting Weapon combo can be. And what better way to show that than on the hardest boss in the game, Malenia. I literally just stood there and poked. With my bleed weapon and the talisman that boosts damage after proccing bleed, I was able to easily outpace her healing. And whenever she got in position to do her waterfowl dance move, I just threw a freezing pot at her. This cancels the move, so if you're struggling with this fight yourself, this is a game changer. In Phase 2, I did have to use Quick Step to avoid the initial dive bomb, but after that it was back to business as usual with more blocking and poking. A a bit of patience, and I got her. So there you go. That's Elden Ring while your equip load is overloaded. What began as a challenge run morphed into a showcase on the effectiveness of great shields, thrusting weapons, and reloading. It was fun having real problems succeeding with issues in the playthrough. And I appreciate that the flexibility and great variety of FromSoft games allows for shenanigans like this to be possible. Thank you very much for watching.
Hey, so I only mentioned it for like 10 seconds at the beginning, so I'm just going to spend the rest of the video going over my merch briefly. First of all, here it is in real life, if you're curious what it looks like. My friend Maria, aka EuroThug4000, was kind enough to model it for me. And yeah, I'm really satisfied with how it came out, both with the quality of the prints, as well as the material of the clothing itself. Also, huge thank you to Chu for doing the design. Chu is one of my favorite artists, just in general, and I highly recommend you follow them, go check them out, link them below. As for the design itself, I wanted something that wasn't like YouTube branded merch, you know? I wanted something that was just kind of like fun and cool, and that I would actually wear, you know? Like, I'm actually wearing this. Anyway, I just wanted to make something that was fun, and I thought people would genuinely like to wear for themselves. But that's gonna do it. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.
What a nightmare. Okay. Well, we'll have to figure that out tomorrow. Peace out, you guys. Have a good night.
Can you beat Elden Ring without attacking? At a glance, this question sounds absurd. I thought the same thing at first.